Hey. Oh, let me fuck with the voices and options. Voices are super loud. Hey, a stingray! Look at its little face! Are these actually its eyes? These aren't its eyes, right? These are its gills. It just happens to look like a face. Because how else would they see where they're going? They'd only ever be able to look at like the sea floor. That'd be miserable. I'm pretty sure those are the gills. Or like nostrils. And then this is the mouth, I think. Okay. So Shannon, okay. George-sama, please look. They're so cute. Look. What the fuck? What's going on? What? Is she not a servant anymore? Or is this like a fast forward? Are they married now or engaged or? Huh. Shannon found a pair of hammerhead sharks swimming playfully in the tank. And looked as excited as a grade schooler seeing an aquarium for the first time. Yeah, they really are cute. Almost makes me want to eat them. What? George? Shark fin soup is bad. What? No, don't do that. George is freaky. He really is freaky. He's a fucking weirdo. Not even a freak, he's just a weirdo. Just flat out a weirdo. I feel so sorry for them. Did you know? I hear the Japanese are the only people in the world who go to aquariums and say how delicious everything looks. Is it because it's like a sushi? Is that it? Or is Shannon making this shit up right now? Is that so? I'm sure even Americans and Italians would want to eat these. It's freaking me out. We're taking like 7 different turns, dude. Those clothes look good on you. Really? Shannon clutched at her chest with both hands in embarrassment. She apparently felt like she was being made fun of for wearing those clothes she wasn't used to. Though George's face didn't show it, he'd actually said something so completely unexpected that it surprised even him. And he was as embarrassed as Shannon on the inside. However, when he saw how embarrassed Shannon was, he started to imagine he was teasing a girl he liked. And instead of embarrassment, a ticklish amusement welled up in him. You're literally in love with her! What do you mean imagine? You don't have to imagine anything! You're fucking in love with her, George! Shut up! Pissing me off. Oh, there. No, he wasn't just imagining it. He really was teasing the girl he liked. Before now, he wouldn't have expected to hear a line like that anywhere these days. Not even in a manga or something. Also, hi, Fanny. His glasses are so round, I need to break them? Hello? I wear round glasses. Hold on. In fact, if you'd seen another couple acting like this, his first instinct would be to start throwing rocks at them. Well. How the turns table, George. George prior to like falling in love with Shannon. I hate people who are happy! I hate happy couples! If I see a happy couple on the curb, I'm gonna drive into them! George now, oh my god, I love my to-be future wife. I want to kiss her at every single moment and compliment her at every single moment. If I'm not holding her hand, life force is rapidly draining from me. And the only way to get it back is if I'm holding my wife's hand or I have her in my embrace. If she kisses me on the cheek, bro, that's another 1,000,000 years added to my lifespan, bro. Oh my god. The fucking juxtaposition of these two. I want to throw rocks at couples. But even if someone were to start throwing rocks at us now, I'm sure they'd be no different than confetti celebrating our relationship. Oh, look, sweetheart. They're throwing boulders at us. They must be so happy for us. Now I can't even remember those lonely days when I felt jealous of couples who were completely oblivious to their surroundings. I'm gonna throw rocks at you, George. You can't be happy. You're pissing me off by being this happy and that I have to narrate this. You're making me angry. I'm about to jump into Umineko myself and throw rocks at him. To use an old-fashioned phrase, these really are rose-colored days I'm living in. I'm so entranced that I barely noticed that massive tank in the world's largest aquarium anymore. Instead, I always hear the expressions flitting across Shannon's face as she plays with the fish. Excuse me. I fucking hate this guy. It's amazing, isn't it? It's my first time seeing a tank large enough for a wellness woman. I heard this tank is the biggest selling point here, and that it's the biggest in the whole world. Is that so? That's amazing. It's really wonderful. It doesn't even look like a tank at all. More like they sliced off a part of the sea with a knife and brought it here. Like a... What are those things called? Like those like sort of knives, pseudo knives, designed specifically for like slicing a cake. And then you put it underneath the slice and lift it out. What is that? What is that called? Is it just like a cake slicer or something? What specifically? What is that called? I'm gonna look it up now. Cake slicer. What is it called? Oh, it's just called like a pie cutter or spatula or cake server spatula. Okay. I thought maybe I had like a very specific name. Like the bottom of your elbow is called the weenus. Which is a very odd term. Wait, it's not even actually called weenus. It's a slang term. Oh my god, I thought that was the actual name for it. You're right, this really is a little sea. Despite its size, I hadn't thought of the tank as anything more than a tank. Where's your whimsy, bro? That's why I found her metaphor. Oh, metaphor fantasio! So interesting. No matter how far humans broaden their experiences, they always end up viewing the world through the lens of their own values. Maybe that's why it's so interesting to interact with people who have different worldviews. I voiced my thoughts on this. True, this may not be the real sea, but if those little guys swimming in there believe it's the sea, then that's what it is. That's actually really fucking profound. But it also reminds me of that one, like, Greek story, I think? Where... what was it? It was these guys trapped in a cave, and the only source of light or, like, entertainment was, this torch lit in the back. And this guy would do like shadow puppet shows, and then they were told like, this is a bird, this is the sky, blah blah blah. And like the two people there firmly believed that that's what the sky was. There's something like that. I can't remember what the theme of the story was, but that's neither here or there. Plato's allegory. Yeah. Even though they're inside a finite tank. What are you oh boy, you're pissing me off. Alright. I want to go see if there's anyone at the door. Nobody there. He's just barking. He's the thinker right now. The sea is finite too. Oh, she sort of got your ass. Then again, even if the sea were infinite, how much could we cover in our whole lives? I'm sure it'd only be a minuscule fraction of the sea. You're right. It's ironic, isn't it? Even though the world is so vast, most of us humans live our lives without ever leaving our own country. If the inhabitants of a place believe they're living in a complete world, then even the bottom of a narrow well can be a wonderful world, an entire ocean. At least to the frogs that live there. Shannon, who spent her days as a servant on a small island 10 kilometers in circumference called Rokenjima, said that with a smile. So where's Battler? Where's Kinzo, more importantly? Turn of the Golden Witch, everyone. Here we go. Ushiromiya Battler! Yes, this is our introduction. George, Jessica, Maria. Why does Battler get his own? Get his own little slide, as it were. He doesn't have to share a page with anyone. Our special little guy. Rudolph, Rosa, Kyrie. Nanjo, Shannon, Goda, Kumasawa, Cannon, Genji, Ranoe, Genji. My teacher! Umineko no Naku Korone. Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. Or a farming even in the... He needs to stop. What's that like posting? That's like, your smoke is too much for them, Battler. Where is it? Your smoke too much or something. Smoke too tough. Smoke too tough, is that what it is? Let me see where it is. Oh, there it is. Your smoke too tough, your swag too different, your bitch is too bad. They'll kill you. They'll kill you, Battler. I bad words. Oh. I am in the way of the thing a little bit, but I don't want to shrink this too much, you know? I don't want to just make room for my model. That's so narcissistic. Wait, I totally forgot to turn on Kinzo. There we go. Oh, that's in the way of my face. There we go. We'll have to cover up the Pikmin, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Let me, Goodness, unprepared streamer much, huh? Want it to fit right there. Guess I'll have to shrink myself. There we go. That works. I'm sure that works fine. After we finished walking through the whole aquarium, we had a small late afternoon lunch at a restaurant with a nice view. The word buffet has the power to make any boy's heart leap. Not mine. My parents would get mad at me every single time we would go to a buffet. There used to be like a, what was it called? They're out of business now. I think it was like a hometown buffet. Yeah, that's what it was called. There used to be a hometown buffet next to me. We would go like maybe every other Sunday, I think. My parents would get mad at me every single time, dog. Always, always, always mad at me. Because I would, they always like, you gotta eat more, your skin and bones, you gotta eat more, I gotta eat more, I gotta eat more. I'm like, oh my god, I physically cannot eat more because my stomach is so small. I would eat like 2 plates tops, and then I'd be like, oh man, I'm so full. They just start yelling at me. It's like, you know how much we paid for this? I'm like, this is why I wanted to stay home. I told you I wanted to stay home. Come on. Every single time, without fail. I mean, well, I mean, not that single-handedly my parents bankrupted them, but Hometown Buffet did go out of business a long time ago, if I remember correctly. It's hard to get your money's worth out of a buffet anyways. But with Shannon beside me, this buffet felt different. I couldn't shamefully pile on only the things I liked. I was, how should I put it, worried about my appearance and choose a menu suited for a snob. Toast, salad, and what? Where's the protein? What the fuck, dude? Where's the protein? If I'd been by myself, I would have made a pile of oily stuff like yakisoba, mashed potatoes. Yeah! What the fuck is gratin? I don't know what gratin is. Routine? Which, a culinary technique in which a desk dish is topped with a browned crust, often using— oh, these! Okay, I know what this is. I was like, what the hell is this? If I'd been by myself, blah blah blah, oily stuff, blah blah blah. Shannon, is that gonna be enough for you? If it is, then I guess we men are animals with really bad fuel efficiency. Spoilers? Let me see. Oh, I forgot I have that thing that... I have the extension that makes it so I can preview it in OBS. This is really good. I never should have smoked that shit. Naruman Rokenjima during the Ushinomiya family conference of October 4th, 1986. Specifically with Maria and Aunt Rosa. I love that fucking meme format. I love it. Never should have smoked that shit. Never should have smoked that shit. Now I'm playing Beatrice's game. Okay. That's not what I... In Shannon's tray, there was only tea and salad. Oh, see, this is the phase where you're trying to, like, look good in front of your partner because you only just started dating and, like, actually getting to know each other. So you're trying to keep up appearances. So you're like, oh, he's gonna think I'm fat if I get, like, this, and this. Or she's gonna think I'm a fucking slob, an unhealthy freak if I get yakisoba. Come on, man. Come on, man. I know you want a plate of only mashed potatoes and gravy. That's what I did when I was a kid, by the way. I would just, like, grab a plate, and then, like, there was just, like, the 7-year-old kid, 6-year-old kid just piling on mashed potatoes and gravy on his plate, like, the entire plate, and then going back to the table and just eating that. Maybe that's part of the reason why my parents got mad at me. Maybe the mere fact that I thought she was a whole plate short proved I was thinking with a man's stomach. Actually, I should be asking you the same thing. Don't you think men should eat a little bit more than just that? I imagine you normally eat much more for lunch, right? Oh, right. Dang. Come to think of it, you already know how much I eat normally because of meals I've had at the head family household. That's right. I was worried you might have an upset stomach today. They really love these shots where it pans up to the ceiling and then the narrative text. They really love these shots. And it's always like a damn chandelier or lamp or some light source. Shannon was kind enough to guess that I wasn't feeling well. Looks like my stupid attempt to show off made her worry. Way to go, chump. And apparently my stomach wasn't gonna let me show off any longer. Okay, I'll confess. I was just trying to look cool. With a plate of food? How do you look cool with a plate of food? Shut up, George. I held back just because I was with a girl. I thought so. I'd do that and I'm grown. Hey. Whatever you want to do, go for it, man. Go for it. I mean, I still ask for... Whenever my family goes out, or when I go out, and I pick up food, like, say for like KFC or something, I will always ask for all mashed potatoes and gravy. And I do that because I know for a fact my parents won't touch it. So I'm like, yeah! Three sides of mashed potato for me! I thought so. Considering how much you eat during lunch at the family conferences, I thought this wasn't nearly enough. Please don't be so reserved and feel free to go choose another dish. It's not fair for only me to be embarrassed. What about you, Shannon? How will you be able to keep up with the Ushiromiya family workload on such a sparse diet? Ow! Stop making those noises, girl. Shannon fell silent and blushed bright red. Apparently, I wasn't the only one showing up. When I realized that, my embarrassment disappeared completely. Oh, so that's not enough for you either, is it? Yeah, you usually eat a bit more than this for lunch. A woman's stomach is made of magic, so this is enough. Is this like... She did not do this in episode 1, did she not go... at the end of every sentence? Or... like... is this like a new... or thing? Is this like a new thing? Did Maria infect her or something? Did the virus spread? So we've both been showing off to each other. Let's not hold back anymore, shall we? I smiled to show that I wouldn't make fun of her anymore and rose from my seat. After finally coming to Okinawa, it'd be a waste if we didn't eat some bittermelon. Shannon is future... That better not be the damn case, otherwise George is doing, like, fucking incest right now. And I will not have that. I will not fucking have that. I will not have a family of fucking inbred Ushinomiyas. We are not going there. Absolutely the fuck not. Hell no. Oh god. I hope not. I hope not. After finally coming to Okinawa, it'd be a waste if we didn't eat some bittermelon. I already read that. Oops. I'll go get some fried bittermelon or something. Shannon, come with me. Come on. Okay. To anyone watching us, we might seem like an incredibly charming and embarrassing couple. But it's only after becoming a couple that you realize. To us, this exchange of words is everything. Our entire world. That's why no matter how much everyone else stares at us with blank expressions, we never notice. Oh. Indeed, at this age, I finally understand the feelings of couples who want to endlessly flirt without any regard for their surroundings. PDA! PDA! After I returned with a plate of piled up food, Shannon arrived with a pretty cake. While laughing at her fake stoicism, we resumed our lunch. I almost pronounced that stoicism. Because of that, like, one fucking, like, picture, it's like... Lad attempts to provoke me. I tell him that I am stoic and that his things will not work on me. And then the guy laughs. It's like, it's pronounced stoic, not stoic. Even though it's a restaurant with a view of the sea, it's so cloudy. Luckily, our window seats gave us a view of seaside scenery so grandiose. How do you pronounce that? Grandiose or grandiose? Grandiose, right? Grandiose, that it extended even beyond our field of vision. However, because of the cloudy sky, we were only seeing a fraction of its usual beauty. Typhoon? That's right. If it were clear, we'd undoubtedly see a deep blue sea. Yep. I'll bet you're already used to the sea around Rokkanjima, but the deep blue of the sea here would surely have been a sight to see. It's a real shame. Oh, but no matter how blue the sea is at work, it might as well be grey to me. But I'm not working today, so... Apparently, Shannon was doing her best to say an embarrassing line. Oh my god! Stop flirting with each other! I don't care that you're happy! It should have been me! So close. If only you'd said when watching the sea alone with you, George-sama. It looks deep blue no matter how gray it is. I'd have given you full marks and a prize. Oh. Sorry. Wanna hear what that prize was? If you say I was gonna give you a kiss, or hold your hand or hug you, I will fucking eviscerate you. Well, I can't actually do that, but I will pray for your downfall with every fiber of my fucking being, George. I promise you. If you don't mind telling me. No, I won't tell you. Fuck you, George. Don't be coy. Okay, that's better. Okay, that's better than what I've said. That's no fair. When I was in elementary school, I was always the kid who got bullied. When everyone teased me, I grew nervous and speechless to the delight of the bullies. Back then, I wondered why everyone teased me. But now teasing Shannon like this, I understand why. Oh god, you're being freaky. This is so much fun. I can play with her emotions however I please. And I can have them all the way. Yandere George? Is George being yandere right now? Dog! Are you fucking okay? Right now, I can't think of any greater pleasure. Right now, I'm Freaky George. Wait, hold on. Hey, it's Freak George. It's Ushiromiya Freaky George. Right now, I'm getting freaky with Shannon. That's why I have to go easy on her. This isn't. I'm scared. I'm scared if this is easy. That's why I have to go easy on her. It's not as though I want to make her feel embarrassed and upset. So I decided to be nice and change the subject. Best not to be too obstinate. When you finish your lunch, do you want to take a walk on the beach? Maybe the clouds will clear up and we'll get a beautiful view of the sea. That's right. I want to go see it. Meant to do it. But that cake really does look delicious. I know it's a way too late in terms of writing for it to be a joke about like Shannon being caked up or something. But that'd be so funny if George was genuinely a freak like that. I'm taking a picture of this actually. Maybe I'll go get one of those too. You mustn't. If you eat cake after eating so much, you'll get fat. Fatter. Yeah, keep eating that shit. Yeah, get fatter. It looks like Hideyoshi-sama's blood is pretty thick in you. So you'll get chubby if you don't take care. He's fucking ripped, bro. He's counting calories. This is his cheat day. Shannon, you won't stop liking me if I get fat, will you? After all, I wouldn't stop liking you if you got fat. He said, I love fat bitches. I love fat women. Yeah. I didn't mean it that way. If you don't take good care of your body, it'll be bad for your health. Mother warns me all the time too. I wonder if I'll have to take up Tai Chi Quan or something like she does and get some exercise. Going on a diet, it's better to start by rethinking your eating habits rather than just exercising all the time. So true. If you ever want to lose weight or fat, remember, less food in or less calories in equals less weight gained. So you just gotta eat less. That's functionally at its core how weight loss works. Apparently, the exercise only helps if you're eating well first. In other words, you're telling me to hold off on the cake, huh? Then, I guess I'll just have to look at this piece of cake. That's right, or I guess I'll just have to look at this piece of cake right in front of me. And then like look, he's even doing the glasses gaze. He's doing that perverted gaze. It's just like, I guess I'll just have to look at this piece of cake in front of me. Licks his lips. A whole cake is probably too much, but maybe just half of one would be okay. Here, it's really delicious. Shannon cut her own cake and tried to move half to my dessert plate. I had no doubt that she wanted to share the delicious cake's flavor with me. However, I meanly pulled my plate away from her. She blinked in surprise. Yeah, what the hell's this about? She couldn't seem to figure out if I was refusing the cake or not. How many calories is a purple Pikmin? 400. So I winked. Oh, no! I was about to say, if this is all about like, oh, you gotta feed me, I'll fucking kill you. I'm gonna kill George. So I winked, opened my mouth, and said, ah! Good for you, George, but also I hate you. So that's what you really wanted. Sheesh. You're such a pampered child, George. Oh. Okay. Say ah. With a partly embarrassed, partly exasperated face, Shannon offered the cake to me with a fork. Oh. It tasted like a cheap chocolate cake you might find anywhere. And yet it was exceptional. All because she's feeding it to me. Because eating cake in such an embarrassing way, as if we were a couple of perfect fools, had been my dream for many years. It made this cake's flavor heavenly. If the earth is destined to end, I wouldn't have any regrets if it happened right now. It was such a moment of bliss. Please go to Battler. Can we please go to Battler? Where's Battler? No, we're still with them. After that, we gathered shells, ran from waves, and enjoyed each other's company while walking along the beach. In the end, the clouds never parted. However, we both believed that the sea reflected in our eyes was a deep blue. Somehow I'm so happy. It scares me. She's gonna die again. You do say that from time to time. What is it you're afraid of? I am a servant of the Ushiromiya family. For someone like me to be walking like this with a member of the family, it felt like it's too much for me. I'm also surprised. I didn't just meet you yesterday or today, Shannon. We've known each other for years now. However, we can only meet during those family meetings that only happen a few times a year. Back then, I couldn't even imagine having this sort of relationship where I could spend time with you like this. It was the same for you too, right? I was about to say that this silence, actually, no. I did imagine it. No, I mean, maybe I should call it a daydream. I did think about what it'd be like being in a relationship with you. The boy who the fuck is calling me? Bruh, leave me alone. I did think about what it'd be like being in a relationship with you. I need to put this on silent so I can just focus. Focus up. There we go. I did think about what it'd be like being in a relationship with you. A boy who was always so gentlemanly and considerate. Though it was only ever a fantastic daydream. Then we must have your believing heart to thank for our relationship. Magic dwells in the power of love. Oh, that's a sweet line. Magic dwells in the power of love. Cheesy, but I love that. I'm sure that magic brought us together. You're right. I really do think it was magic. But you know, that's not actually true. As you kept looking more and more beautiful every year, you became a larger and larger presence in my mind too. If the same thing happened to you, then the fact that we're here today is simply an inevitable consequence, rather than something caused by magic or a miracle. No, a miracle did happen. She stopped walking down the beach, gazing out beyond the sea. A miracle? No, it was magic. It happened. I was bewildered by that slightly mysterious phrase which I sometimes heard her use. Magic, you say? Yes, magic. I doubt you'd believe me if I explained, so I won't. But this bit of magic definitely had the power to grant the miracle that brought us together. Oh, she's using Beatrice's magic, oh! Are you talking about some kind of ritual? Yeah, you might call it something like that. Was she like praying to Beatrice every single night and like offering like 6 of her hairs? And then like a dead rat or something and praying, George will fall in love with me, 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 George will love me, George will love me, George will love me, pray, 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 pray. And then she wrote like a bunch of magic circles or some shit. Except that it really was magic, not just some ritual. Maybe it's all girls, Not just Shannon, who tend to treat encounters as miracles or coincidences. For a man like me, an encounter with a girl is 70% hard work to try and make her like you, 20% courage, and 10% coincidence. The part that means everything to her is a much smaller factor in my mind. Maybe that way of thinking itself is calculating and typical of men. Oh, the music stopped. It's the mysterious music. But if I said that out loud, it might dissolve all kinds of magic. To my mind, there were lots of coincidences, compromises, and expended effort on both sides before we gained the relationship we have today. Oh, I know, it's the romantic music. At the culmination of all that, we get to spend this joyful time together. If she wants to call that magic, I've got no objections to her choice of words. So I'll stand up for that magic. You're right. If the same fate were repeated 100 times, maybe you and I could get into a relationship like this only one of those times. No. In every universe you love each other, I bet. In the other instances, even though we'd be aware of each other, maybe we would have only maintained a reserved relationship after all this time. From the perspective of those other me's and you's, you and I are undoubtedly in a miraculous relationship right now. Oh. That's not what I meant. It really was magic. No matter how often you tell men something like this, they'll never believe it. I literally casted a spell, bro. Shannon didn't believe me at all either. I believe you. I'd hate for the magic to fade away because I didn't believe in it. Oh, George. In a small voice, I apologized for saying something that trivialized her magic. Shannon seemed to be glad to hear me say that. You better believe that magic unless you want a repeat of the first tea party that happened. After all, if two people believe in the magic of love, it becomes eternal. Oh, that's right. I was wondering if you'd be willing to agree to a little whim of mine. Yes? What is it? You call me George-sama, right? It's not that I dislike it, but would you consider not calling me that anymore? Okay, so this is like an absolutely different timeline sort of deal. Because they went over this in the first episode, near the middle. While they were like in while they were still on the island. I don't know if they're still on they're probably not on the island, are they? If they're eating out in public like this in an aquarium. World's biggest aquarium for that matter. So yeah, they're definitely outside of Rokenjima. So it is like a different timeline sort of deal or something. Of course, you have to keep up your appearance with the Ushiromiya family, so I wouldn't force you to do so during your everyday routine on Rokenjima. But when we're alone, I'd rather you didn't call me that. Yeah, let's make that a rule. A rule? What would happen if I Don't ask him that! Girl, don't ask him that question! Girl! You should not have asked this question. Now George is gonna be like, I'm so happy you asked. Yeah, fucking make some freaky ass face. Maybe we should have some kind of punishment game if you break the rule. Yes. What should it be? Wanna hear? No! You're freaking me out! I'll have to think about what it should be. Okay. George. Son. Yeah. I love the way that sounds. I'm so happy, Shannon. I have another name. It's Sayo. I see. The rules gotta be fair after all. I'll follow it too. And from now on, I'll call you Sayo. Okay, Sayo? Yes. I held her shoulder and drew her close. When I forcefully pulled her delicate body towards me, she dove into my chest like a doll. As I held her head in my arms, we both looked at the horizon. Why are we getting like the happy stuff like first? Shouldn't this happen at the end of the episode? When they've made it out? Oh no. Bad things to come. What a deep blue sea. I'm so happy we got to look at the sea. Just the two of us. Me too. I'm so glad to have a chance to look at this deep blue sea with you. As we gazed at the gray sea, and a light rain began to sprinkle down, we kept listening to each other's heartbeats. Oh, tsunami! Oh, shit! The sound of waves flows into my ears. It's the sound of an enraged sea. My body bathed in painfully cold splashes doesn't allow me to forget. It won't let me forget the memories of the day my old fate was broken and smashed. Once, tomorrows were literally like looking into a mirror. All I ever saw there was the person I already was. Once tomorrows were literally like looking into a mirror. Tomorrow was absolutely no different from today. What happened? That was my old fate. But for the first time, I saw a different fate beyond the mirror. The witch whispers to me. She tempts me to take a bite out of the fruit of knowledge. She torments me, saying I'll be furniture as long as I stay in God's paradise. Oh shit! We're what is this? Fucking this is Shannon's POV right now, right? Uh-oh. So I decided to choose the path of knowing love, and tried to become a person. Those days were like sweet honey. But at the time, I didn't realize they'd be the start of a new kind of suffering. I've arrived at a small island on a motorboat I've only just learned how to use. It can hardly be called a small island. It's a little more than a rock jutting out of the water. On this rock is a torii and a small shrine. It was probably built to worship the guardian deity of Rokenjima. Even though I don't know exactly what it signifies, I know it has to be something holy. Dude, they're gonna open that shit up and fucking Sukuna's finger is gonna be in there. Even in a place like this, I've got to take just one more look around to see if there's anyone who might get mad at me for coming. I see nothing but the stormy ocean, Najima looming in the distance, and the waves breaking against Rokenjima's steep cliffside. I ready myself, timidly approach the small shrine, and take the mirror that lies there as an offering. The mirror looks old, cloudy, and dirty. That would probably make any normal mirror seem horribly cheap. However, since the mirror's been placed in this small shrine, its appearance seems to give some sort of divine quality to it. And there's one thing I can tell. It's no simple mirror. It may seem like an old battered mirror to a non-believer like myself. I thought you were a believer though, Shannon, but it has a great significance. Is it really okay to break this after being captivated by honeyed words? She's breaking it. But no, this isn't really a mirror. This is the life I couldn't escape until today, my fate. I'll break it. I'll smash it and seize the life that lies beyond this mirror. If I don't smash it, my life will be a pair of facing mirrors forever. Nothing will ever change in this life. I really like this monologue, actually. This is really beautiful, actually. Whoa! Not this part, though. The witch whispers to me. She tempts me to take a bite of the fruit of knowledge. Or maybe I've already tasted of that fruit. After all, I've already experienced those maddening emotions. Just as Adam and me felt compelled to pluck their fig leaves. I can no longer go on without breaking this mirror. I've struggled with conflicting emotions for many days before this moment. Inside my heart, the virtuous part of me kept on fighting the part that sides with the witch. And now here I am. Did the part of me that's here right now win or lose? There's only one thing I know. To obtain something, you must be ready to lose something. That's how, that's like, not the rule of alchemy. Is it the rule of alchemy? It's like, in order to obtain something, you must give something of equivalent value. Cowards who don't risk anything, who never try to change anything, will never be given the key that opens the path to a new future. I only mentioned that because, what was it? Beatrice's title was, oh, she's not here anymore. Was, what do you call it? Was, Family Alchemist, if I remember correctly. Actually, Portrait Epitaph is still there. I wonder if there's anything here. Anything new? I don't think so. Yeah, nothing new. That key is already in my hands. And that key is to break this. To smash it. Is there any other effort I can make as furniture imprisoned in Rokenjima? No. This is the only way for me. Come, have courage. I'll free myself from being mere furniture. And by accepting a new kind of suffering, I'll become human. This is surely a small yet large trial I must impose on myself. Come on, smash it. I'll smash to pieces the eternally unchanging fate that imprisons me. I raise the mirror high. I think back on the days of conflict that came before. And, finishing my reflections in the blink of an eye, I throw it down. The thunder roars, crying out against me for my outrageous act. It truly is the hatred of angels trying to banish me from eternal paradise. I look down at the mirror tumbling at my feet, broken in two equal parts, and after making sure I've accomplished my task, I scream up at the raging skies. I've kept my promise. Now it's your turn to keep yours, right? Thunder roars once more. I've already been banished from paradise. So I'll have to struggle on my own if I want to live. The witch told me. That is the single element of this world. To lose it means losing the world. What is that? What's that? Is it magic? Like how a canteen with a hole in the bottom can't be filled, no matter how much water you pump into it. I've kept my promise. It's your turn to keep yours. Please grant my wish. Oh. Please grant my wish. Fire Episode 2! So it looks like there's some background we don't know about. What was it? Is it background pertaining to this particular episode? Or for like, is this like a whole background thing for Shannon? That, like, she always had that mirror. Well, who were those baddies? Wait! Who were those baddies next to Beatrice? Or behind her, I suppose. I assume those are other witches or familiars, maybe? I remember when that happened. I remember when she had to get George. Hey, why was George on the rain there? Or on the ground in the rain? He's either dead in that image, or he's crying because he lost Shannon again. This opening is fucking fire, by the way. This is a wonderful opening. I love the vocals. They had to put him down when you're being too freaky, when you give her the freaking request and she says no. When my face when I ask Shannon to put on a collar for pet play, but she says no. My mind wandered back to the days when I could barely imagine the happiness I have now. I was a middle schooler at the time. A normal girl who thought about love as much as you'd expect of someone at that age. But in truth, it was wrong of me to have that dream. After all, I am furniture. Give me just a second. Let me mess with my... Sorry, fiddling with my audio settings. I'll raise it up to 26. And then if it peaks again, just tell me. Or distorts, rather. Furniture is nothing more than a tool, not a human. As a person less than human, simply receiving an education was an enormous blessing. So in reality, even thinking about falling in love was more than I deserved. No, you were deserving of love, Shannon. Wait, I just realized. We have never been in the POV of any of the servants, I believe. Or that, or my memory is really shitty. But I believe we've never been in the point of view, or at least narration or thoughts, of a servant. It's always been an Ushinomiya, if I recall correctly. Anyways, the Ushinomiya family conference was a customary event held every October, but relatives sometimes visited at other times. Of course, they didn't come just to drink tea. On this day, Ava's family was visiting the head family under Okanjima. The 3 members of Krause's family and the 3 members of Ava's family had gathered in the parlor and were having a friendly chat about recent events. Genji had supposedly told Kinzo of Ava's family's arrival, but he still hasn't come down, or hadn't come down. He was probably immersed in his research and couldn't spare the time. This often happened, so the others waited patiently for their fickle father to arrive. Oh, how promising. Make sure you work hard under your father, building the skills you'll need if you want to lend him a hand soon. Oh, you know what? Maybe we're in the past right now, is what this is. And maybe this was, no, I just remember in episode 1, it wasn't the rule that was made there. It was, you're not following the rule we made, remember? You're supposed to call me just George-san, blah, blah, blah. Maybe we're in the past right now. Make sure you work hard under your father, blah, 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 blah. Thank you very much. I've learned countless precious things from the many experienced people father has introduced me to. And these were all things I could never have learned in school. Wow, voila. When you're in school, it's not math and language you're learning. What they're really teaching you is the right outlook and attitude for learning more. Once you got that base, you can finally start a long period of study that'll last your entire life. People who don't get this end up spending their whole lives as fools who never learn. Just getting full marks in math and language won't do you any good at your company. Indeed, that is exactly right. Hideyoshi-san, your style of education never fails to impress. George isn't quite a full man yet. He'd better always keep that in mind and embrace his studies. Oh, stop it, dear. George is always giving it his all, right? Truly admirable. I wish our Jessica would learn from him. I missed you, Natsuhi. Ah. Wait, did she literally go she? Like Yami? Oh, yeah. I thought she went like she. Are you still holding a grudge about that test score? I'm studying for the test the best I can. At least don't say it here. Pissing me off. You're pissing me off! Once people started praising George for his due diligence, the conversation usually turned to Jessica, who hated studying. Jessica made an openly displeased face, as though she'd known this would happen. My. Schoolwork aside, it seems Jessica had better learn to choose her words a little more gracefully. How improper for the single daughter who bears the weight of the Ushiromiya family crest. Come now, she's quite appealing in her own way, isn't she? Times change. The time when we had to act all modest to entertain men ended long ago. That's right, that's right. I knew you'd understand, Aunt Ava. My headache is truly trying today. Are you okay? Aunt Natsuhi, you're looking a bit pale. Thank you. I am fine. Still, time really has flown. It feels like just yesterday when you would run around half naked by the beach and come back soaked. Wasn't your Jessica the same? And now she's the lady who fusses over how to put on makeup. I see you focus on your eyebrows. You look really cute today. Your eyebrows both look the same. Eyebrows are the same. Eyebrows is the same. Thank you very much. No one noticed, so I was a bit unsure of myself. Did you get them threaded? A full smile rose to Jessica's face as the result of her own studies were finally appreciated. Ava smiled back in the same way. Then she turned that smile towards Natsuhi. Come on, Natsuhi-san. You have to take notice of small changes in your own child. Poor Jessica-chan. You probably wanted your mother to notice first, didn't you? Oh, no problem. That person never notices anything. That person, that is your mother. Hello? Jessica. I cannot condone. Yeah, see, even Kraus is speaking up. Jessica, I cannot condone you speaking of your mother in such a fashion. Apologize. Later, I'll speak to you at length about your language. If you don't want kids getting in your way, just say so. I'm gonna take a step outside. It's getting stuffy in here. Jessica. Jessica was still at the age where tests and entrance exams are pretty nerve-wracking. Recently, she'd clashed often with her mother, who was enthusiastic about her education. Lay off her for a minute, man. Shannon! Excuse me. Yeah! Jessica, who was trying to leave the parlor in a bad mood, bumped into Shannon, who was pushing a serving cart filled with tea. Oh, Shannon, don't worry about my tea. I'm just gonna go wander around the garden. Milady. Shannon, the tea is getting cold. Serve it quickly. My apologies. I'm sorry. Shannon hadn't actually done anything wrong, but Natsu, who felt like something shameful to herself had been shown, lashed out at her emotionally. Hey. This was something that often happened in the Ushinomiya family. I'm not surprised. But it seemed Shannon wasn't strong-willed enough to just accept it and move on. There's that chandelier they love. She shrank back and cowered while serving the tea. How many shots of this exist? So there's the chandelier. There's the lights in Kinzo's study. We had the ceiling in that buffet. So that's 3 at least. She shrank back and cowered while serving the tea. She had the unfortunate habit of making more mistakes when she cowered. Her pitiful appearance ruined the peaceful atmosphere that had existed a moment before. It wasn't really Shannon's fault, but she thought she might be the source and felt the pressure on her chest. Her shaking fingers made the utensils clang, and you couldn't have called it graceful, not even just to be polite. The more pitiful she appeared, the greater the silence grew, the more irritated Natsuhi looked, and the more Shannon cowered. Hey, George! George, don't you love her? Speak up! Make some noise, dude! Shannon's thin neck felt like it was being suffocated and choked by the reaper known as stress. At the time, oh hey, there we go. George spoke brightly. There you go, George, blowing away the stiff atmosphere. This smells nice. What kind of black tea is it? This is... don't say it. I'll guess. It's a very distinctive smell, so I probably know it. Is it Earl Grey? I think it probably is. Yeah, I'll bet it's Earl Grey. When you get back to the kitchen, check the tin. Oh, George-kun, you know a lot about black tea, don't you? One of the company presidents who's looked after me was very knowledgeable about black tea. I managed to pick up a little while listening to him discuss the subject. He is a smooth talker. George is a really good smooth talker. He might be freaky, but he's also got charisma. He's got both in spades. He's got both in equal amounts. The negative is, well, depending on how you view it, the negative is that he's freaky as fuck. The pros, he uses that freakiness to his advantage. Like, that freakiness is it, which one is it? Is it vice versa, or either his charisma is the source of his freakiness, or the freakiness is the source of his charisma? It's one or the other. Oh yeah, the president of Okanogi Foods. Yeah, that sort of trivia is that guy's specialty. The names of black teas often refer to the places they're made, right? So, did this come from a place with that name? From what I've heard, there was a person called Earl Grey in England long ago, and it was named after him. Furthermore, this distinctive smell doesn't come from tea, but from a fruit called a bergamot. Bergamot, which is a relative of the mandarin orange. Is that so? I never knew that. Learning things like that makes tea taste all the more delicious. Same thing goes for alcohol and cigarettes. Luxury items have a taste of romance. Knowing stuff like this deepens the taste. It's the same as reading the list of benefits on a medicine bottle. Natsuine-san, you should try reading the explanation on your favorite headache medicine someday. Oh, shut up. No, why are you laughing too, fucking asshole? That's a wonderful idea. Try it tonight. Look what you did, Kraus. You don't deserve her, dude. Yes, I'll do so. Shannon, try opening that pot. Or Shannon-chan, try opening that pot. You should find some dried bergamot mixed in with the tea leaves. Yes. It's in there. Something like dried orange peels is mixed in. Yes, that's probably bergamot. The main ingredient in Earl Grey scent. The scent is vivid, so you might expect the taste to be intense, but it's still gentle and easy to drink. If you make it with milk, the scent should become more mild, which works great. Milk tea, you say? Oh! If there's anything left in the pot after you've poured for everyone, you should really try drinking it with milk. Yes. Thank you. George gave her a small wink. Shannon finally realized that George had kind-heartedly swept aside the tense atmosphere in the room. And he had done it for the sake of Shannon herself, a cowering servant. The Ushiromiya family didn't pamper their servants. Any display of awkwardness would be harshly punished. So it was rare for them to be given a helping hand like this. Thanks to George's kindness, Shannon managed to regain control of herself and finish serving tea without further incident. As long as she stayed calm, she could carry out her work elegantly and flawlessly. By the time the black tea was laid out on the table and its elegant scent filled the room, the atmosphere had completely returned to its former peaceful mood, and everyone praised George's knowledge. Shannon wanted to thank him for saving her, but it didn't look like she would get the chance. So she decided to at least thank him inside her heart, praying to God that George would hear it as she pushed the serving cart away. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Burb. Oh, my neck. Oh my god. Uh. Okay. Ugh. I'm eating a protein bar now, so the talk about the oranges made me want to eat an orange, and luckily we had some tangerines. So now my room smells like citrus. These, damn, that was hard to peel. Goodness. Also, thank you. Yeah, this orange is hard as fuck to peel. Come on. Open. Open. Or peel. Ow. Sorry, peeling this is actually insanely difficult. This thing is like glued to the orange. This one time when I was in 5th grade, my friend bet me, I think like $2 that I wouldn't just like bite into an orange peel. Or like just bite into an orange with the peel still on. Like, I'll give you $2 if you bite into that and then eat it. And I really wanted $2 because I thought that was a lot of money. So I bit into it and I ate it. And everyone started laughing. I don't know why. I mean, I got a bite of an orange. I got like a free orange and $2, so who's the real winner, you know? Oh, these are so sweet. Mmm. Yum. Ah, okay. Sorry. Okay, let's start. Or get back to it, rather. Okay. George Nisan always lends a helping hand at times like that. By changing the topic or something. Shannon and Jessica were in the Rose Garden. Jessica still hadn't returned to the parlor after getting into a fight with her mother, and was nonchalantly killing time here. When I think back on it, I get the feeling this wasn't the first time he's helped me out like that. Whenever I made a careless mistake and George was around, I'm pretty sure he'd always naturally smooth things over and restore harmony. Maybe it wasn't something as direct as picking up a fork that had been dropped, but it was his way of caring. Even servants have their pride. They want to fix their own mistakes by themselves. And if a guest lends them a hand, they'll lose face. He's really good at reading between the lines when stuff like that happens. Well, I guess it's kind of like an art to him. That guy's more of a show-off than he looks. That's not true. I think he's a really wonderful person. Shannon, you haven't fallen in love with George Nisan, have you? For once, Shannon had disagreed with Jessica in a slightly forceful tone, which immediately caught Jessica's attention. Nuh-uh. That's not it, I think. Okay, yeah. Dude, I just blew my nose too. Come the fuck on. Immediately gonna get congested again. Fuck my life. Come to think of it, I've hardly heard any stories about George Nisan in love. I think I remember hearing him say that family-oriented girls were his type, didn't I? Sweet! That fits you perfectly, Shannon! It does? Thank you guys. How could... I'm not, suitable for such a thing. Not suitable? Like hell you aren't. You've known him so long you're practically a childhood friend. They say that when you start from a natural relationship where you don't think of the other as a member of the opposite sex, things start to move pretty fast once you finally start thinking about it. There's no doubt. I've never heard of that ever. Makes sense, I guess, though. Jessica loved teen magazines with this kind of story, and she was always getting excited talking about that kind of thing with her friends. She was very quick to pick up on love stories like this. Whoa! I thought I knocked over a glass of water. I knocked over my glasses cleaner. Scared the shit out of me. So this wasn't the first time Shannon had been exposed to this kind of story. But this certainly was the first time she'd started thinking of George as a member of the opposite sex. She was furniture, while George was an honored guest and a member of the Ushinomiya family. Until now, she'd assumed that even imagining any deeper relationship with him would be impermissible, so she hadn't thought of it. Since it was someone else's problem, Jessica poked fun at it, seeming to enjoy herself. It was all Shannon could do to hide her blushing cheeks. If George were to appear at a time like this, she'd have no chance of keeping her cool. She would fucking blow up. Speak of the devil, they saw George come out from the entrance hall of the mansion. It looked like he'd seen them as well. He headed over, waving his hand. Shannon had to frantically try and regain her ordinary composure before George reached them. He actually came down? Grandfather finally came down. Now they were having an adult discussion, so they chased me out. Escaping then was the right choice. It'd be better to kiss the angel of death than look at grandfather's face. You shouldn't speak that way. But, you know, I think grandfather might be the one thinking of us as angels of death. After all, we came here to talk about borrowing money for business reasons. Oh, here we go. Yeah, no wonder he fucking hates his family. He never visit other than for fucking money, I bet. That's right. This wasn't the customary annual October family conference. Ava's family had visited to apply for a business loan from the head family. Kinzo had vast resources, and he lent those out to his children. Of course, they didn't borrow money because they were living in poverty. How would they expand their businesses with the vast sums they wanted to borrow? How much interest would be attached, and how long would they have to repay it? This wasn't the sort of loan designed for the poor. It sounds like a Shark Tank thing. It was a loan for those who were on the offensive. Kinzo strictly judged whether it would be worth lending out his fortune, and afterwards, he strictly oversaw its use. Torokanjima would sometimes play host to this spectacle, where relatives visited and described their businesses to Kinzo. To the parents, these meetings burdened them with the strain of having to move a vast amount of money. I bet if I went to dude, instead of Shark Tank, it's Kinzo Tank, and it's just Kinzo on his own, with his arbitrary judgment of whether or not your business is worth it. I would watch every single fucking season of Kinzo Tank. Are you kidding me? Easiest way to secure loan is make something witch themed. Like a witch themed cafe or something. Immediately he'll give you any amount of money you need. No interest either. He'll just give it to you actually. You don't even have to pay him back. Oh, witches! Please name a food after Beatrice. Oh, God. To the parents, these meetings burdened them with the strain of having a vast amount of money. But to Jessica, who lived on this isolated island called Rokanjima, it was a precious opportunity to meet up with her cousins. Being able to talk with the occasional guest such as George like this, it immediately cured the bad mood she'd gotten from that fight with her mother. My family is totally stingy too. You've probably got money to spare, so why not lend it out graciously? Dad and grandfather probably get pig-headed and act all important. It's natural to be prudent when lending money. Of course, my father will use what he borrows to expand his business, and he came with a plan that promises a solid probability of repayment. Everything else is left up to the presentation. But I really wish I could watch from the corner and learn. Mother chased me out. I'm a little let down. Probably because they're gonna start fucking yelling and discuss the inheritance too. It seems the master still tends to scold Kraus and Eva-sama as if they were kids. I'm sure she didn't want to let her son see that. I mean, no matter how old you get, to your mom and dad, you will always be their little baby. No matter what. Like, I was, my mom had left her phone out on the table, but I didn't see it. She didn't see it either, and she was looking for it. She's like, "Can you call my phone, please?" And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, sure." So I call her phone, starts ringing. I'm like, "Oh, it's right here." I picked it up, and my contact info on her phone was, this is verbatim what she has on her phone from me. My loving son, Eve. And I'm like, oh my god, Ma, I am like pushing 30 and this is like your contact info for me. Like, you know what my contact info for her is? It's just Ma. It's just Ma with well, I guess my version is I gave her one of the pictures of one of my favorite cats. Ollie the cat. And he's like a black and white tuxedo cat. Predominantly, it's more white fur than black fur, if I remember correctly. And his owner dresses him up in like lots of like silly outfits, and I gave her like my favorite picture. So I guess that's my version of that, I suppose. As Shannon hung her head, she thought back on a scene familiar to those who worked in the mansion. Even Kraus, who acted haughtily towards his siblings, was still treated like a child by Kinzo. Shannon herself had often seen Kinzo slap Kraus and tell him to grown-ass man getting the shit slapped out of you? Fucking L, bro. That is so funny. My mom's contact pic for my brother is when he was in middle school, and he's almost, oh, that's so cute. That's sweet too. Oh. Ah, that is so cute. We'll always be our parents' little babies. No two ways about it. I can't believe Kraus is getting the shit slapped out of him. It was probably very embarrassing to be coerced like that at his age. Like, oh shit, I did not mean to switch to Japanese. Imagine looking... Oh. There we go. What the? That's weird. I literally cannot click on Kraus and Kinzo. What? What the fuck? Like, you hear this and like you can see me hovering over them, obviously. What? Well, anyways, the point I'm trying to make is, imagine like looking like fucking Rudolph, I guess, and just getting manhandled by fucking Kinzo. Minus 300 aura, bro. Minus 5 million aura, actually, as they say. Taking care to avoid being present at times like that was one of the important responsibilities held by the servants working here. However, the fact that Shannon had ended up witnessing such a scene meant that she'd messed up at least once in the past. Yes, I imagine so. Maybe figuring that out and staying away is part of a child's duty. That aside, the flowers in this garden are truly splendid this year. Speaking of which... Not like W-I-T-C-H. Speaking of a witch, no. Speaking of flowers, though, what was the significance of... I wonder what the significance of Maria's, like, wilting flower was in episode 1. She couldn't find it despite looking so hard. Like it had just disappeared. Is it? Oh wait. I guess it's supposed to be representative of the belief in witches, I guess, or something like that. I assume, or the belief in magic even. Because the most recurring thing that Maria kept saying during episode 1 is, you don't believe, blah blah blah. And it's like, oh, it's not here. It's not here. It's like, you don't believe that the flower's here, so it's not real, blah blah blah. That would also coincide with like the Tea Party. Like the belief in magic is what makes it real. And then when like Battler's the only one who doesn't, everyone starts dying left and right during the Tea Party. Oh, okay, answered my own question. Hooray for analysis. George stretched as he said that, and he smoothly changed the subject away from one that was a little gloomy. This time, Shannon noticed it too. This person George could sensitively figure out the situation, and always changed the subject to something harmonious out of kindness. It was so smooth that Shannon hadn't noticed it until today. Today, Shannon really had to admire the way George did that. Of the boys close to Shannon's age that she'd known, nearly all had been classmates during her period of mandatory education. But they had all been young, and none had possessed the composure George had. Mere moments ago, he'd been just another guest. But right now, she couldn't help but think of him as something more. However, such thoughts were mere distractions from her work as a servant. Shannon tried to chase them away with a small shake of her head. Is it working, Shannon? What's up? Nothing, I'm not fantasizing about George or anything. Shall I make some tea? I'll prepare some more of that Earl Grey. She loves his aura. Dude, everyone in this family just aura farms. It's a little ridiculous. So you've remembered the name of that tea. I'm glad. Thank you for your concern back then. Shannon was finally able to put her gratitude into words. If you wrote it out, it wouldn't be very long. But Shannon had needed a little spark of courage to say it out loud. But George played dumb. What do you mean? I don't remember doing anything I should be thanked for. He seemed to be playing the gentleman in his own way, letting her know he wasn't doing it out of a desire for gratitude. George's response seemed to be more or less exactly what Jessica had predicted. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. See? Isn't he a bit of a show-off at times like this? Nuh-uh. Auto shit on me. That's good. Aura Shomia. What a Aura Shomia. How's it spelled again? Ushiromiya. Aura Shomia? Aura Shiromia. Aura Shiromia. Aura Shiromia. No, that's not... Jessica poked fun at Shannon as the latter remained silent, red-faced. George didn't know the details, but he naturally joined in laughing the same way. The three of them lazily walked around the garden, catching up on recent events. George, as the oldest cousin, talked about his life experiences. Jessica talked about recent life on Rokanjima. And Shannon talked about her recent work. They kept going on about these trivial things. Even when Shannon heard the others talk about deeply interesting things, she never felt any particular interest in the actual content of their stories. She was nothing more than a servant, and she had no intention of delving into her master's lives. She simply wanted them to enjoy their time speaking with her, and would only pretend to listen intently and nod at the right moments. That's called pseudo-listening, Shannon. And everyone does that, to be honest. But for some reason, the things George talked about today seemed to catch her interest powerfully. Oh, never mind! Listening. Even things she'd normally ignore felt like they contained a trace of kindness behind the words. She's becoming enamored. For some reason, she wanted to know more things about George, no matter how trivial. So, she stared fixedly at him. She thought that as far as looks went, this Ushinomiya George was probably about average and didn't stick out in any particular way. He's just a guy. But he was diligent, serious, and had a deep prudence with which allowed him to understand people's hearts and show concern. Oh, mind over matter. Wait, you're so beautiful, Shannon. You've got a beautiful heart. But she never noticed these things before now. She may not have met him many times, but she'd known his face for many years. Even so, she hadn't noticed once until now. Shannon, embarrassed by her own obliviousness, blushed. You know, mid yet, George? Hey, be nice to George. I wouldn't even call him mid. He's like... When I picture a guy named George, this is probably what would come up. Just a guy with a random-ass middle part. And he's neither ugly nor particularly good-looking. He's just a guy. Just a guy. A good-natured guy. George, perhaps thinking that Shannon would listen intently to his stories, kept talking happily and at length about things he'd done and seen. But Jessica, however, didn't miss that slight change in Shannon. So she decided she'd change the conversation to the topic she was sure Shannon was most interested in. Ooh. Love? Love? George, have you finally gotten a girlfriend or what? Where did that come from? Normally, that reaction should have been answered enough. Just like at family meetings when your aunts and uncles like, so, are you dating anyone yet? You engaged yet? Woo! But for some reason, as she was now, Shannon wouldn't be able to understand it unless he said it clearly. George-sama's very nice. So I'm sure, he's very popular. Well, he's like fucking hiding his phone, and like he's getting a bunch of like notifications like rejected. Quit it, Shannon. Isn't cornering him like that actually pretty mean? I wasn't trying to be mean. Well, I'm flattered you have that mistaken impression of me. But unfortunately, I still haven't had a relationship with any particular girl. Ow! The G in George actually stands for just a guy. I'm just a guy. After all, my looks are below average, as you can see. He's even aware of it, no. And I can't speak tactfully in a way that can entertain a girl. I don't think that's true. And I think a man's charm is decided by something that can't be measured by his appearance. That's why, I think he might be considered a very attractive man, George-sama. Wait, she's so assertive, actually. Oh my gosh. Shannon was being uncharacteristically verbose. she hardly ever spoke at such length. Are they each other's first loves? I wouldn't be surprised. Fated to be lovers, doomed by the narrative. George seemed fairly pleased to hear someone applaud his charm like this, but he was just a little surprised at the sudden high praise. Jessica, now sure that her guess was spot on, appeared to be barely holding back laughter. Thank you, Shannon-chan. I hope I do bump into a girl who's generous enough to feel attracted to me before too long. Look right in front of you! In front of you, George! I'm sure you'll run into one. I'm sure there's at least one. No, a lot of girls who will recognize your real charm. She probably wanted to say there was at least one girl very close to him. Shannon avoided saying that much, drawing a final line as a servant. You love each other. Really? I guess I'm kind of embarrassed. He'd probably never been praised this heavily by a girl before. George's face turned just as bright red as Shannon's. As she watched the two of them, Jessica giggled sadistically. Well, I'm sure you'll eventually bump into a wonderful partner, George Nissan. But you'll be able to properly escort your partner as you are now, right? It looks like you're diligent, but you've completely abandoned your study of that. What's that? Art of flirting or something? Sorry about that. I'll start studying that bit by bit. And how do you plan to do that all by yourself? You gonna watch romance movies or something? Or you gonna learn from Uncle Hideyoshi? Well, you're acting pretty triumphant. Men are no match for girls when it comes to this sort of thing. Normally when George and Jessica got together, their parents would say, George is diligent and admirable, and Jessica is lazy and rude. So it was probably an unbearable amount of fun for Jessica to have their roles finally reversed. George realized this as well, so he resigned himself to being the one getting teased for months. Oh. So, George Nissan, as long as you're okay with it, why not practice a bit with Shannon? It'll be your job to keep Shannon entertained all day on a long date. What do you think? Wait, that's pretty smooth. Way to go, Jessica, even though that's completely left field. What are you... milady? When she heard Jessica's audacious plan, Shannon's face turned bright red with a poof, and a donut of smoke started to rise from her head. That's a very tempting plan, but I wouldn't want to burden Shannon-chan. It'd just end up wasting one of her precious days off, wouldn't it? I'd be butting in on that sacred time that she should be spending alone with someone she really likes. I couldn't do something so boorish. And then he opens his eye, like, really shyly. Unless... I also, I don't have a person I have feelings for or anything, so, there's no need to hold back for my sake. Shannon's blood had all rushed to her head, and it looked like even she didn't know what she was babbling about. Jessica, who knew how Shannon normally was, seemed to be finding this quite hilarious. She couldn't hide her cackling laughter anymore. Is that true? I can't believe a cute girl like you would be single, Shannon-chan. I'm a servant, so, of course I don't have any relationships with boys. Which means that if Shannon ever wants a chance at getting herself a wonderful guy, she needs practice with real relationships too, right? So you both want the same thing. That'll be perfect then. Her fucking laugh is just as bad as Battler's. Battler goes, she goes, yeah. By now, even George was hanging his head and turning red. Speaking of which, where's Battler? Where is Battler? George, I've been calling to you for a while now. Didn't you hear me? When Ava appeared in what was already an embarrassing situation, both of them got even more flustered. Jessica watched and laughed loudly. Mother, sorry, I was just so engrossed in our conversation. I didn't notice. Oh, Ava-sama, you have my deepest apologies. It looks like you young kids are really getting fired up together. You're all about that age. Oh, I know how kids your age can talk about that sort of thing forever. Oh, come on. You're still young yourself, Aunt Ava. Tell us how you and Uncle Hideyoshi met. Oh, wait, I want to know. Wait, I want to know. Oh, there's no way I could say that. Boo. You all really are so young. She says that she's probably like 33 or some shit. So, what is it, Mother? You called because you wanted something, right? Your father and the rest have finished talking. We're gonna talk to Grandfather about you, so come on. About me? What could that be? The same thing you were all talking about just now. You know what I mean, right? Love? Love? Relationships? Oh, that. That isn't really something we need to talk to Grandfather about, right? What's going on? Wait, George Nissan, are you getting married? No, Shannon, you should be saying no, boo! No. Didn't I just say I didn't have a particular woman I was interested in? That isn't something to brag about, is it? Good grave. He's single and he's proud. Ava smiled bitterly, looking a little exasperated. Oh, I get it. George Nissan, it's one of those, right? An omiyai, a marriage meeting. A marriage meeting? Well, yeah. Surely as a man, George wanted to find a partner all on his own and bring her home with him. So it seemed he thought it a bit pathetic to meet his partner for the first time in a marriage meeting arranged by his parents. That must be miserable. Shouldn't marriage meetings be done at a more mature age? I still don't feel like I've become a full-fledged adult. Of course we have no desire to rush into an immediate engagement or marriage, right? There's nothing wrong with deepening your friendship first, and then having her moved to our family register after you've gotten older and settled down. Judging by Ava's forceful attitude and Jojo's non-committal one, the others could catch a glimpse of the story behind this meeting. They didn't know who George was supposed to be meeting, but it was surely someone who would profit Ava's family, boo, in a business sense. The very fact that they'd be satisfied with a mere engagement to deepen the relationship between the two families, rather than an immediate marriage, made it feel almost like a political maneuver. Excuse me. You see, Marriage isn't something you should enter into only after you start liking someone. You marry first, and then you— No, you don't! Ava! No, absolutely the fuck not! No! No, 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 no. That is not how marrying people works. You marry someone you're truly in love with and you're willing to spend the rest of your life with, through thick and thin. Not through, we'll make this work some way, somehow. No! If you marry based purely on emotions, you'll always end up regretting it. There's certainly nothing wrong with choosing a person with a secure background for your partner in life, and then developing your affection later. No! No! Nuh-uh! Aunt Ava, isn't that kind of rude to Uncle Hideyoshi? I love that man. I want to always be with him, and to live my life by his side. Oh, wait! Eva-sama, that's wonderful. Truly splendid. Thank you. But we built up those feelings while we were husband and wife, you see. And I believe that in the future, we'll be much closer than we are now. I think that's what's best for a married couple. Maybe that's what worked out for you, but maybe not for George. Still, I don't think you can use that to argue that it's okay to marry someone you don't even like. But it also doesn't mean that it's okay to marry anyone as long as you like them. It only takes an instant to get married. But your life as a married couple will last a long, long time after that. So you should judge with prudence and avoid making decisions based on momentary emotions. Don't you think a matter like this would be better handled by us, rather than a person lacking in life experience such as yourself? That may be true, but I'm proud of you, my only son. You've grown magnificently, and I'm sure you'll do us proud no matter where you go. Now that Battler-kun has left the family register, you are father's only male grandchild, carrying his blood. We must prudently choose a fitting partner for you. No! As everyone related to the Ushiromiya family knew, Ava adored George immensely. Almost excessively so. But that didn't mean she had pampered him. She had been strict with him, and had raised him into a wonderful boy who wouldn't betray her expectations, except for now. That was why she treasured him so. Your partner certainly won't be selected based on your parents' profit and loss. I'll bring you a suitable and truly wonderful woman. You see, I like this face on her a lot. She looks so warm and sweet and like a genuinely loving mother here. But then she makes those other faces and then like, oh, she's fucking crazy. At this moment, your immaturity might make this seem unpleasant to you. But if you're going to take my advice on anything, listen to me now. Have I ever failed to act in your best interest? No, you haven't. That's enough for now. So, let's go. We're keeping father waiting. Hurry on to the mansion. Well, sorry you two. I'll see you later. George bowed to the two of them, and after bowing once more to Shannon, he dashed off to the mansion. I'll be going with him. Sorry for interrupting such an entertaining conversation, Jessica-chan. Shannon-chan. No. Please don't worry about it. Jessica's like fucking seething inside, like, you ruined my perfect matchmaking game. Come on, Shannon. Let's go. Yes. It's okay. I'm sure you'll meet someone wonderful soon too, Jessica-chan. A wonderful person suitable just for you. Hey, you're poking her eye out in this sprite. Hey, you're poking her eye. So if he's at the same level as me, you mean a guy with shit grades? That kind of pisses me off. And of course, you too, Shannon-chan. I'm sure that a wonderful man suitable for you will appear. He's already appeared. Yes. Thank you very much. As Ava giggled and smiled, she approached Shannon's ear with a hand over her mouth, as though she was trying to tell her a secret. See, she's bad as fuck, but also she's bad as fuck. See? How dare you? This is how you write a good character. You make her a good person in some respects, and then you flaw her by making her like fucking evil to people she perceives as beneath her. I'm sure you'll find a perfect match for a lowly servant like yourself. Have you forgotten to be grateful for your education? Know your place. That's not what I meant. George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood. He's a person who may bear the burden of the Ushinomiya family someday in the future. To answer to that expectation, he has studied relentlessly, tirelessly, and entered a wonderful college and is getting wonderful grades. I was about to say she was actually really nice. Wrong! Did you really think you could snatch George away? You uneducated, incompetent, unqualified, uncultured servant. Those malicious words all poured into Shannon's ear without spilling a drop. To Shannon, it was like cold water was being poured in there. I didn't mean... This was all whispered to Shannon in secret, and with the same smile as before. Jessica, who could only see Ava's expression, didn't think it was anything other than Ava telling Shannon some embarrassing story about love. When their secret conversation ended, Ava patted Shannon's shoulders as though she was urging her on. You're like such an evil fucking son of a bitch, Ava. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll find a perfect match for a partner. Right? Okay, Jessica-chan. See you later. Yeah, see you later. Make sure you tell me about you and Uncle Hideyoshi next time. Oh, no way. You're so evil. Fuck you. Ava laughed loudly and headed back to the entrance hall. Behind Jessica, who was cheerfully waving her hand, Shannon reflected very, very deeply on those words of Ava's about knowing her place. Poor girl. It's time for me to take a serious look at how full of myself I've been acting. I forgot I'm furniture. Furniture isn't human. So I am a being who must feel gratitude for even being treated like a human. I'm not permitted to wish for anything more. People sometimes develop affection for furniture they're used to using. But that is an emotion on the human side, and the furniture has no right to hope for such a thing. Dude, I want to know so bad, like, what the fuck did they go through at the orphanage, or whatever training program they went through that makes them, that like drills this like mantra into them that they're fucking furniture. I need to know. It's enough that furniture serves with simple honesty day after day. That feeling I got when talking to George-sama and Jessica-sama is the same as a forbidden drug to me. In other words, maybe an emotion I must never experience. Shannon, you've had your head in the clouds for some time now. Do you not feel well? No. My apologies. Natsu's words were right on the mark. Even Shannon couldn't believe that she hadn't noticed Natsu until she had called. Normally, it was essential that she focus on her cleaning at this time of day. But she'd spent all her time sighing and hardly making any progress. Even when there aren't any guests around, you must always be alert. Behavior like this is shameful for an Ushinomiya family servant. Yes, ma'am. I'll take care from now on. Oh, oops, actually I turned my wings on. The head and my husband will return very soon. Have you finished cleaning the study? Have you finished cleaning the staircase? My apologies. Not yet. Yes, I know. So I had Lunan do it. While you were plodding around cleaning the hallway, she finished cleaning the study and the staircase. 4! That's 4! That's another lamp! That's another lamp! Another ceiling shot, or at least ceiling adjacent shot. That is 4. So we got hallway. We got hallway, study, parlor, aquarium. We gotta list these down. I'm gonna open up a sticky notepad. Okay. Or buffet. It was buffet, not the aquarium. Buffet lamp. Or buffet ceiling. Hallway lamp slash ceiling. Study ceiling. Lamp slash lamp. Parlor chandelier slash ceiling. That's because I wanted to clean it properly, so it took some time. Shannon was simple and honest, so she would always carry out her tasks seriously and properly, without any omissions. So she was always slow with her work. In contrast, Lunan, was it Lunan or Lunan? Lunan, we'll say Lunan. Lunan cleverly avoided doing extra work whenever it was possible, so she could complete her jobs with a result that looked almost the same to an outsider, but in a much shorter time. In other words, she was a shrewd employee. Compared to that, it's probably fair to say that Shannon wasn't very shrewd at all, talking back to Natsuhi when Natsuhi was in a bad mood. Of course, there was nothing that Natsuhi couldn't stand more than a servant talking back. Her forehead creased and she spoke sternly. And yet her slow, admonishing style of speech was even more terrifying, and finally made Shannon realize she had said the wrong thing. Then perhaps you should aim to do a truly thorough cleaning. Natsuhi! Ugh. Everyone in the Ushinomiya family is bad to a degree. Some are lesser. Well, I won't say that this is the lesser evil, but I think it's less evil than doing what Ava said to fucking Shannon. But gosh. Shannon, I order you to clean the reception hall right now. It is an important hall where several pictures treasured by the head are displayed, and where honored guests of the Ushinomiya family are welcomed. Clean it thoroughly so that not a speck of dust remains, and so that even you are satisfied. Of course you will finish before the day is out. Until you finish that and report to me, you will not be permitted any food or rest? It's so painful too, because from what we understand from episode 1, she also comes from a poorer family. So a lot of this is probably projection and lashing out the way she was probably lashed out to. Not that she was a servant, obviously, but being lower on the pecking order must have done a number to her. Especially with the way Ava treats her, too. Oh, God. Natsuhi, you shouldn't be doing this. You were supposed to be an ally. Stop it. My trained MILF is crazy, but also true. Yes, madam. Good. Servants should endeavor to only use those words. The next time you talk back, your punishment will be even more severe, so with that in mind, engrave those words into your heart. Oh, irony, huh? I guess the one-winged eagle really is engraved into her heart. She's treating the servants like shit. You're welcome. Bye. Behaving as though her headache was troubling her, Natsuhi headed off down the corridor. When she couldn't see her anymore, Shannon hung her head and sighed. This was what happened when she had her head in the clouds. Even though I'm bad at everything I do, I should be able to at least carry out the cleaning as well as an average person can, right? What is that damn ass? Oh, it's an airplane. I was like, what the fuck is that fucking noise? It's because I can't even perform that very well. That I'm crying so pathetically. But what's even more shameful is that not only have I been unable to perform a single bit of cleaning well, but just now when Natsuhi was scolding me, I imagined that person appearing and rescuing me. Oh. Okay, hold on. Why is he in black and white like he's fucking dead? I know it's a flashback, but this was also like 10 minutes ago, maybe 30. You don't have to do it in black and white. Like this was a long ass time ago. Oh, if only George-sama were here. I miss that guy. He's been gone for 30, 45 minutes. I think he's dead. Would he casually step in and save me? Surely he'd show up cheerfully, intentionally acting like he didn't know what was going on, nimbly change the subject and make me forget I'd ever been rebuked by Natsuhi. I kept envisioning him, suddenly appearing from the other side of the door or the other end of the hallway. I envisioned that kind of person that would be an appropriate partner for him in a marriage meeting. And I envisioned how unfitting I was for him. Ava clearly told me. It's been repeating over and over in my dreams. You're still as clumsy as always, Ne-san. Milady has been in a bad mood since this morning. That just now happened because you talked too much, when you should have just hung your head in silence. I've missed you, Canon! Canon? Canon was suddenly there. His footsteps were always quieter than a cat's, and he never left any trace of his presence. He probably could have stood there forever, and she still wouldn't have noticed him. The expression on Canon's face was one of hatred. He made that expression for Shannon, who didn't know how to do it herself. And Lunan? I thought they were a fellow servant. Madam and Lunan can fall into hell. That person knows where Madam checks and only cleans those areas. Her cleaning just now was like that. I know because I saw. She wasn't really cleaning. She's just the worst kind of parasite, leeching off your thorough cleaning. You shouldn't use such dirty words. Dirty words pollute your clean soul, Canon-kun. So, at least don't use those words in front of me. Okay. Canon turned away, as though sulking. Yeah, get her ass! Way to go, Canon. It was a reaction that hit his true feelings, which was very like Canon. But I was a little happy. He was getting mad for my sake. Cleaning the reception hall will be tough. Yay! I'll help. Thank you. But I was the one Madam ordered, so don't worry. Don't you also have your own work, Canon-kun? It's a filthy job. My soul was polluted long ago. Canon hung his head and bit his lower lip. Just hearing you say you'll help is enough for me. If you don't go back to your own job, then you'll be punished as well. I don't gaff! And that would make me sad. Shannon knew Canon's character well. Sometimes he didn't think enough about himself. If I don't refuse forcefully, he'll help me even if it means neglecting his own job. Oh. Canon was a bit sad as Goodwill had been rejected, but he realized that what he was doing would only hurt her more in the end, and he gave a single, small sigh. Understood. Do your best, Ne-san. Yes. I'm also partly to blame. You aren't at fault at all, Ne-san. No. I am. So, go now. Canon's face showed that he still hadn't completely accepted it. But without being any more obstinate, he disappeared. Even though Canon-kun came to give me words of comfort when I was down, even so I was dejected again, because it wasn't him. That in itself was a sin. It went far beyond any dream the likes of me could be permitted to see. I don't know my place. Shannon, who had neglected breakfast, already felt her concentration begin to waver. But if she didn't finish up cleaning the reception hall, she wouldn't receive Natsuhi's permission to eat. That cruel Natsuhi had surely told the kitchen something to that effect. I have to respectfully receive Madam's punishment. That's right. My position in the world is furniture, and I've been intoxicated by a dream that's beyond me. Oh. You have to clean all of this? Oh, hell no. I finished cleaning the hallway and went to the reception hall. Maybe my hunger made my nose more sensitive. I could sense a delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, even though it was far away, and my empty stomach was encouraged even more. Until I finished up here, I wouldn't get any soup. Please, sir, some more soup. I just had to resolve myself to doing it. Several portraits were hung in the reception hall. One of those portraits was thought to hold a special meaning amongst the servants. Bear! Bear, dirty! Stop. It was the portrait of the witch. That wasn't its true name, but everyone in the mansion called it that. The name of the woman with elegant blonde hair, drawn as the subject of that portrait, was Beatrice. It was whispered that she might be the former mistress of Kinzao, the family head. And also that she was the great witch who had given Kinzao the gold of the legend. The witch, Beatrice, master of the knights under Kanjima. She was gracious to those who respected her, but she would surely curse those who made light of her. It was in Shannon's character not to neglect rules and beliefs such as those. So she thought of the portrait of her other master as that person herself, and always treated it carefully, treasuring it. Oh, and it had become part of her daily routine to tell the witch, who had only existed inside the portrait, the secrets of her heart. She was furniture. Furniture doesn't complain. Cannot complain. So she had no right to speak her mind about her difficult days. She had no right to open her mouth and say those words. So she at least spoke her mind inside her heart. She spoke her mind inside her heart using words she couldn't say aloud, and protested to the formless witch. Please be bad-mouthing Natsuhi. Please be like, I fucking hate her, I fucking hate her, I fucking hate her! Of course, the witch didn't answer. She didn't console, and she didn't laugh it off. Shannon could only interpret that silence as she liked, as though the witch was responding agreeably. Beatrice-sama, please listen to the story of my worthless self. As Shannon wiped the dust from the witch's portrait, she spoke that inside her heart. I certainly am incompetent and uncultured, just as Eva-sama said. And I'm not a person, so maybe I have no right to love. But in that case, why was I given a heart that can know love? At that point, Shannon held back her tears for a moment. Oh. Why was I given a heart that can know love? The sound of the rain, which had started falling along with the chill air in the reception hall, made her feel as though her shabbiness had increased yet another level. Real furniture doesn't have anything like a heart, so they don't have to love people, right? So they don't feel pain. If I'm just another piece of furniture, why do I have a heart? If it's going to be this painful and this harsh, I wish I was never given a heart like this. That Beatrice's laugh fucking scares me every time. I see. So a heart was given to furniture. I know it's like a cartoony laugh, but it still scares me. So a heart was given to furniture. It would seem that even that man is capable of some quite amusing things every now and then. The witch that never answered or laughed answered and laughed. Was it my imagination? Was I hearing things? That's wrong. After all, the next words became a voice and I could hear them. Not with my heart, but with my ears. Humans have continually searched for the elements that make up the world since before the modern era. It is said that in ancient times, the Greeks tried explaining the world with the four elements of wind, fire, water, and earth. And after that, over several millennia, humans added several elements to those four, trying to explain the world with several interpretations such as the 5 elements, the 6 elements, the 7 elements, the 8 elements, and the 12 elements, but they were never able to describe the one sole truth that exists, the single element. However, a single man appeared by the guidance of a star and finally explained the single element that makes up the world. Magic? Know what it is? Magic! Love! I don't know. Oh. Shannon fearfully turned around. Right there, she existed. Not as an illusion, but as a reality. The contrast made by the lighting made it clear that this was no mere daydream. It's love! It's love! However, the single element that makes up the world, it's love! It's love! What a wonderful sentiment. Oh, I love her laugh. The witch, I wonder why she doesn't have like a little thing here that indicates that it's her speaking. The witch of the portrait elegantly held a golden pipe to her mouth and giggled. She laughed at the ignorance that causes humankind's thoughts to stray far from the most simple answer. That man explained everything in the world with love. That is the single element. That man fully explained how the world was constructed with the smallest possible number. How simple and clear, how splendid, exhilarating, pleasant, and thrilling. The year that man was finally born is called the start of the modern era. I know, her little thing. Shannon lost any words to speak. She thought that when first meeting an unknown guest, her first words should be to ask that person's name. But without saying anything, Shannon knew this person's name, so she refrained. Was Aiko? No. Surely it would be the greatest disrespect for someone who lived or worked on this island to ask this woman her name. After all, she was the other master of this island besides Kinzo. Beatrice-sama. There it is! Indeed. I am Beatrice. Even after 1,000 years, I see that people still always give me that look when we first meet. The witch giggled at how Shannon's reaction didn't betray her expectations. Shannon realized that she had met with a being that mustn't be met with, and she took a step backwards. That's where the wall and the portrait were, so even as she gazed at the witch's portrait was touching her back. The source of your troubles is love. Love. The single element that makes up this world. In other words, it is everything in this world. When it's lacking, then your world is lacking too. It is no different than scooping water into a canteen with a hole in it. Even if you scoop and scoop, that eternal desert of the heart never fails. It is the original sin that humans are founded upon and everything is made of. She's so expressive. I love her face. She's just so expressive. That sneer, this little smile, the little fang expression too. Understand? When Adam and me put the fruit of knowledge to their lips, love is what they learned of. Because of that, humans were chased out of the garden and became fully human. Which means that knowing love and suffering is what makes one human. You kind-hearted child. You ought to be praised. Now that you have gained this knowledge, you are no longer furniture. You are now human. I really like that the moment in which Shannon quote-unquote becomes human isn't like with fanfare or like fucking huge. And I'm not talking about this moment, but I'm talking about the moment when she realizes like love enters her heart, or that her heart is made to love. It's just when George shows her kindness. I like that. I love that so much. That is so sweet. You are now human. I recognize that with all the authority of my name. She's going, ooh, Maria, no, she's entering her brain. The Maria virus. It's peak, I know. Is it hard for a common person to understand? Very well then. Forgive me. It's been a long time since I've spoken with a human. Allow me to apologize for my talkativeness. Without waiting for a reply from Shannon, Beatrice laughed pleasantly for a while. Perhaps this isn't much by way of an apology, but I would be willing to grant that wish of yours with my power if you so desire. hold on. My friend is texting me. He's like, can I eat that stuff you left in the fridge at work? I'm like, and I'm just saying, yeah. Perhaps this isn't much by way of an apology, but I'd be so willing to grant that wish of yours with my power, if you so desire. Huh? The meaning of those words surprised Shannon even more than the witch's sudden appearance. No, say no! No, say no, say no! No, say no! You'll never win! You never win with a deal with the devil! You never win! I'm offering to bring you and the one you love together. Wait, so did she... No, that thing when she broke the mirror must have been later. Must have been later then, I think. I am offering to bring you and the one you love together. Normally, I would demand something of equal value in return. However, I am in a good mood. And you have never failed to pay respects to me in the past. Yay! Scot-free! That is something worth rewarding. Is that true? Normally, Shannon would have been shocked and struck dumb by this seemingly impossible guess. However, almost as though she was already under the witch's spell, Shannon responded. With my magic, it would be no trouble at all to arrange for you to be joined with the one you love. Yes, of course. Shannon almost said that without thinking, but held back with a last bit of common sense. After all, this is a witch. A sinister being. The witch Beatrice is clearly trying to slip in through the cracks in my heart and take me prisoner. That sort of temptation, which so many fairy tale picture books warned me about when I was young, is right in front of me now. Fear is also a form of respect. It may be pleasant for me, but will make no progress this way. I may not differ much from the image of a detestable witch that you hold in your mind. However, I do bestow my favor upon those who respect me. Aren't humans the same? Well, I doubt any human would bestow a favor upon one with such a hostile attitude. My apologies. I didn't mean... Shannon eventually realized how rude she was acting towards this guest, and she finally digested the words that had been spoken to her a short while ago. You're no longer furniture. Now you are human. As she reflected upon those words, Shannon felt as though the witch understood all her worries. What was that, just now? About a reward? I say that I can arrange for you to be joined with the man who has so captured your heart. Think of it as a sign of my gratitude for your diligence in polishing my portrait day after day. Calm yourself. I ask for nothing in return. I am generous. There it is. There it is. There's the asterisk. There's the tiny asterisk and the terms and conditions explained at the very bottom of the contract. There it is. However, though I ask for nothing in return, I do have a request. Here it comes. Part of Shannon's heart sent her a warning. It's what all those scary picture books she'd read when she was little I'd warned her about. Do you know the small torii and shrine that have been constructed on the ocean very near this island, which you can see when you gaze at the cliffs? Casper! I think he knows what Beatrice is talking about then. Shannon immediately remembered it. When you reached Rokandima by boat, there was a torii and a shrine on a reef that was too small to be called even an islet. I'm pretty sure Kumasawa-san told me its history, but I can't remember it well. Wait! Was this the torii shrine that they were talking about at the very beginning of episode 1? I was like, where is it? Where is it? Wait, no, maybe it's... There was supposed to be a torii gate too, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'm pretty sure Kumasawa-san told me its history, but I can't remember it well. A traveling shugenja, a kind of holy man, had built it or prayed there or something. Yes, I know about it. But why do you bring it up? I will not explain everything, including the very basics, to one ignorant of demons. Simply put, it's causing me trouble. The truth is, there's a mirror kept inside that shrine. I want you to break it. It was quite a suspicious request. Shannon didn't know the details, but anything stored inside a shrine would have to be something sacred. And you still broke it! Love wins! We do stupid things for love. That is true. The heart wants what the heart wants. She wants me to break it? Why would a witch ask a human for help instead of doing it herself? Because why? If she could do it herself, she would. She would. Wouldn't she? That means this thing is what is, it's like what's protecting this island. You break that, we're all fucked. There was no need for Shannon to speak her thoughts aloud. Beatrice responded to Shannon's reasonable doubt before Shannon could give her answer. The magical power of that mirror opposes my own. I cannot explain it well with human words. For example, let us speak of the differences between utensils. That mirror is a fork, and my power is soap. Soap? Soup. You cannot drink soup with a fork, correct? If only the resistance of that mirror were gone, I could produce a spoon ideal for drinking soup. After that, I could drink soup as I pleased, and even dig my way out of a rocky prison. I could even gouge someone's eye out with it. Was that not the phrase? I don't know what you're talking about. If my poor education is to blame, I apologize. It comes down to this. If you take action and break that annoying mirror for me, I shall grant your wish as a reward. I'm in quite a good mood today. You may even change your wish and receive all the gold I bestowed upon Kinzo if you so desire. Flashbacks to when she's breaking the mirror, or like the what's it called, the subtle foreshadowing meme. Shatter, shatter. I refuse. Shattering the mirror repeatedly. What? When she heard Shannon's words, Beatrice realized for the first time that her expectations had been betrayed. If you have a reason, tell me. Also, method acting is very real. Because when Beatrice showed up, tell me why I immediately reached for my pen. Like my pen and just started holding it like a pipe like Beatrice is doing. I do it all the time. Like when I'm voicing like stuff for games, I also start like swinging my fist and stuff, etc, etc. But why did I just immediately grab the pen? If there's been some misunderstanding, I shall resolve it. I don't really understand the reason. But up until now, the island has been at peace and nothing bad has happened. So, even if I don't break the mirror, the peace that has existed until today should continue into the future. Yes, yes. You are quite right. It's just as you say. If you don't break the mirror, the same unbreakable days that have passed until now will continue until tomorrow and the next day. Why don't I give you an absolute guarantee? Oh. Now you're threatening her. Now it's no longer a reward. Now it said, do this, you get this. But also, if you don't do this, this will happen. You're a witch. You're a witch, Beatrice. You're a witch. I shall stake my name, Beatrice, on it. The unbreakable days before this time will continue into tomorrow and the next day. And for eternity, in perpetuity. That is evil. But also, I bet she didn't even have to do anything for this other than just say this. And it'll send, or rather it does, it sends Shannon into a spiral, and that's why she breaks the mirror like 30 minutes ago, or rather that's why she broke it like 30 minutes ago. Gulp. Shannon felt overwhelmed by an eerie illusion. The mirror probably existed for the purpose of restraining the witch. So if Shannon broke it, the person who stood to gain was supposedly the witch herself. And yet Shannon felt somehow that she had to do it for her own sake. It felt like some premise had been switched around. I will do nothing but grant you a chance to bring your feelings to fruition. It's up to you to decide whether you'll break it or not. If you break it, I shall grant your wish. If you don't, the tomorrows that came before today will continue for all eternity. I love the theme here that unless you take a risk, nothing will change for you. I really like that little theme going on here. Your wish will not be granted for all time. Do you understand? Do you see what I mean? Is she gonna like poof? Shatter? The witch was speaking. She was pressing Shannon, saying she must break the mirror if she ever wanted to be united with George. I'm hungry. I'm gonna order food real quick from like my local pho place. Let me see. I want something spicy again. Because what I ordered last night was, or rather, because I was at a Chinese place called Mountain House. You saw the pictures, I'm sure, but the food was so delicious. It was so delicious. Excuse me. What was it? The mapo tofu. Thank you for saying that. The mapo tofu was, that depth of flavor was so good. I think out of all the mapo tofus I've had, that one was so fucking good. It had a really good depth of flavor. The numbing sensation it kicked in really fast, which I loved. And it was just one of those dishes where even though you know it's like spicy, like you want to stop, you can't. It was that sort of dish. I really wish I had eaten more of that first, because I got so full off the other like entrees we had ordered. Ugh. Gosh. Mapo tofu is one of those dishes that I could just eat every single day probably, honestly. Okay, so what do I want to eat? It wasn't too bad either, based off all the food we ordered. It was around like $200 between 4 people. It wasn't too bad. So we all paid about like $47 for like an outing to celebrate Lunar New Year. I think that was pretty good. Where is that garlic noodles I ordered? Here it is. Yeah, I know. It was great. But as far as prices go, the place we ate at last time, between just 3 of us, me and my other friends, it was significantly like more expensive. Between me and my 3 friends last year, I think it was less than $100. I think it was either $100 or less than that. It was either $80 or $100. And we got like a pretty equivalent amount of food, and the portions were huge. They were huge. It was so fucking good. Oh my god, it was delicious. Oh my god. And it was only like 80, 90 bucks. 70 to 90 to 100, I don't know. I really want to go back there because it had that dish that I showed a picture a long time ago last year. That dish of just like the braised pork that would just fall apart in your mouth. Oh my god. I would have moaned right there if I didn't have any self-restraint, but I do. Let's see. Should I get pad see ew or spicy garlic noodles? Which one should I get? You guys choose for me, please. Smile. Oh, also hi tofu. The blue, you guys have such similar blues in your names. I thought it was just I thought it was funny saying that again. LOL. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Gotta be a tier 3 sub to get the moans. No, you just have to be here at the right time. You just gotta be here at the right time. I be doing that. I'm a sucker for garlic noodles. So we have 2 for garlic noodles, 1 for pad see ew. Should I flip a coin? I did just have a bunch of spicy food last night too. Like everything in dude, the way they get you is evil. The way they get you to order their drinks is fucking evil. So instead of ordering, instead of ordering water or giving you water to start, they give you like a nice batch of hot tea to start with. And the only way to order is to either flag down, well, no, the only way to like ask for other things that are on the menu is to flag down a server, and it was pretty hard to get like a server. They had and I know it's really convenient, but I also fucking hate it that all the restaurants are moving away from like physical menus. Like it's like, oh, scan this for the menu and then like send in your order that way, blah blah blah. Cause the way they did it was pretty much all the dishes, like I'd say like a good chunk, 75% of the dishes on the menu was like all very, not very spicy, but pretty spicy stuff or hot stuff. So imagine how hot we are when we order like 3 spicy entrees and we start, and that like those are the first things to arrive first. So we're just like, and then everyone is starting to heat up. It was so funny. Everyone was starting to get sweaty except me. Like they were like taking off their jackets and stuff. I'm like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm fine. I was playing it cool though. I was absolutely feeling the heat. I was just playing it cool. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is everything in that restaurant is super hot. All the food is super, super hot. So we couldn't even like cool ourselves down with water because all we had was hot tea. And I'm assuming the trick is they want you to go to the menu to order like the Fiji water. But we were like, wait, why don't we just like flag one of the servers down and like, you know, ask for some cups of water. So we managed to flag a server down and we were like, hey, is the only water available on the menu? Like, because it was $4 for like a Fiji water bottle. It's like, is this the only water we can get? It's like, oh no, you can just ask us. We'll get you some water for free. And then it clicked in my head. It's like, that's how they get you. You want water? You got to order it off the menu, or you got to flag one of us down. But guess what? It's hard to get one of us. Need me a good laminated menu with the prices taped over because they didn't want to reprint it. Exactly. I'm saying, dude. But yeah, it was delicious food, if not very, very, very spicy. Excuse me. Okay, let me give them a call real quick. I now know what I want. I will get the spicy garlic noodles. I shall. Spicy garlic noodle with beef. What's the phone number? My stomach has been grumbling this entire time, dude. Hello? Hi, could I place an order, please? They hung up. Maybe they didn't hear me. Maybe I fat fingered the Maybe I fat fingered the mute button on my phone. They're not answering. Why'd I get sent to voicemail? What? Hey! Hey! I am a hungry patron! I'm a hungry patron! What the fuck? Hey! Maybe they're just really busy. Or maybe someone else called instead. I don't know how their phone lines work. Okay, third time's the charm. Third time's the charm, you know? Hello, could I place an order, please? Hello? Hi, could I place an order for spicy garlic noodles with beef, please? Could I order some spicy garlic noodles with beef, please? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, bye.
Bye. Sorry, I had to start like almost yelling into my phone. Well, not yelling, but I had to raise it up pretty high. And then I had to give them my name, obviously. Lol. They said it'll be ready in 10 minutes. Which is 10 minutes too long. But oh well. Excuse me. I did order the spicy garlic noodles though. Smile. Smiling very widely. Okay. I need to set a reminder for 10 minutes. Because last time it completely slipped my mind. Okay. Oh, that's an hour. There we go, 10 minutes. The witch was speaking. She was pressing Shannon, saying she must break the mirror she ever wanted to be united with George. It was a declaration that Shannon's feelings would never be brought to fruition unless she broke it. Please, stop it. I don't want to hear something like that. It was never my goal to cause you pain. Oh well. When love leads to madness, that is when we see the true charm of humanity. Enjoy that emotion to your heart's content. However, if you wish to borrow my power, feel free to break that mirror at any time. And then, you may yell my name and awaken me. I will certainly keep my promise. This way, you should have no complaints, right? I won't force you to decide right now. Easy, is it not? Oh, that's evil. You're gonna have her, like, go over this for, like, a week, and she's gonna be like, I fucking hate this job, I fucking hate this job, I fucking hate this job. That's evil. Was it really such an easy thing to do? It certainly wasn't. Shannon, who was burning with infatuation and worried by love, being tempted constantly and eternally with the way out was truly a cruel trial. And no time limit, you're evil. I won't set a time limit on that promise. But there is a time limit on the magic that can grant your wish. Oh. That limit is not of my making. The one you love will decide it himself. Oh! You have until he meets that person he's gonna marry. You see my meaning? I don't understand. When the one you care for finds the partner to whom he ought to pledge his love, that limit will be reached. I may be a witch, but I am no demon. I possess no magic to tear apart a pair of those who love each other. The one you love will soon be attending a marriage meeting, yes? You may have stronger feelings for that man than anyone else in the world. Oh, Beatrice is so evil for presenting this like now of all times. However, that doesn't mean you're the most suitable partner for him, does it? I know with whom he will be having his marriage meeting. That girl is the most suitable for Ushiromiya George in the entire world. She came from a good school, achieved good grades, and possesses both composure and thoughtfulness. She's more beautiful than you, wiser than you, more suitable than you. How could an ignorant, incompetent, uncultured girl like you be suitable? You repeating the words Ava said is fucking putrid work. That is so disgusting. How dare you? She knows what buttons to press. You know better than anyone. There are none less suitable than you. Even imagining that you and Ushiromiya George could be joined is sinful and foolish. Know your place. Have you forgotten to be grateful for your education? Know your place. George is the eldest grandson carrying father's blood. He's a person who may bear the burden of the Ushinomiya family someday in the future. To answer to that expectation, he has studied tirelessly, entered a wonderful college, and is getting wonderful grades. Yeah, word for word, huh? Oh, that fucking laugh, dude. I love that shrill laugh. Oh. Yes! Stop it! Don't bully Shannon! Who the hell are you? At that time, a Shannon elder had, trying to protect her heart from the blade of Beatrice's words. Cannon ran in front of her. Cannon didn't care who this woman was. If this was an enemy tormenting Shannon, whom he loved and respected as a sister, nothing else mattered. Cannon-kun, stay back. This person is... I don't gaff. It seemed that Cannon also realized that the being standing before him was the witch of the portrait, and that she was something to be feared. I simply wish to give Shannon a chance to claim her reward, but it seems I said too much and ended up hurting her. I must apologize for that. But I shall leave behind that promise as a reward to you. If you need my power, call me at any time. I've already told you how. Well then, let us call it a night. Hostile gazes may be pleasant, but they damage your beauty, yes? Disappear! I don't know who you are, but you're threatening Shannon! Don't ever show yourself again! Cannon's words seemed to deeply annoy the witch. Watch your language, lowborn. I may be gracious to those who respect me, but I'm brutal to those who do not. While she still smiled, the witch's face began to twist itself. Then an oppressive feeling that couldn't be noticed with any of the five senses gradually filled the room. Even though they couldn't understand it, they immediately realized it was something terrifying. When you swim in the ocean and something large passes by in the water beneath you, you want to escape to land even before you learn what it is. That is pretty true. I mean, I went not scuba diving, but I went snorkeling in Hawaii once. And we snorkeled in like the clearest water ever. And when I gazed down with my snorkel, I saw an eel like pass by, and I don't know how to swim, but I desperately paddled back as fast as I could and then ran back to the fucking beach as fast as I could. Or to the shore as fast as I could. That fucking shit scared me. That's exactly what this was like. Please stop, Beatrice-sama. Kanon-kun is still a child. I apologize for his language. Kanon placed his body between the witch and Shannon. There was tense sweat on his forehead. At the time, the witch certainly held Kanon's fate in the palm of her hand. She didn't even need to lift a finger. She held the grasp on his fate so tight that a single twist or a smile could easily crush it. Kanon understood that as well, so he started sweating. His knees felt weak. His arms felt like spaghetti. However, Beatrice abruptly released that feeling of tension and laughed. Very well. If you ask, I will forgive you just this once. Kanon, is it? In deference to her, I shall forgive you tonight and send you off. You ought to thank me. Well then, let us call it a night. In parting, I shall leave you with a small souvenir. Hold out the palm of your left hands, you two. Oh, time's up! Food time, baby! When Beatrice grinned broadly and snapped her fingers, their left hands stretched out in front of them against their will and their palms opened. It was a strange sensation, as though only the left hands now belonged to someone else. It felt like only their left hands had become puppets, which were being pulled by strings hanging down from the ceiling. What are you trying to do? Kanon resisted, but he couldn't retract his hand of his own free will. Don't struggle. It'll be over soon. When Beatrice held her pipe aloft, a gold-colored sparkling dust came out of the smoke and hovered in the air. That sparkle eventually became several gold butterflies. They danced freely throughout the reception hall, forming a fantastical and beautiful world. And two of those butterflies alighted on the palms of Shannon's and Kanon's hands. Ouch! There was a sharp pain as though they had been burned. When the two of them tried to examine their palms, that hold on their bodies, which had been there a second ago, had been gone without a trace. A mark? What is? There was now a tiny burn mark on the palm of her hand. It was shaped like a butterfly. What is this supposed to be? Apparently, Kanon had the same mark on his hand. He stared at the witch hatefully. A simple greeting. I've no hidden motive. Yes, you do. It's nothing more than a bruise, so it'll heal in just a few days. There's not even any need to care for it. I made that mark so that tomorrow you will not forget that I truly was here and that I made a promise with you. An encounter with me can be quite shocking. Sometimes when the next morning comes, people try to think of such an encounter as a dream or illusion. You ought to consider this slowly and carefully, Shannon. You should probably take a good rest, look at my mark tomorrow morning, and try considering it again. I shall not coerce you in any way. You should freely decide your future by your own will. Still, to think that one could obtain the object of their desire for such a small price. Surely this would annoy to no end the great artists who write plays about blighted love. Well then, let us meet again when the chance arises. How entertaining it is to have a conversation again after so much time. Goodbye, furniture. Bye. Beatrice's body crumbled like smoke and blew away. Just like I'm gonna crumble like smoke and blow away, because I'm hungry and I'm gonna go get my food. I won't leave you guys with this though. Let me leave you with... what tune? Set an alarm for 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and I'll be back by then. I'll like speed eat my stuff. I'll even set a reminder for myself too. 45-minute break. Let's do the Wii Shop music for an hour. Food break. Back in 5:30. Back at 5:30. No, it should it's 17:26. So 5:25. I'll just say 5:30. I don't give a fuck. Okay, be right back. Take a break too, guys. Make sure you're stretching all that. Go eat yourself too. Oh, I ate so fast. I ate way too fast. Now my tummy like vaguely hurts. Oh, my tummy. Ow, 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 ow! Oh, my stomach, my stomach. Oh, oh. Thank you. Thank you. I'm good now. Well, not really. My stomach still hurts. It's not like it's churning, but I ate too fast. I almost want to make myself another cup of coffee, but I know that's very unwise. Can't have too much caffeine. Gotta wash my glasses, or wipe my glasses. That's better. Oh yeah, that's so much better. So many marks in it for my eyelashes, because I wear my glasses really close to my eyes. Alright, where were we? Oh, she turned my alarm off. It's about to ring. Oh yeah. It's about to ring in a minute. There is... There we go. Alright, so we were with Beatrice, Cannon, who came in last minute, and Shannon. Shannon was sentenced, well not sentenced, but she was ordered to clean the reception hall, which is where this painting is. And then she was talking to the painting, talking about how she wants to be with George, and then Beatrice actually appeared and was like, I can grant you a wish, but you gotta break this evil mirror that's stopping my powers. And then Cannon came and was like, get the fuck away from my sister! And then they just both got marked by butterflies just now, so here we are. Beatrice's body crumbled like smoke and blew away. It was golden smoke, no, a cloud of gold butterflies. They scattered in all directions inside the reception hall, leaving a golden splash before disappearing into thin air. After that, only the cold silence was left. It was so silent it made both of them think that they might have been daydreaming until just a moment ago. Which was why the witch had left those marks. She had done so to make it impossible for them to think of this as a daydream. As Shannon and Cannon remembered the butterfly bruises on their hands and the pain they felt when they'd been made, they kept standing still, stunned. And from that moment on, Shannon was tormented by days of suffering and conflict. Umineko no Naku Korone. Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. I love this track. This track is really, really pretty. What? What do you mean separate rooms? Wait, you and George Nissan stayed in different rooms on purpose? Yes. Is it really so strange? Jessica's cheeks has been stuffed with a chocolate-coated chinsuko biscuit that Shannon had brought as a present from Okinawa. And it all came flying out at Shannon when Jessica cried out, "That's disgusting! Ew! Say it, don't spray it." Shannon, why did you even go on a trip to Okinawa? This has to be after she broke the mirror then. You were even alone with George Nissan. He said there was a huge aquarium in Okinawa and invited me to go. And I like fish and stuff. I like fish. She's holding a little lollipop, her little propeller hat. No, that's not the point. We're talking about a healthy guy and girl going on an overnight trip, right? Oh god, my stomach. Oh, stop. You're hurting me. Tummy, you're hurting me. Ugh. And you're saying there weren't even any hugs or kisses? And seriously, what's up with the guy and girl staying in different rooms? As for kisses, no comment. But we did hug. George-san's chest was warm. That's not the point! Ah, jeez. Why do couples like this exist? They're so prudent. You're pissing me off. I can't take it anymore. From Shannon's POV, it was an incredibly happy trip for various reasons, but it looked like Jessica found their pace to be pretty irritating. For a while, Jessica drew her present, complaining about romance and pretending to faint in agony on her bed. Shannon and George had chosen to go to Okinawa because there was a huge aquarium there. They did this because an aquarium had given them the opportunity to start going out. Since their relationship had started at an aquarium, having their first overnight trip also be to an aquarium must have held some commemorative value. That's like a huge commemorative turning point! And their first overnight trip? How could you not make all kinds of progress there? Because they're prudes. But instead, you both got... Okay, the separate rooms, though, I will not excuse. How are you gonna go on a first date? Well, I guess it is a first date. But separate rooms is still crazy to me. Like, what? At least separate beds I would make sense, but separate rooms? A couple taking 2 single rooms? Jeez, seriously, what's wrong with you? But we're both unmarried. George-san says showing restraint is good manners for a couple. Such a prude. Like I said, the whole point of this overnight trip was so you could overcome that stage, right? You should be way beyond just kissing and hugging by now. Lady, I don't know what you mean by that, but George-sama was a real gentleman with me until the end. That is, I mean, I also wondered if those things would happen, you know. But even though we are going out, I mean, it's not like we're married or anything. These things you seem to be expecting, they should only be done after making a vow before God. And... Shannon's face got bright red. She made a circle with both hands, restlessly intertwining, separating and making heart marks with them. Apparently, the dramatic progress Jessica had looked forward to hadn't happened, but it seemed to have been a very important experience for Shannon in her own way. In the end, whether Jessica was jealous of Shannon or made fun of her, it didn't change the fact that Shannon had a huge lead on her. I want a boyfriend too. I can't believe you got ahead of me. Even though we promised we'd find boyfriends at the same time, you beat me. She is throwing a fucking tantrum. You're a wonderful person, milady. So I'm sure you'll find someone wonderful much quicker than me. Don't try to console me. Shannon, you traitor. Get out! Shut up! Oh, we gotta get her fucking asthma. We gotta get her inhaler, I mean. But midway, she had an asthma attack and started to joke pretty badly. Shannon hurriedly ran over to a nearby side table and started searching around on top of it. A cute basket was placed there, and inside of it was Jessica's bronchodilator. Jessica's bronchodilator. Bronchodilator. Is that a fancy word for inhaler? Bronchodilator. Is same as inhaler? Question mark. A bronchodilator is a type of medicine that comes in an inhaler. Oh, okay. Cool. I see. It's a late weapon. Ah, thank you. People happy? Thank you. Shannon picked it up and handed it over to Jessica. Jessica's asthma attacks always came suddenly. Because of that, she always needed to carry this medicine around. Another lamp! Another lamp! Another lamp. Lamp in Jessica's room. Or light. I should just say light. No, lamp. Lamp in Jessica's room. She breathed in the medicine, and after a while, managed to overcome her choking as her asthma finally settled down. Shannon thought this was a good chance to leave and tried to exit the room after bowing courteously. Oh, as she did, one small cushion came flying and hit Shannon on the head. She noticed that Jessica was on the verge of crying, half of her face buried in her last and favorite cushion. Is it that serious? Girl, it is not that serious. I promise you, you will find someone. It is not that serious. Milady? Shannon, be honest with me. Is my hairdo and stuff weird? No, you have a ponytail! That makes you automatically cute, girl. Ponytail equals 100% you will find someone. What are you saying? I think your hair is very beautiful. Then are my eyes strange, or maybe my nose? Or is it the way I talk after all? Is that why I can't get a boyfriend? I mean, you're constantly on this island in Nijima, and that's it. I think your array of options as far as meeting guys is very, very narrow, girl. Of course not. Milady, you're wonderful enough as you are. And I think your charm will keep on increasing more and more from now on. But I'm the only one who can't find a boyfriend. Saku and Hina managed to get some, but only I can't. It's because I don't have any charm after all. You know, everyone says they'll bring their boyfriends to the cultural festival. And I was so sure I'd have a boyfriend before then, so I started bragging. There's no way I'll get a boyfriend. Did you lie? Did you fucking lie about having one? Girl. I'm the only one. Before she realized that Jessica was shedding huge tears. Jessica didn't really feel like crying, and of course, she felt like supporting Shannon's progress and love as a friend. However, as she had cheered Shannon on, her true feelings had suddenly gotten mixed in. She couldn't help but shed tears. Shannon understood Jessica's innocent and easily injured heart. The rough style of speech Jessica usually used was all just an attempt to protect that fragile heart. As a daughter and successor to the Ushinomiya family and as a girl isolated on Rokimjima, the only person she could expose her true feelings to was Shannon. Shannon understood that, so she strongly regretted acting smug, even if it was only a little. I'm sorry, I'm so weird crying like this. I think you could definitely interpret it as that. I think you could definitely interpret it as such. But also, that would make that thing weird. It would make that, like, initial thing where, what was it, Jessica was trying to get the two of them together. It would make that really reductive. It's like, why would she self-sabotage like that suddenly? But isolated like this, I could definitely understand. You're a wonderful person, milady. There's no way you won't find a wonderful man. Shannon, it's about time, right? If you don't go quickly, Genji-san and Mom will get mad. I'm just fine, so hurry up. Sorry for crying like this. I'm such an idiot. Jessica faced away, acting as though she didn't really want to trouble Shannon, waving her hand as though chasing Shannon away. However, Shannon took that as a sign that Jessica didn't want to be bothered anymore, bowed her head and left the room. When Shannon's footsteps disappeared into the distance, Jessica lay down on her bed, still hugging a cushion. Her expression was still a little meek with tears in her eyes, but for the first time in a long time, she had a very, very quiet and honest conversation with her heart. I also want to fall in love. Oh, you'll get the chance, girl. Relax, I promise. Okay, I thought something spooky was gonna happen. As Shannon happily watered the flower beds in the garden, she sensed someone's presence. She turned around thinking that if one of the family had come to visit, she must greet them. But what she saw was that witch. Beatrice-sama. It's been quite some time. How are you? Has your relationship with the one you love progressed since we last met? As Beatrice sat on the rose ark, she happily blew in her pipe. Sitting in a place like that would crush the roses, and it might have been dangerous if the ark fell over, but this was a witch after all. Showing concern for her safety was probably a waste of time. Yes, thanks to you it's going smoothly. I'm actually scared now, though. I don't like thinking about it. But was George's love, like, for her real? Or was it a product of Beatrice's, magic? It feels like the feelings were there, like infatuation, but as far as, like, would George have gone through with actually picking her? If presented with, like, the other, or rather the marriage candidate he was arranged to meet? Who knows? Maybe we'll find out, though. I'm really scared. I'm very scared. Oh no. Naturally, the effects of my magic are immediate. Perhaps you feel your meeting was a predetermined fate. However, that is a mistake. Don't even think fate has anything to do with it. I understand that. The witch was calling attention to something. Two things, actually. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's over. First, that Shannon's relationship with George was a fate that'd be absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. Second, that the power of the witch was great enough to overturn that fact. But also, if you think about it, they say that love is like, rather, what I'm getting from what we've read so far from episode 2 is that love is a type of magic, essentially, in its own way. So in a way, I guess they're sort of saying that the power of love, or their love is magic enough to overturn this fate, I suppose? I think that's a nice way to look at it. But maybe I'm just overthinking it too much, and it's literally just, yeah, I made this happen because I'm very powerful. Shannon had just gotten wrapped up in those sweet days, and had started believing the illusion that all fate revolved around her. But she remembered the witch's words. Originally, a relationship with George had been impossible. It might be impossible in the future as well. Sorry, please. Forgive me. It's just like doctors. You cling to them when you're worried about your health, but after you're healed, you forget even to thank them. I've never been thanked as a witch, so I couldn't help acting a little rudely. Forgive me. The gratitude I feel has never slipped my mind. That's thanks to your power that I was able to achieve happiness, Beatrice-sama. And without that power, the fate that brought me and George-sama together would never have happened. I've never forgotten that. Sorry. It's not like I came here to bully you. Being rude is just part of my personality. Oh, you're just a hater at heart. Gotcha. Do forgive me. More importantly, I heard. So you went on a trip alone with him. I imagine it must have been quite fun. Yes, it was very, fun. Shannon's face suddenly lit up. The witch laughed lightly, as though amused by the speed of that transformation. Already the one you care for is more than the object of one-sided love. You are a pair of lovers now. When two people are filled with love, nothing else is needed to establish a complete world. Perhaps you could call that a wonderful, ideal world. Even witches would be jealous. Beatrice laughed pleasantly. The smile made her look as though she blessed the lovers' rendezvous from the bottom of her heart without a trace of malice. After that day, Beatrice had shown herself before Shannon every once in a while. Even now, Shannon thought of her as an unsettling being. However, she was also indebted to this person for the magic that led to her current relationship with George. So Shannon tried with all her might not to act surprised or scared. Beatrice-sama, I bought some sweets as a souvenir from our trip. Would you like some? Oh, a souvenir for a witch? It seemed that even a witch who boasted of living for 1,000 years had imagined that she'd receive a souvenir from a sweet lover's trip. When she saw that surprised expression, Shannon thought of this witch as a friend for the first time. Don't fall for her lies! Oh, an Eastern cookie made from wheat flour and lard. To wrap that in Western chocolate is truly a blending of the Japanese and Western styles, the Silk Road of sweets. What? What's so funny? Nothing. My apologies. Are we just besties with, like, the witch who, like, killed all of us in episode 1? Are we just besties now? This witch, who surely held a terrifying power, was chomping down on sweets one after another, making— she's fucking going down on that! Making a sound like a squirrel stuffing walnuts into its mouth. After a while, Shannon couldn't conceal her laughter. A good meal. I should serve you some dolce vita from Nero one of these days. Roses are the symbol of eternal love. I believe a rose dolce would be appropriate for you now. The witch was in a great mood, fully enjoying modern candy. Long. Thank you. It's kind of like that one, yeah. We just have some repressed gay angel in our party now, just sort of chilling. I truly am grateful. I believe you've done more than enough for me already, so I'm returning this. The thing Shannon had softly set on the table was a gold-colored butterfly brooch. There's no need to return it. If you continue holding that, your relationship should remain firm in perpetuity. Maybe it was the power of magic that brought us together. But I think only the two of us working together can turn that into something that lasts forever. Love and roses are the same. Too much fertilizer causes the roots to rot. Some flowers cannot be raised without hard work. In that case, do as you wish. You may wear it or keep it in a box. That is my goodwill given to you. Having you return it to me won't please me at all. Oh, my apologies. So this is like the magic thing that's keeping George attracted to her, or what? That's not what I... No harm has been done. That brooch is already yours. If you treasure that proof of our friendship, it would indeed bring me some comfort. You may hold on to it and gain its benefits, or you may keep it in a box. If you wish, you may even give it to another who's worrying about love. Or you could simply treasure it. Of course it would pain my heart if you wasted it. According to Beatrice, she had appeared several times in the past in response to a person's summons, to give them some tool imbued with a magical power. However, when most people used that power to resolve their worries, they quickly grew unsettled by it, forgot their former gratitude, and threw away the tools they had been given with disgust. So, it is quite rare for me to be thanked for my goodwill. In fact, this might even be the first time. I love her love so much, dude. She's so bad, and for what? For what? Okay. The witch laughed heartily, but it looked like a sad laugh in Shannon's eyes. Oh. There we go. She herself had been like that in the past. Maybe she was still like that now, actually. Beatrice was definitely a witch with a strange and terrifying power. Most people probably wouldn't want to stick around her if they could help it. Surely, even those who had relied on that strange power sometimes felt fear rather than gratitude as a result. It must have deeply hurt the witch to have that happen over and over. Since the time she had started thinking that way, Shannon had tried to stop being frightened of Beatrice. This was surely something that had tormented the witch for over 1,000 years. Excuse me. Maybe she really liked those sweets. Beatrice, who normally spoke abusively, praised the black tea that Shannon served her and looked to be in remarkably high spirits. After doing that for a while, the witch and the servant grew animated in their discussion of the trip with George. The things Shannon actually knew about Beatrice were surprisingly few. First off, she was a ghost-like being who appeared in unexpected places at unexpected times, and it seemed that not everyone could perceive that she was there. Apparently, everyone has something called a wavelength, and the ability to perceive witches varies greatly among different people. Only Shannon and Canon could interact with her enough to exchange words like this. There were a few people who could sense her presence, but most people couldn't even feel that much. From what Beatrice said, Kraus and his wife in particular had zero magical talent. And no matter how much she followed them around, they would never notice her. Once earlier, when Shannon messed up and Natsu got really mad at her, Beatrice had started playing around, hitting Natsu on the head with her pipe. I see. Natsu really doesn't notice the thing. But Shannon, watching that, had burst out laughing without thinking and gotten scolded even more. I can't believe Beatrice got her in trouble. Then what about the master? I hear he's been... That was weak, don't count that. I hear he's been doing research in magic, so I'm sure he'll be able to notice you, Beatrice-sama. Kinzo is the same. He also has a pitiful lack of magical talent. It's the blood. He has so little talent that I pity him. As soon as they started talking about Kinzo, it felt like the atmosphere around Beatrice changed. She had spoken about Kraus and the rest's lack of magic talent as though she looked down on them, but she spoke of Kinzo in a different way. Anyone connected to the Ushiromiya family would know about Kinzo's legend of the gold. According to that, Kinzo was given the gold after summoning the witch. How do you do that though? How do you summon her if you had like zero magical talent? In other words, she must have had some kind of relationship with Kinzo. That was because he succeeded, despite having not even a scrap of talent. I guess he hit the lottery or something. He kept studying by himself like mad, and managed to become a magician. And that's something really incredible, right? Indeed. The witch who usually looked down on people, praising him, okay, was uncharacteristically offering her praise. While she lambasted him by saying he had no talent, she praised his efforts. And then the master summoned Beatrice-sama with the power of magic. Indeed. Well, I only answered the summons on a whim. After all, in this period where magic has long been denied, here was a man without a scrap of talent, yet so desperate to succeed. I thought I'd drop by and poke some fun at him, and that's when my luck ran out. Luck ran out? What does she mean by that? She got ensnared in her words, or his world of Ushiromiya aura farming, or what? Her choice of words highlighted how much of a disaster this had been for her. Shannon hesitated over whether it'd be safe to continue this discussion, but Beatrice continued on her own, ignoring Shannon. After all, his contract did have a proper format and set of rules. Various procedures were mixed up, but in deference to his enthusiasm, I graciously accepted his contract. Then I gave him a mountain of gold. And then, Master used that gold and succeeded in business, and grew his wealth into what it is today. Indeed, his talent in magic was minimal, but it seems he had a knack for business and gambling. Genji! Give me another $50 for the slot machine! Master, you've already lost the 50-50 3 times. You're not going to get C6, Nicolette. Genji! Why do you deny me my only happiness in gacha? Why? Oh! Genji! Well, perhaps it was due to the bravery and madness that led him to risk everything on unreasonable bets. Madness sometimes acts as his magical power. You see, if you look at it that way, perhaps it isn't quite fair to say he was completely lacking in magical talent. Shannon felt like she was daydreaming. While everyone in the Ushiromiya family knew the story of how Kinzo idolized black magic, summoned a witch and received the gold, in actuality, it was all rambling that no one believed in. And now Shannon was having the story confirmed by the witch herself. She felt a little flustered by this incredible secret only she knew. Once Kinzo gained his vast fortune, he could realize every dream that could be satisfied by objects obtainable in the human world. And in the end, he searched for the truth of this world. Hey Emery, hello. The truth of this world? He was looking for love! The single element that makes up the world. Kinzo, who had gained everything one can obtain in the human world, searched for that. The final desire humans seek. The single element. She seemed to remember the witch using that word before. When Beatrice saw Shannon trying to remember what that was, she laughed bitterly, waving her hand. How do you not remember? How do you not remember? Something as sentimental as that. She laughed bitterly, waving her hand and saying there was no need to worry. I underestimated Kinzo just a tad. I truly didn't expect him to display such power. And thanks to that, I'm in this state. That's vague. I've been soon in place on this island for several decades now, without even a friend to drink tea with. Did he trap you here? What? No matter whom I try to talk to, my voice doesn't reach them. And no matter where I go, I cannot do anything. Such boring decades. As she laughed in self-derision, she tapped her teacup with her finger. It made the light sound of pottery. Shannon didn't know whether the word self-derision was really an accurate expression to describe the look on the witch's face. She didn't understand everything, but she could more or less figure out the situation. And it was probably a topic that she couldn't press the witch on easily, not unless the witch started talking about it herself. To sum up everything she had said up until now, Beatrice, who had been summoned by Kinzo's magic, couldn't leave the island for some reason. And she had lost her power and her form, living her days in boredom. During that time, her words had reached Shannon, who had never forgot to show sincere respect for the witch. And Shannon had helped the witch regain her power, if only a little bit. As a result, it was now possible for the witch to drink tea with Shannon like this. Oh, now we're asking? Now we're asking? Oh boy. Beatrice-sama, what in the world was that mirror you told me to break? Oh, that. It was nothing important. It was just the limiter on my power. Now I'm gonna fucking hunt this island and kill everybody in it. Wah! Long ago, it seems various things happened on the islands around this area. Because of that, malignant forces gathered here and began to draw in an evil distortion. It seems a traveling Eastern magician or something built a shrine for the repose of souls and sealed them in there. That in itself has nothing to do with me, but unfortunately that magical power rested on a different foundation than mine, and created a strong interference with my magic and was extremely bothersome. Is that how it was? I just assumed it existed only to seal you, Beatrice-sama. I was not its target, but it was a divine mirror. As a result, my power was sealed away. She always has such interesting examples. To use food as an example, maybe it would go something like this. Let's say the Western food I ordered is being made in the kitchen. However, when they try to set the table, the area for the guests' seating is in the Japanese style with Japanese-style dishes. So the kitchen is unable to serve a plate that would be out of place, and no matter how long I wait, my Western food won't arrive. Something like that. So, you destroyed that Japanese-style guest seating and returned the area to a blank slate for a time. Thanks to that, the meal I had ordered was finally delivered, and my power came back, you could say. What if she queued up, like 5 million orders, and she's gonna, become notoriously powerful? I'm scared. Oh, never mind. However, so far, only the aperitif has arrived. What the fuck is the aperitif? Appetizer, I suppose? Aperitif. Only the aperitif has arrived. It'll still be quite some time before the main dish. As I am now, I'm even more fragile than a shoe store fairy. What's so amusing? Nothing. I just thought your metaphor was pretty funny. Metaphor Fantasia! I never would have thought to use a story about food as a metaphor for magic. I thought it a rather skillful comparison, but I certainly didn't expect it to be laughed at. I'm a bit offended. A slightly sulky expression rose to the witch's face. It wasn't a strange expression at all to be appearing in the face of some friends as they enjoyed their tea. Although I may not look it, I was known for doing extremely brutal things in the past. Kinda a drink/snack that makes you ready to eat. Okay, so sort of like a appetizer light. The appetizer for the appetizer. I've gotten soft. Now I can even have a foolish discussion while drinking tea with a human. She was probably talking to herself. As Beatrice gazed at the seabirds tracing the horizon, she put her tea to her lips again. The clouds have come out. When the ocean loses its brilliance, it's nothing more than a grey puddle. You think so? I think the ocean's a beautiful deep blue even when it gets cloudy. Hmm. Maybe the witch noticed the deep meaning behind Shannon's words. Oh. It's still beautiful, even if on some days it's not, it's still beautiful. She laughed lightly and set down her empty teacup. It seems those things buried in your eyes aren't black pebbles anymore. How is it? Do you see how it feels for furniture to be reborn as human? You never knew the world was this kind. Excuse me. Since the start of her relationship with George, Shannon's face had grown brighter more often. She's happy. Her smile had made everything go smoothly, and had even changed her fortune. Shannon made less mistakes in her work than she had before, and the family members' opinion of her was slowly starting to change. Just the other day, she had been surprised when Kraus, who rarely exchanged words with her, had suddenly started talking to her. You've been wearing a splendid smile more often lately, haven't you? Has something good happened? No, but every day is fun, yes. So wonderful. It goes without saying that coffee is more delicious when poured with a smile. Could I ask for that smile once more? Could I ask for a smile to go, please? Yes, sir! That had become a chance for Shannon to gain confidence in herself. Of course, it didn't go beyond her own heart, and it wasn't so big a change that anyone would notice, but she had begun to change bit by bit. Shannon understood it clearly. Knowing love was the same as gaining a soul. The same as being reborn from furniture into a human. There was absolutely nothing mistaken in Beatrice's words. By knowing love, Shannon had learned what it was to be human. Oh, what a lovely sentiment. These have been unusual snacks. It was time well spent. It's probably about time for you to return to your work. So let's end our tea party now. After all, it seems a certain person doesn't like seeing us drink tea together. Fucking Cannon, like, off in the distance, hiding behind a bush and is just, like, seething. Get away from my sister! Huh? The witch gripped a teaspoon and flipped it with her fingers, sending it up in the air. After that, it was just launched by the fingers of some invisible person and flew straight into— He literally was in a bush! Oh my god. The bush shook violently and Cannon came out. Ow! It seemed he had been there for some time, watching their tea party. The spoon was gripped in his hand. If he hadn't caught it in an instant, it might have hit him hard in the forehead and caused him— ooh, nice reflexes, and caused him to start using blood. Do not worry. Our tea party's over now, Cannon. I've been here for the past hour and a half! How long were you there? If you called to us, I'd have poured you some tea too. I imagine that you didn't want to interrupt a pair of women talking, right? He's so wordless. Cannon kept silent, but there seemed to be a slightly hostile look in his eyes. Slightly? He's seething. On the outside, he acted with respect, but unlike Shannon, Cannon did not trust the witch. When Beatrice hit the table with her pipe, the tea set turned into gold butterflies which flew upwards all at once. They then scattered in every direction and the cleanup was done. It was fun, Shannon. Let's meet again if the chance arises. My power is still quite lacking. It's tiring even to show myself. If you're that tired, never appear again. Cannon had said it in a small voice, but the witch seemed to have heard it perfectly. She giggled but did not reply. Shannon, tell me about George more at our next party. There are no snacks sweeter than a person's love life. Oh. See you again. Dude, Cannon is such a fucking asshole when it comes to Beatrice. So fucking funny. Beatrice, like, exists. He could, like, point out a fucking single pixel on this screen here. You could replace, like, a single pixel with, like, a hair of Beatrice. And he would find it and get mad as fuck. It's like, why is she here? Like, all the way in, like, the little corner here, you could put, like, a little tiny pixel of her eye. He'd see it, like, why is she here? Make her disappear now. Beatrice's body also became gold butterflies, which scattered in all directions and disappeared. It was a fantastical and beautiful scene, like a blizzard of gold leaf. For a while, Shannon quietly watched the witch's exit. Cannon approached from behind and spoke with an expression that was drastically different from hers. Mei-san, didn't I tell you to stay away from her? But she's not that bad of a person. She might be a little shady, but the fact that only we can see her is suspicious enough. That thing isn't human. Thing? Hey! Well, I understand this trepidation. That thing isn't human. Who knows what she might be planning? Cannon-kun, I think that's a little rude. There was a touch of sternness in Shannon's voice, which was unusual for her. The Cannon who knew her well, she must have sounded extremely stern. Cannon, looking excessively surprised, considering Shannon's tone, fell silent. It's true that Beatrice-san is different from humans. She has a terrifying power, so I think it's right for us to fear and respect her. Still, I think it's incredibly rude to despise her just because she isn't human. I understand what you're trying to say, Nei-san. You've changed ever since she gave you that brooch. It's like you're her prisoner. She brought you and George-sama together, and now you're indebted to her. Don't say things like that. I fucking, when he makes this face, I love it. It's such a funny fucking face. It's like, if his eyebrows were like, vaguely higher and not as like furrowed, it would absolutely be fucking primetime material of Cannon gets trolled. It's like fucking, oh, you wanna be great? It's like, Shannon, wake up, we fucked up big time. Cannon. That thing isn't human. We don't know what she's thinking, so you mustn't trust her. And we aren't humans either, Nei-san. Cannon's words grew more serious. Those words probably gouged at Shannon's heart. She bit her lower lip and hung her head. You don't have to repeat it, dog. We are furniture. Even if we receive names and are treated as humans, that would change the manner of our birth. You are no longer furniture. Those words Beatrice had given her, which had made her happiest, floated through Shannon's mind. I'm not furniture. No, yeah you are. Yeah, huh? No, yeah, huh? No. No, you are furniture. We are less than human. Nei-san, You're just pretending to have forgotten. Pretending to be human. You know that as well as I do. I'm not furniture. I'm human. No, you aren't. We've never possessed what it takes to love or be loved. You were born, Canon! You were born! You were born, and that makes you lovable. Don't you ever dare say that again! You've always possessed what it takes to love and be loved. Never say that again! Canon! Ah! Canon's criticisms seem to have shifted away from Shannon's meetings with the witch. Shannon picked up on that rather quickly. I heard from a lady. Seriously, what were you thinking? I can't believe you would go on a trip with George-sama. You've forgotten your place as furniture. You've just been tempted by that witch, mistakenly believing that you've become human. Listen, Canon-kun. It's true that we're furniture. Lesser beings, inferior to humans. But if it were possible to make up for what we lack, wouldn't that be the same as becoming human? Such a thing could never happen. We could. If we can do that, we won't be furniture anymore. We can become human. Ridiculous. As if you could ever do such a thing. Canon spat those words out, but did so weakly and turned away. He was probably giving up. After all the suffering he'd undergone during those days he'd lived as furniture, his heart was firmly sealed. You can do it too, Canon-kun. You can become a normal human. Stop it. That's the witch talking. Yes, Beatrice-sama taught me. By obtaining the single element of this world, we can become human. Or rather, nobody's human if they don't have that. That's why people spend their entire lives trying to gain that single element. I don't understand what you're saying, Nei-san. I don't want to listen to ranting. And I'll teach it in a way even you can understand. Look, see what I'm pointing at? Shannon quietly pointed at the sea towards the horizon. Canon didn't understand what she meant and couldn't do anything except look between the horizon and Shannon's expression, which seemed to be posing a riddle. Huh? The sea. Canon-kun, what color does the sea look to you? It was a simple question. For a while, Canon tried to guess at the meaning behind it, but he couldn't think of anything, so he answered obediently. It's a hazy, dark gray color. So what? Objectively speaking, the sea, laid out beneath a cloudy sky, could probably be described best by Canon's words. But as Shannon closed her eyes and smiled, she shook her head slightly. It looks deep blue to me. Is that what you mean? Like how Japanese people use the word blue to refer to a green traffic light? No. The sea is deep blue. If I understand and you don't, then that's the difference between us. Is this another, like, allegory for, like, the whole you can't see the rose, or yeah, you can't see the rose, you can't find the rose, you don't believe in magic, then the magic's lost on you, etc., etc. Oh. Cannon bit his lower lip and was silent for a while. I don't understand. Cannon-kun, would you stick out your hand? Are you gonna give him the brooch so he can find love too? As Cannon was taken aback, unable to understand what she was saying, she took his arm and opened the palm of his hand. Cannon softly set something there. It was that magic brooch which she had received from Beatrice. A magic charm shaped like a gold butterfly that could bring love to fruition. This is hers? It's mine. So think of it as me and treat it with respect, okay? After being spoken to like that, he couldn't just throw it away. Cannon didn't know what he should do, and he stood there confused for a while, the brooch still in the palm of his hand. Shin put the palm of her hand on top of Cannon's, and the brooch was warmed by both of their hands. This charm holds true magical power. I'm sure it'll teach you an important emotion, Cannon-kun. Fast forward to him in like the boiler room with the hatchet in his hand. It's teaching me fucking vengeance and hate. There's nothing to be learned from that person's magic. No, there is something. So please wear it. If that's embarrassing, I hear it's okay if you just hide it in your pocket. Ridiculous. As if I let the magic of that person lead me astray. Even as he said that, Cannon-kun, or Cannon gonna be cold outed towards something Shannon was urging him to take. In the end, Cannon took it and agreed reluctantly, saying he'd prove that he wouldn't surrender to the witch's power. Shannon smiled and nodded back. Is he gonna fall in love with Jessica? I'm sure you'll be able to learn something important from it. And I'm sure you can become human. And when you do, I'm sure this ocean will look like a beautiful blue to you as well, Cannon-kun. Gray is gray no matter how many times you look. That's wrong, Cannon-kun. It only looks like that because you have no... That's gotta be love, right? That's what they've been talking about this whole time, so it has to be love. I'm sure it'll correct me later, but... It only looks like that because you have no love. Because of the howling wind, he hadn't been able to catch the main point of what she'd just said. So Shannon said it once more. The single element of the world. She spoke once more of the world where it existed, where the sea was deep blue. I'm sure you'll be able to see a deep blue ocean too. After all, this is what it is? Oh my god! Wait, this is what it's a part of? Oh. I would get this, I would get this tattooed on my chest. So like, whenever someone's being like depressive or something to me, rip my fucking chest. Ah! Without love, it cannot be seen! Without love, it cannot be seen. I mean, it's a good quote. It's a good fucking quote. Without love, it cannot be seen. Kinzo is outside? What is this black magic? What is this black magic that he has wrought upon us? He fucking steps outside, and all of a sudden it like gets cloudy. That's just like the aura he would give out. Like he would step outside and all of a sudden it's dark and moody and it starts raining. What kind of voice did I give him? I can't remember. I can never remember. I'm bad with old man voices anyways. Who is that? It's Canon, Master. It was rare for Kinzo to leave his study. However, the fact that he had didn't mean his noble research had been suspended. Excuse me, he may have left the study because of a change in mood, but that didn't mean the thoughts filling his head were any different from those he had while inside the study. From flicker tuning, ew! Canon knew that no matter what the time was, speaking to Kinzo when he didn't want to be spoken to would always disturb his research. It's cloudy out there. Will it get worse? Yes. According to the weather report, it could rain at any time. Shall I bring an umbrella? It will not come to that. Leave me alone for a while. If my children ask, say that you do not know where I am. I am busy on a journey through my own thoughts. Certainly. Then, if you would excuse me. Before Canon finished bowing, Kinzo had already returned to his own world, having forgotten Canon's presence completely. And once again, he began Okay, actually, I want to know really badly. How much do you think that quote applies, like, to all the things in the game? Maybe the reason why, you know, Kinzo can't see Beatrice just because it's not love he really truly has in his heart, you know? Maybe what he has in his heart is obsession. Or something else. Maybe his love isn't pure or something, I don't know. I'm being rhetorical, of course, don't answer on anything I'm asking. And once again, he began rambling to himself. Amidst those words, the name of that witch popped up many times. Oh, Beatrice! My hand will not reach your smile. What can I do to revive you? What can I do to make you smile at me once more? What is It is absolutely love that he lacks. After being just told that you can't see it, without it, it cannot be seen. 100%. Umineko! It's Umineko. It's just Umineko, man. My research, my materials, my catalyst. Or is it magical power, or luck, or an oracle? Oh, Beatrice! What can I do to see your face one more time? Oh! I love his crying sprite so much. Oh my god, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny, man. Oh, oops. Oh my god, it is so fucking funny. It has no business being that's funny. As Kanon listened to his master's weeping voice with his back turned, he turned around just once. When he did, right behind his isolated old master was the shadow of a person who shouldn't have been there. Of course he's gonna cry outside. He doesn't give a fuck. That's Kinzo we're talking about. That's Kinzo. He could walk out half naked. Nobody would question it. It was the witch. At once thinking that the witch must be plotting to do Kinzo some harm, Kanon dashed back to Kinzo and tried to form a shield with his body. But when he saw the expression on the witch's face, that emotion of his vanished. After all, Beatrice's expression was sorrowful? Or maybe pitying? You fool, Kinzo. Can't you see me, even though I am here? Oh, can't you love me, even though I'm right here? Stop! If this is gonna be a recurring theme, or the recurring theme, I will fucking blow up and die every single line of this. Every single time, I will blow up in just a bundle of sentimentality. Biggest regret is that Sean Connery didn't live to play Kinzo. I don't know who that is. Please don't shoot me. Sean Connery. Oh my god! He would have been the perfect! No! No. Okay, if you guys don't know who he is, look him up right now too. Literally the first image on Google, it's literally Kinzo. That is literally Kinzo. No fucking way. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, the old school James Bond. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. That really is just Kinzo. Can we add this picture of... Would it be disrespectful if I put a picture of Sean Connery or Connery on the stream? And like when people ask, like, why do you have a picture of Sean Connery on the stream? And I'm just like, what do you mean? That's Kinzo. I think, for one, he would be honored. Honored, rather. I think he would absolutely be honored. Don't worry, Sean Connery. You will be happy to be here. Well, let's put it in the corner. Let's put it in the corner. Oh man. Yep, that's Kinzo. I got Kino. I got Kinzos in two corners. I got two Kinzos in two corners. This is peak. This is awesome, man. This is awesome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right behind Kinzo, as we repeated the witch's name over and over, desiring to be reunited with her more than anything else, was the witch herself. And yet, I bet, hold on, wait, if I search for Sean Connery, and then I type in Kinzo, I bet I'm gonna get an edit of just that. There's already an edit! You don't even have to, someone already fucking did it. We're using this image, never mind. It is haunting how good this is. That is fucking perfect, genuinely. And yet Kinzo didn't notice anything. When Beatrice tried to rest her hand on his shoulder, he didn't notice. Why? Why does my hand not reach Beatrice's smile? Is it the age of the moon? The cycle of the comets? The alignment of the planets? What's lacking? What is? What is? It's useless, Kinzo. Without love, it cannot be seen. Oh, Kinzo. Shannon took the brooch she had received from Shannon out of his pocket. By learning something new, would he become able to glimpse something he couldn't see now? Without love, it cannot be seen. He looked at Kinzo's back once more. The witch could no longer be seen there. Alright, this will be a good point to take a quick break. We just gotta use the restroom, refill some water, etc., etc. So I'll be back in a moment. Right after this transitions. Come on, let me save. Whoa! Oh, this must be Jessica's Cultural Festival. Yeah, it's just her here. Alright. Burb. Enjoy the company of, should I just, can I just put a picture of, Sean Connery here? I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna put, a picture of Sean Connery here. What should it replace? I mean, it's gonna replace, it's gonna replace Kaya. Say bye to Kaya, guys! You've served us well. Actually, how about that floating head? Yeah! Goodbye, Kaya. Hello, Kinzo. Alright, be right back. Hey, I just got the news that today's the 6th. That means Monster Hunter is the betas. I didn't realize that. But I'm still intent on playing for like 8 hours at least. So we're gonna go for a bit longer. And then I'll reward myself with some Monty Hunty. Okay. Thank you guys, by the way. Thank you. All right. The biggest fall event for the Ushiromiya family was the family conference in October. But to Jessica, there was another major event, the school cultural festival. Jessica liked school. To her, it was a place where she could let out the stress she'd built up from the rigid lifestyle she was forced to lead at home. For today's cultural festival, she'd formed a group with her friends, and had announced they'd perform some light music on a temporary stage. She had prepared and practiced for this over and over until today, always anxiously awaiting this day's arrival. But there was one thing that worried her. She looked at the clock. There was still a little time, but she felt uneasy. Would that person really come? After taking a single deep breath, her heart jumped when all her friends suddenly started speaking in shrill voices. No way! Hina's BF is so awesome! Isn't he? Rin's boyfriend looks really smart! Is it true that guy's a glasses beast? A glasses beast? What? No way, my husband will be a pretty boy. Yeah. It may not be like this for all girls, but at least at Jessica's school, the cultural festival was basically a boyfriend exhibition. Jessica didn't have a boyfriend. She had many friends of the opposite sex, but no special, only one. But Jessica was a little famous around the school, and everyone thought it'd be natural for her to have a fitting partner. Furthermore, her pride led her to... Cannon, come in clutch! Cannon, help! She'd somehow managed to keep them fooled until this year. But for various reasons, she hadn't been able to escape this year's cultural festival. Jessie? Oh, cute name. Nickname, I mean. Jessie, is your boyfriend here? Eh? No, looks like he's not here yet. Maybe he's busy with work. What kind of person is he, Jessie? At least give us a hint. What kind of relationship? Oops. What kind of relationship? Awesome, so he's a working man. Is he gonna come in a suit? Of course he'll be wearing glasses, right? That's just like your personal fetish. Yeah! I mean, I like glasses too, but... He doesn't actually exist, right? If you come clean now, I'll let you join us. Let's cry together through this year's cultural festival! No, he exists. I told you he really exists. Jessica's bitter smile was covered with cold sweat. It was starting to seem doubtful whether she really had deceived her sharp-witted friends. If Shannon doesn't show up, I'm gonna lose my mind. Then how about making a fake boyfriend and taking him with you? Fake? Who? I can't think of anyone who'd do that. I can think of one person who would have to do that. Shannon's ridiculous plan surprised Jessica into hysterics. Even so, it was probably more realistic than the crazy methods running through her head about getting a boyfriend in the big rush before the cultural festival. What about Canon-kun? Canon-kun! No way! Anyway, I'm sure Canon-kun has work on the day of the festival. And I don't want to bother him. I've already checked the schedule. Canon-kun has that day off. Oh yeah, it's all in motion, baby. Why are you always so clever when it comes to stuff like this? No, wait! It'd be even worse if he's off. I can't pull him away from a precious day off just for my own vanity. Oh, that is true. If you don't pull Canon-kun away, he'll always be shut away by himself. So I think it'd be perfect if you could drag him out of this show. You think so? No, but I feel bad for him. I guess you're out of options. How about meekly confessing to everyone that you don't have a boyfriend? It might be terribly embarrassing, but you'd only have to endure for this short and yet long time before graduation. To a pair of lovers, there's no sweeter honey than the face of a single person with an inferiority complex. Why don't you get a mouth like that? Oh my god. Shannon, hello? People will get like a partner and then they'll start saying shit like this. Come on now. What happened to humility and modesty? Shannon, you aren't really working for my sake, are you? You're teasing me, right? Jessica wrestled about with Shannon, her eyes tearing. But Shannon was unfazed, laughing with her usual smile. Yes, this is to get you back for making fun of me and George-sama all the time. Listening to Shannon's comeback, the likes of which didn't happen even once a year, Jessica hugged her cushion and rolled around on her bed, pretending to faint in agony. She couldn't stand Shannon's smile, which looked so triumphant. But right now, she was the only person Jessica could talk with. She could choke her to death with her cushion later. Is it really so bad, my lady? It's a cultural festival, but it's also a chance for you to have fun with Canon-kun. Lamb. That may be true, but... No. These goofy-ass sound effects. Jessica buried her head in her favorite pillow to hide the fact that her face had grown bright red. The Kinzo? Yeah! It's Kinzo. It's Sean Kinzo Connery. Oops, I skipped some dialogue. She grumpily chewed the fingernail on her thumb. It really was a reaction to be appreciated. Shannon and Jessica were of about the same age, of the same sex, and friends. And they were both right in the middle of puberty. They could never talk enough about love. That's why they could talk freely about these topics to each other. So Jessica had heard a lot about how Shannon and George's love was progressing, and Shannon had heard a lot about what type Jessica liked, what kind of man she might be interested in. Judging by Jessica's reaction, it'd probably be rude for us to go into precisely what these things were. However, the story won't get anywhere if we just have Jessica rolling around forever, so let's dive in. Oh! Jessica had been thinking about Canon ever since he'd shown up. It was extremely rare for young men to visit Rokkanjima. So maybe it was natural for Jessica, a girl in puberty, to develop an interest in Canon. But if anyone said that, it would destroy the romantic ideals of a maiden's pure heart and love at first sight. Shannon had been with Canon a long time at the orphanage, so she'd known him since before they started working. So Jessica had asked persistently about what his hobbies were, what his favorite food was, what type of girl he liked. Even to Shannon, it was clear that Jessica was infatuated with Canon. Come on, isn't this a good chance to take Canon-kun on a date? But Canon-kun might also have someone he likes, so... Wouldn't he take it badly if I made him go with me just to show off? People who aren't honest with themselves like you are. What was that word I learned from George-sama? The date on his day off would be really nice. I think it was Sundora. Apparently they'll be all the rage in a decade or so. Wait, 1968 is the date of this, right? 1968. $1986. I got it reversed, damn it. So, what year did NGE come out? Original release date. Oh, they're right. Yeah, in about a decade or so. Yeah. It came out October 1995. October 4th, 1995. Hey, wow, what a reference. That's so funny. Wow, Judge Nissan sure is incredible. Managing to foresee future trends like that. That's awesome. No, wait, are you saying I'm living in the wrong decade? I give up. Is she bashing her head into like something metal? It took several days of wasted efforts, but in the end, Jessica agreed to the plan of having Canon pretend to be her boyfriend. Wait, I want to see him in casual clothing. Exciting! Yes, my lady. Did you call me? Jessica regretted calling out at such a bad time. Canon always looked sullen, but he had some bad days and some better days. Unfortunately, this reaction was the former. Bad days and better days, okay. Like, I always have to check. I know the latter is always the 1 second, but I always forget what former is for some reason, and I'm so bad about it. No, well, all that confidence and effort she'd built up practicing in front of a mirror all night was wiped out in about 5 seconds. Jessica turned bright red and hung her head. When he saw that, Canon sighed. Jessica thought that he was exasperated with her and her face went pale. I heard from Shannon. This is about having me go with you to the school for cultural festival, right, milady? She's tweaking! She's tweaking! Nice one, Shannon. I mean... That's right, but, do you have any plans that day? I was strictly ordered by Shannon to work specially for you on that day, milady. I have never been to high school, so I don't really understand. But I hear it's a place where girls can be shamed if they don't have a boy with them. And I was given special orders to see to it that the daughter of the Ushiromiya family is in no way inferior to the common people. What? Shannon, I'll beat you to death later! Jessica kept yelling with a strange voice and a broken smile, like a tea kettle filled with boiling water. As Canon watched this, he sighed again. Canon wasn't an idiot either. He fully understood what Jessica intended by inviting him. But, to be honest, playing along with Jessica's love game seemed like it'd be nothing more than an annoyance to him. Yeah, especially if you actually have a crush on her. Raising my eyebrows at Canon. However, Shannon had asked him over and over. He was deeply indebted to her, so he couldn't refuse. Plus, that brooch was in his pocket. Could this strange turn of events have been brought about by the magic power residing in this brooch? Ridiculous. But he remembered what Shannon said to him that day. Could Shannon see something he couldn't? I don't understand Shannon's feelings. We are furniture. As if we could ever become anything more. It was a truly odd exchange between Jessica, who was still rambling on in a strange voice, and Cannon, who sighed deeply. Jessie, someone's here. Didn't you hear? I'm sorry. Who is it? As my friends all gathered together, they were looking this way with hard-to-describe expressions, whispering to each other in small voices that weren't small anymore. My attempt to play dumb felt pretty transparent, even to me. Did it really just say, sorry, who is it? Like I don't know who just showed up. Ah, it's useless, my mind's going blank. Is this what you wear on your days off, Cannon? You are dressed like a chunie. You're literally dressed like a chunie. If you take your hands out of your pockets, am I gonna see one of your arms fucking wrapped in a bandage? Are they gonna be ragged? Pre-torn bandages or something? Like, what is this fit? I mean, it doesn't look bad on him, but I don't think that you should be wearing this to like a public outing. He's got that Reaper persona fit on. No way, that's Jesse's boyfriend. He's so cute. Wait, he's real? No way, seriously? Jessica, you traitor. Incredible! He's younger? I never heard he was younger. Where's Jesse's boyfriend? She really isn't a little kid. What? I thought they were like the same-ish age. Hey! Aren't you late? I didn't know where the entrance was. I'm sorry for my tardiness. No, it doesn't. Don't fucking lie to him. This does not look good on him. That outfit looks really good on you. Shannon said normal clothes wouldn't do, so we went and bought this the other day. You bought this? Yes, it does look strange. Yes, it does. That's not true, no! Shannon, when I get back, I'll promote you 2 levels! You like this on him? It feels like everyone here is a girl and it's uncomfortable. Yeah, isn't it? Come on, let's not hang around here. Let's go to the stage, okay? I'll be up pretty soon. Come on! Jessica seemed just as uncomfortable. It looked like being bathed in everyone's interested gazes was hard on her. When he saw Jessica's appearance, Cannon thought he might have made things difficult for her by coming. He's dressed like a light novel protagonist. Like, this is the fit. Like, this is Kirito. If he, like, undid the belts, he would look just like Kirito, dude. I get the feeling I'm getting in the way. Am I being a burden? I told you, no way. Is he wearing red gloves? Maybe that's the inside of the sleeves that they're red? I'm not sure. Please tell me at any time if I start getting in the way. He uses oh my god, he uses Boku! They just fall down. There's no way you get in the way, Canon-kun. She calls her boyfriend. The sound of them collapsing is so... They're gonna say milady. Ojo-sama. They're gonna say Ojo-sama next. What'd you like me to do, milady? No way! She makes him call her milady like a butler! No! You can't call me a lady today! Is that so? As you wish, Jessica-sama. She's trained him? What? The fucking collapsing SFX is killing me, dude. What a good bit. Sorry, Canon-kun, could you close your eyes for just 3 seconds? Yeah, it's a kiss, she's gonna kiss him! They go... What the fuck? Is that how hard they fell over? It's so much so that it became thunder? No way, dude. Bang. Thunk. Bam bam. Slam. Crash. By the time Canon-kun opened his eyes, a horrible tragedy had occurred in the room. Everyone had been driven into the walls, their arms and legs outstretched. Jessica had slipped her brass knuckles back into her pocket before Canon's eyes... What? I didn't realize she was like that. I didn't realize she was like that, okay. She's carrying that thing on her. Anyways, let's go over to the stage. Our turn's coming up soon, so take a seat and wait for a bit. We've gotta go get ready, okay? Go straight to the end here and you'll see a temporary stage. You'll know where to go. Wait there! She pushed Cannon's back as he seemed to be having trouble moving himself and chased him out. Even though Cannon was confused by Jessica's attitude and her manicky state, which he'd never seen before, he followed her instructions and headed in the direction she had indicated. After seeing him off with an awkward smile, Jessica slammed the door shut and yelled loudly. There you go, you saw it, right? You saw that, are you happy now? Haha, sucks for you! I lost the bet. I was sure Jessie didn't have a boyfriend. Are you sure that was her boyfriend? I'll bet she's just abusing one of our servants. Right on the money. Jessie's boyfriend is incredible. Shut up! Come on, let's go get ready. When Jessica took the brass knuckles out of her pocket again, everyone energetically returned to their tasks. She's scary. She just casually carries a pair of brass knuckles with her? Okay. I bet it has like her... What do you call it? I bet it has like her fucking like initials embedded on them too. Or maybe her name is just spelled out on them. Cannon went down the corridor Jessica had shown him and ran into a temporary stage set up where the vending machine should have been. It was probably being rented by the hour by some group or club. The ones singing were student groups, but the crowd was still incredibly excited. Disliking that clatter, he leaned against a wall in the darkness by himself. Cannon right now. I bet I look so cool right now. I'm so cool. Everyone's just like, who the fuck is this guy? I don't know, but he's giving me the creeps. Do you think he has a knife on him? What if he tries to stab us? I don't know, but let's not get near him. He's trying to aura farm. No, Kennen! You can't! Aura farming is a technique sacred to the Ushinomiyas! Only they know how to aura farm! Someone has to stop him. He's losing aura points by the second. He's losing aura. Stop, Kennen! Stop! So this is what they call high school. It sure is noisy. That's what Kennen thought. Then he remembered Jessica just now acting in a way that he'd never seen before. She was in such high spirits that alcohol might have been involved. To him, remaining composed and intellectual at all times was the highest virtue. Kennen! Your aura, Kennen! Oh! In that sense, it was very hard for Kennen to get used to the atmosphere of a school cultural festival. He had a responsibility to report everything he saw and heard to the master. So he also had to report— What? Also had to report about how Jessica had acted without restraint earlier. Boo! At the very least, it was not fitting for the daughter of the Ushinomiya head family. The master, Kraus-sama, and especially Natsuhi-sama will probably be angry. Dude, you're gonna snitch? Come on, bruh. If I'm to report it in a way that protects Milady, should I blame it on inappropriate school friends? What was all that? Wait. Say that again? Say that again? Yakuza reference! Sorry. What was all that? So stupid. Kennen thought back on how Jessica had acted earlier and sighed again. He could understand Natsuhi's headache a little now. Come to think of it, Natsuhi-sama, as the president of the PTA, was supposed to go to an informal gathering after attending the ceremony in the gymnasium. She said she wouldn't be able to see Milady's performance, didn't she? That's probably for the best. He's so funny. Why? Like, you look bad. We need you to not wear this ever again. Crowds certainly are unpleasant. What in the world is going on? Several female students keep glancing at me. It seems they're all whispering the same things Milady's school friend said, and it's truly unpleasant. Come to think of it, didn't Shannon warn me? If you walk alone at something like a school festival, you'd better watch out, because lots of strange people will come and talk to you. Are you by yourself? Just as expected, a group of girls— How do you see someone with, like, Kennen's fit right now? If I go to system, will I see it? We got that full body fucking sprite. And also, yes, it is a collar. Or like maybe an undershirt or something, I think. Maybe it's an undershirt. Oh my god. Dog. If he was wearing gloves, I'd fucking cry. Oh no. Oh no, man. Just as expected, a group of girls I'd never met started talking to me. Their stares started to make my back tingle. Didn't she tell me some magic words that could chase them off at times like this? I already have a girlfriend? Sorry. I'm with someone. Oh, really? Sorry. Well, it worked. Instant reaction. I got rid of them, but it hasn't really... How are you gonna approach this guy and like think like, oh damn, he's so cute. He's so cute with that trench coat, big ass collar surrounding his neck sort of deal. I got rid of them, but it hasn't really changed the number of people staring at me. It's that kid? That's Jesse's boyfriend? No way! It's that kid! I can't believe it, I was sure he was fake! Isn't he cute? So he's a bit younger? Lucky Jesse! There's no way I'll ever come to a place like this again. Ken sighed for about the zillionth time that day. When he did, the lighting changed and the standing audience started cheering. Like what Kraus wears? Ah. I wish he just wore that instead. Even just like the red pants and a shirt would have been fine. Even that would have been fucking fine than whatever this is. 1986 fashion is a different beast. Oh god. He looked around and realized that there was suddenly a large group of people there. And unlike earlier, they were mostly guys. With this huge crowd, he couldn't even see the stage. Fortunately, there was a fallen beer case. Why is there a fucking beer case nearby at the school? So we tried using that as a footstool. When he did, he realized that there was now a new group on the stage. Their leader's Milady. She's changed into stage clothes and she's even holding a guitar. I didn't know she could play. Then again, maybe she can play. I've seen her practicing air guitar before. Natsuhi-sama wouldn't approve of any hobbies outside of study. Maybe she was always practicing in secret. Come to think of it, she's been returning really late from school recently, hasn't she? Maybe she's been practicing at school far away from Natsuhi-sama's prying eyes. It really is for the best that Natsuhi-sama didn't come. If Milady were to get scolded by Natsuhi-sama after putting so many hours of practice in, she'd probably be dejected. Jesse! Everyone, thanks for gathering here today! Rah! I could hear Jessica-sama's forceful voice through the speakers. Jessie-sama? Maybe that's her nickname at school. The students in the audience kept calling out that name. I'm a little offended by that crude name. It's inappropriate for Milady. Jessica-sama was in high spirits as they kept shouting Jessie-sama. Everyone here was probably a fan. Her mic performance picked up on that and electrified them even more. It was almost like a music program on TV. At first he thought this was all silly, but that feeling had changed into appreciation. It was incredible in its own way. Ken had never listened to music of his own free will, but he'd often heard the kind of music the Ushiromiya family liked. You're gonna hate me for this, Jessica, but I don't listen to music. I don't like music. Since it was almost all classical, Canon had naturally taken a liking to that kind of music. So to Canon, the song Jessica sang was, how should you say it? Extremely colorful. In any case, if Natsu-sama heard it, she'd probably faint. What? Oh. I'm sorry, this just took me off guard so much. Bedtime. This must be the original, what do you call it? This must be the original, original CG from the own game. Because she's dressed like fucking... I'm pretty sure that's Marissa. But I don't think Marissa had a tail? The tail looks like it belongs to, like, Andre. But I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Marissa. But everyone looked like they were having a really good time. Some diehard fans who had even brought pen lights sang along and danced crazily with the same movements. Almost as though it had been planned ahead. They're doing Watoge! On the stage, Jessica-sama also sang enthusiastically, dripping with sweat. He couldn't find a single element that was appropriate for a daughter of the Ushinomiya family. But it looked like so much fun. Josie-sama! Josie! Again today behind me, the sound of footsteps. Oyashiro-sama stalking me. Curses, disappearances, sacrifices, torture. Onekakushi, does that make a good snack? Don't say Marissa. I mustn't go along with it, but at any rate, Milady is full of life and looks like she's having a great time. As I watched Milady enjoying herself, I thought, could this be Ushinomiya Jessica's true nature? Don't I know better than anyone that during her life on Rokenjima, she's had no choice but to kill her sense of self? So the time she spends not as Milady's successor to the Ushinomiya family, but as a single girl called Jessica, living life to the fullest must be very important to her. I've worked close to Milady, seeing her in all seasons, and thought I knew everything about her. That was all limited to one side of her, the Milady of Rokenjima. We are furniture. We serve on Rokenjima and end our lives on Rokenjima. So I've come to think of Rokenjima itself as a whole world. As though, like in Ptolemaic theory, the ocean spilled off the end of the world into an abyss. But when I look at Milady like this, I can see how horribly narrow that outlook is. I still can't go along with the excitement of the crowd. But I feel I can see something that cannot be seen on Rokenjima. I'm not sure if this is the unseeable thing Shannon was talking about. But the ocean still doesn't look blue to me. Shannon. Or Cannon, I mean. Cannon, it's not gonna happen overnight, buddy. He'll get there. He'll get there. I'm sure he will. Whoa! Beautiful! Wasn't the cultural festival at Jessica's school today? How was the principal doing? He seemed to be in good health. That's right. Diet member Takamiya was also there. He said to give you his regards. Busy as usual. It appeared so. That person's also very energetic. And I believe President Emoto has also made an appearance. Naturally, the topic of Jessica's cultural festival came up at dinner. School events often became social gatherings for local volunteers. It was the same for the Ushinomiya family, who were celebrities around here. Natsuhi remembered the name of one VIP after another at that social gathering, telling Kraus the news about them. However, Jessica didn't really have any interest in that discussion, and rudely slurped up her pumpkin soup. Now that I think about it, we haven't seen Goda at all, or any of the other servants for that matter, rather. Okumasawa. Hey, Genji, speak of the devil! Milady, perhaps you want to take more care with your manners. Yeah, sorry about that. Jessica, how many times must I tell you to watch your language? Yes, ma'am. Jessica answered, discouraged. When he saw that, Kraus smiled a little and paused his conversation with Natsuhi. How was the festival for you, Jessica? Huh? It was okay. No, you weren't. You liar! You're a terrible mother! You're a terrible mother. How dare you feed her this shit? Fuck you. Fuck you for this. Fuck you for this, Natsuhi. Fuck you. You're hot, but also you shouldn't be lying to your kids like this. I was watching. You did an excellent job. Huh? Well... Jessica's face turned bright red. She probably hadn't imagined that Natsu would actually come to see her on stage. She felt a mix of happiness and embarrassment. Actually, she hadn't really wanted her mother to watch since she didn't want to be told that her music was inappropriate for the Ushinomiya family. But it certainly didn't make her unhappy to hear her parents say she'd done a good job after watching her try her best. Yeah, she wasn't there. Jessica acted with both composure and dignity. Fitting behavior for the student's representative. Oh, yeah. The smile that had been there until a second ago crumbled like sand. Oh, never mind. Jessica immediately realized that her mother was talking about something different. Lamp! Lamp! Dining hall lamp! Dining hall lamp. Dining hall lamp. Jessica was also the school's student council president. She had no interest in doing something so annoying, but her parents had been pushing, so she grudgingly accepted. Unfortunately, she was popular at school, so she won the election easily. So Natsu was praising her for the student council sponsorship ceremony at the beginning of the cultural festival. Actually, she had just carried that out half-heartedly. After that, she immediately met up with her friends and held a stage rehearsal for the rest of the time. That experience of standing above people and bearing responsibility will surely prove useful in the future. I'm sure it will help Jessica mature as a member of the Ushinomiya family. But you rushed a little while giving the greeting. You get a pass in content, but the fast pace of your speech lessened the impact. It might help if you developed a habit of pausing every once in a while. Yeah. Oh, I'm just doing it on my own volition, because this game loves like doing dialogue and then or narration, and then it zooms or pans to or transitions to a shot of the ceiling of the chandelier or a lamp very close to the ceiling. So I'm just keeping track of how many times or how many CG specifically there is of that. After she finished eating, Jessica didn't feel like going straight to her room. Her room was basically the place her parents had ordered her to be. So perhaps for Jessica, instead of returning to her own room, being in an unknown location in this large mansion was a meager form of resistance. Excuse you. Jessica felt that even being in the mansion made it hard to breathe, so she went outside to the rose garden. Well, even if she did show up, I'm sure she would have said something about how it wasn't appropriate for a successor of the Ushinomiya family. Isn't it better this way? Jessica laughed at what she was sulking over. She laughed at what kind of words she could possibly have been expecting. That was dumb of me. In the end, I was just acting like an entitled brat. I'm a little exasperated with myself, and it makes me want to laugh. Get him! Milady. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank fucking God you're in a normal-ass outfit. You should wear this permanently. You should wear this permanently. I don't know how I feel about the sort of pseudo shorts he's wearing. I guess it's if this went all the way up like a sort of like knee socks or knee highs, I think this would be a lot cuter. I think it'd be a lot cuter. Shannon she just looks like a typical maid. Kanon, he got them shorts. Goda, he's dressed in a usual butler outfit, so is Genji. Maybe it's their fate as, like, ons. As a suffix ons to have to show your legs off or something. I don't know. She just looks like your regular old grandma. Not even a servant. She just looks like your grandma. Yeah, I see the vision too. It's just a little... It's like the equivalent of what I'm getting is like I'm seeing the top half. I'm like, oh, he looks very well dressed. And then he's wearing like fucking booty shorts. It's like cut off right where he's at, where you're supposed to see his booty shorts. Kanon-kun. Don't scare me like that. Cough, 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 cough. Just she was about to force a laugh, Kanon suddenly started talking to her and she choked. It's like if you saw like this, like me, and you expected to see more leg, but surprise, sorry. I got really long ass boots, dog. What's up? Got something to say? Yes? Jessica's expression became the one she always wore when looking at Kanon. The listless Jessica from a second ago was gone. If he had still only known Jessica as the eventual successor to the Ushiromiya family, as he had until yesterday, he might have mistakenly thought that Jessica's mood had sprung back to normal. Excuse me. But that wasn't right. He now knew a part of her that he couldn't have seen until yesterday. So he understood that there was no way Jessica actually felt the way she appeared. Oh, about today's cultural festival. Thanks for coming with me so I could show off. You saved my butt out there. That song. You were really good. Really? You're embarrassing me. Even though she had heard the words she most wanted to hear, Jessica acted shyly and couldn't accept them openly. Don't be so bashful. I cannot sing. Word up, me too, brother. Me too. And I don't know how to play any instruments other than the harmonica and the recorder, which I learned in elementary school. The harmonica? That is such like a canon instrument to learn. So I simply assumed you were the same, my lady. At the time, Kanon had never felt as though he'd been looking down on Jessica in this way. But all the people he'd seen playing special instruments were on the other side of the brawn tubes in the TV. At the very least, he'd been under the impression that it'd be impossible for Jessica. I am furniture. So I didn't believe there was any need to sing or play instruments. But I'm not sure anymore. Seriously, Kanon-kun. Enough with that I'm furniture business. That's like a proper attitude you servants are supposed to have, right? Servants are supposed to be like living furniture. Genji says it a lot. It isn't just a proper attitude. Because we really are furniture. I know the kids from the Fukuen house receive assistance from grandfather in various ways, and I realize how grateful you are for that. But it's a bit cruel for you to have to call yourself furniture just because of that. We're all human, aren't we? Kanon-kun, when you saw me singing, what did you think? It looked like you were having a lot of fun. I don't think that's true. Huh? You didn't just think it looked fun. You were envious, weren't you? That's not... Damn, immediately called him out on it. Cannon probably hadn't noticed that emotion himself. Most likely, Cannon saw something he'd never seen before, learned about it for the first time, and felt envious. And to trick himself out of that emotion, he'd called himself furniture over and over. I know I'm a successor to the Ushiromiya family or whatever. And, well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of annoying stuff to do from now on. As far as that goes, I can't do anything but give up since I was born under an unlucky star. Bro got clocked. Probably just like you had to live at the Fukuen house, I don't have a choice either. I couldn't choose the stars under which I was born. That may be true. But there's one place where you and I are completely different. Know what that is? I don't know. I am furniture and Mulady is not. He wasn't about to say that, but stopped. I do not know. Cannon-kun, you decided that your fate determines everything about you and you gave up. But I can't accept this kind of fate. So I do the best I can. So while there's still the rigid and cornered me that's gotta stay as the daughter of the Ushiromiya family, I've created another me that can do what I like to the fullest. 2-second recap? That's a lot to ask. It opens with George and Shannon on a date. I think we might be in the past, or at least before episode 1 has started, but I'm not too confident in that quite yet. But it opens up with them on a date, and then it ominously turns to Shannon shattering a mirror, pretty much. And then she breaks that mirror, and like, breaking that mirror helps Beatrice. By the way, Beatrice shows herself to Shannon and Cannon. And then basically from then on, it's just a lot of slice of life stuff. A lot of stuff going on right now is just slice of life stuff. Right now we're getting back home from a school cultural festival at Jessica's school. But yes, much slice of life stuff besides the stuff with Beatrice. This will drop the line. Without love, it cannot be seen. Another you. So while there's still the rigid considered me as the daughter of the Ushiromiya family, I've created another me that can do what I like to the fullest. Another you. Yeah. Cannon-kun, you've been instructed to say because I'm furniture. I'm sure you've gone through a lot of tough times just because of that. I think that sort of sucks, bro. But the idea that your entire life will be decided by that alone just seems so sad to me. He's like, is someone feeling bad for me? You know, it's always possible for people to create another self inside them. A self that they can truly grow to like. And I'm not talking about escaping from reality, okay? When I'm that other self, I can really feel like I'm living a great life. So no matter how constrained and boring everyday life gets to be, I can always live on without suffocating. Having to say you're not human. Yeah, literally. And all that is that's enforcing is the idea that like they're not capable of love, so to speak. Because what with the line with Beatrice saying like, oh yeah, once you learn to love, you are human. So pretty much is saying that Cannon and Shannon are, and all the other servants for that matter, are incapable of said love, pretty much, which is really, really sad. To make another self inside yourself. that you can truly grow to like. To make another me. One that isn't furniture. Though her relationship with George-sama has Shannon given birth to another self that isn't furniture. And did this other Shannon see something that cannot be seen by furniture? That's right. Well, I don't know anything about your private life, Canon-kun, but I can sort of guess. Your private life probably doesn't exist at all. Am I right? Don't clock him. Don't clock him like that again. Canon couldn't reply, but that was answer enough. He had no concept of a private life. So Canon would always be Canon. So furniture would always be furniture. No! No. Canon-kun, Canon isn't your real name, right? In the Fukuin house, new graduates would be given new families and a new life, so they were always given a new name. In his case, that was Canon. Certainly, this name of mine may be a temporary thing. Before he had thought of himself as Canon, and no one else, but he remembered. What's his real name? There definitely had been another name, or self that wasn't Canon. But it was far, far away beyond the distant fog of oblivion. So even for you, it should be okay to have times when you're Canon-kun and times when you aren't. Maybe when you act as a servant, that Canon-kun calls himself furniture and strictly limits his own will. But when you aren't Canon-kun, I think it's okay to live much, much more freely. Those words definitely weren't just lip service. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She had cursed her own birth into an environment different from all of her friends at school. I should be jotting down notes and stuff. I really don't want the themes to fly over my head. So I'm going to be jotting down notes and questions as this goes on. I will not vocalize them, of course. I want to keep it to myself before I discuss it at the end of the episode, perhaps. Sorry for all my typing noises. Bulletin board with red string. No, I suppose. Some of that, but most of it is just themes I don't want to forget, really. Damn, I'm tapping up a storm. What else do I want to put down? I'm trying to remember some other themes, if anything. Custom keycaps? No. I can't remember what kind of switches these are. I don't remember. I don't think they're blues. I know for a fact they're not blues, at least. I'll look it up later. Jessica had also been like this in the past. She had cursed her own birth into an environment different from all of her friends at school. Oh, just remembered another thing I wanted to do. Only she had been in a heavily constricted environment, forced to learn all sorts of things. And she had even been told whom she was and wasn't allowed to play with. It may have been sad, but she'd given up resigning herself to the fact that she'd been born under that kind of star. But one day, Jessica stopped giving up and surrendering. Stuff like Ushiromiya family customs and pressure didn't matter. She created a real Jessica inside herself, one who could do what she really wanted to do. Oh wait, how could I forget that? Wow, let me expand on this point then. You know, I go by the nickname Jessie at school. When I'm Jessie, I live life honestly and to the fullest. And because of that, I can do my best when I'm Jessica too. Would it really be so bad if you could also have times in your canon and times when you're, your real name? When you aren't canon, can't you try becoming another self that you can like? A time when I'm not canon. He'd once thought of his real name as being completely meaningless. Because of that, he'd thought that canon summed up everything about him. And now Jessica was telling him to create something new, another self that wasn't canon. Canon-kun, if you don't mind, tell me, what's your real name? He was silent for quite some time. Maybe Canon's real name had risen up to the tip of his tongue. After hesitating for a long time over whether he should say it, in the end... No! He swallowed it back down! No! No! I forgot. My name doesn't matter anymore. Those words contained a faint rejection. Yes, it does! Hey! No matter what kind of real name I had, the only truth now is that here, I am canon. The past has nothing to do with anything. The materials with which furniture is made, be it a trunk of a tree or otherwise, are meaningless in the end. I told you to stop that! You aren't furniture, you're human, right? Oh. Canon? I'm not human! Canon clearly voiced his refusal. It was with a rage that he normally didn't show. Jessica couldn't say anything back and was struck silent. You are human, milady. So you're free to live any way you please. And any kind of future is possible for you. I don't like this. Essentially what he's saying is, you are loved, so you're free to do whatever you like, but me furniture, me not loved. Me cannot love. Stop it, Canon, stop! It's almost like you have wings and can dance through the sky like a bird. But I am not like that. Even if I looked like a bird, I'd be nothing more than a domestic duck. Even though they have wings, they cannot fly. To speak to me of that dream in the sky despite that, it's just too cruel. Furniture and ducks. What the hell is all this? No. Jessica had unconsciously gone along with Canon's forceful manner of speaking, but she realized she shouldn't fire back and swallowed her words. I don't know anything about you. I don't even know your upbringing and I don't know the hardships you've been through. So I can't even imagine why you started calling yourself furniture. But know this. You're not furniture or a duck. You're a real human. If you want to say Kanon-kun's furniture when he's working as a servant, that's fine. But in that case, don't you think you can create a self for yourself? Or create a self for when you aren't furniture? For when you're human? Only a human like Milady can embrace that possibility. I am not like that. I have no future, no possibilities, no dream that I am allowed to see. So, Milady, please don't say any more. Please don't say any more cruel things. Why? Why do you say stuff like that? Because it seems you mistakenly think I'm a human, the same as you, milady. We are different sorts of beings. I just wanted to make that clear. I heard from Shannon. Something about milady liking me. What? No, but... I look almost identical to a human. So like Shannon, I could probably delude myself into thinking I'm human and pretend to love for a time. But then I would surely be fooling myself. I would be fooling you too, milady. Shannon and George-sama will definitely fall apart. Even though Shannon herself probably realizes that day will come. She's taking part in such a stupid... You're being such a hater right now, Canon. There's limits to being a hater. There's limits to being a hater. You're calling your sister's love stupid. How dare you? There's nothing stupid about it. Sure, George Nissan's a wonderful person. He's got a match up to his parents' expectations. And I'm sure when it comes to marriage, Aunt Ava will interfere in various ways. And I think their future prospects look to be full of trouble, okay? But you know what? George Nissan isn't the kind of guy who'll surrender to that shit. Shannon's no Juliet, and he'll definitely bring her happiness. This must be so frustrating for Jessica. Oh my god. People cannot engage in romance with... Wait a minute. Tell that to the guy who's in a loving relationship with his car. Tell that to that guy who was on like My Weird Addictions and fessed up to like, I'm in a sexual relationship with my car. People cannot engage in romance with furniture. What I'm trying to say is that even if you can love furniture, I cannot love you, milady. Those words of Cannon's crushed all of Jessica's bittersweet feelings from that day. There was no way her emotions could have predicted that she'd be refused so bluntly. In an instant, she lost the willpower that had led her to try and unravel something stubborn in Cannon's heart. And before she knew it, she was just standing there in shock. Milady, if your feelings for me were due to my conceit, then I must ask that you forgive me. No. Well, I won't deny that. Thank you very much. Huh? Thank you very much for thinking of me as a human. Those feelings alone really do make me happy. Anything more would be too cruel for me. So... No, I've said enough. Sorry about that. Jessica recklessly scratched at her head and spoke, trying to force her voice to sound bright. Kanan, look at what you did! I just kinda ran on ahead by myself and was a burden on you. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble on your precious day off. No. I was also happy that I could see you having fun. Then, let's call it a night. If I don't go back to my room and turn up the lights, Mom will get mad at me again. That's probably for the best. I wish you a good night, milady. Yeah. Good night. Kanan saw Jessica trot away with her back to him, looking disheartened. But then she suddenly broke into a reckless dash and disappeared in the direction of the mansion. As he watched her back for just an instant, Kanan was tormented by the feeling that he just made a huge mistake. You sure did, buddy! But he hadn't made a mistake at all. He'd been forced to refuse her now for her sake, while the pain was still at its smallest. Nice going, making a woman cry like that. I didn't expect you to refuse her that strongly. If you'd given a normal answer, another pair of lovers would have been born thanks to my magic. How long have you been there? You're the worst. When he turned around, the witch was suddenly there. It looked like she'd been there the whole time, watching the two of them as though enjoying a play. I shall forgive you for your insults just this once, in deference to that amusing little show. Even after 1,000 years, no more interesting show exists than the complications between boys and girls. To me, it's a pleasure that's better and more addictive than opium. Damn. Kanan pulled the butterfly brooch out of his pocket. It was the manifestation of the great magic the witch had bestowed. Without hesitation, Kanan slammed it against the ground and stomped at it. What is the meaning of this? You know that was given by me. Just now, I figured it out. What you're doing isn't as tasteful as being a cupid of love. You're just a demon who enjoys showing love to those who could never be together, deceiving them. Hi, did you guys just finish playing Fortnite? I bet you guys were just playing Fortnite. Hi guys, hi Arch, hi Fire. Oh, GFR. Hi guys, hi Fire. Oh my god, I'm so tired. It was Umineko, really good. We're on episode 2 right now. If you ever wanted to play it for yourself though, I really do recommend leaving right now. We're in a really deep plot point, methinks. And I think this screenshot, even without context, I should probably pause it. I think even this with context would be bad. So I'll go here for a bit, but yeah, I would get out of here if you ever want to play Umineko. But thank you, Arch and Fire, for the raids. People happy. I hope you guys, I think I played a bit of JFR. That was a long time ago, though. But I wasn't very good at it. And do you know spoilers specifically around that character, though? That's sad. I hope you forget them soon. Going into this game blind is the best thing I've ever done in my entire life, minus like also a couple of random things I know. Am I out of water? Hope not. Wishing me I very forget, but yeah, it is a really good game. I really like it. Okay, bye Fire, take care. Thanks for lurking. People happy. Thank you again for waiting, both of you. Okay. What I already forgot what we were talking about. Shit. Oh, right. He just took the thing and... Just now I figured it out. What you're doing isn't as tasteful as being a cupid of love. You're just a demon who enjoys showing love to those who can never be together, deceiving them. She didn't say no. She didn't say no. You're free to think that. Most humans I lend my power to say the same thing. Don't play dumb! You didn't lend Shannon your power because you felt sorry for her. You found a weak point in Shannon's heart as her chest burned with love, and you made her break the mirror that sealed you. What's more, you guessed how this would all end, and now you're toying with her! Am I wrong? Furniture has a thoroughly pitiful existence. So, you have no dreams, no future, and even no love. Good, good. There's nothing better than knowing your place. As you noticed, there was a faint love residing in Jessica's heart. You seem to think you snipped it in the bud. But did you know? Trees grow thicker branches if you thin out and prune them. A girl who loves furniture, is it? Amusing. How truly amusing. Shannon and George will also eventually reach a stalemate with their unfulfillable love, ripening into the sort of large fruit I love. However, regretfully, it seems to be going so smoothly for those two that it's hardly entertaining anymore. So it was a trap? No! No, Beatrice! But on the plus side, it seems the two of you will amuse me to no end. The witch laughed. Even though she had known the two could never be together, she had lent magic to bring them together. However, they couldn't escape the fate that prevented them from ever being truly joined. Lone Zero, thank you so much for the follow. Yowdy. The witch knew that. Even if they were joined, Shannon and George, Cannon and Jessica would eventually break up. They would wander through an endless desert in this hell of love, tormented by an eternal thirst. What? Did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love. And in exchange, I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I've never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. Just look at Kinzo. See how he ended up. An old, pitiful man who learned the taste of love before being thrown out of paradise. Look at how he lives, like a dead man that cannot fully die. Wow, she really is pure evil. What happened to that sorrowful look you had on your face when you were like, you can't see it without love? What happened to that? Is this all an act? Or is this like the real her? You truly are a witch. Disappear. Get out of my sight, demon! Oh, I would disappear even without your prompting. My power still hasn't returned. It's still tiring to continue showing myself, so she's just doing this to be a hater. I overdid it when I gave you lovers my power. As I am now, it will not be easy to maintain that power without that brooch as a catalyst. Cannon ground his foot even more into the stomped brooch. Hi Katie, thanks so much for the raid. Wow, so fast. That's 3 in a row, so fast. Or so many rather. Hi raiders, hi Katie. Thank you so much for the raid. Greetings raiders. A little drowsy, sorry. We're in the middle of episode 2 right now. If I remember correctly, you were on the Answers arc, if I remember correctly. How is it so far? It is very good. We're not that far into episode 2, but they finally said the line, the infamous line that I only know Umineko for, really, besides a couple of others, is without it, it cannot be seen. Without love, it cannot be seen. We got to see that, so that was really cool, and I love that line. I love that line so much. I want to get it tattooed on my chest, even. Maybe tattooed on, like, my arms or some shit, I don't know. Bah. But I hope your stream was good, people happy.
You can't have a rainbow without Ryan, baby.
2 streams into episode 8, last episode. Oh, shit. Wait, that's awesome. I hope you manage to finish it soon. But thank you again so much for the raid, people happy. Hi raiders, my name's Eve, Archangel Eve, but just please call me Eve. I am... excuse me. I am mostly an angel that focuses on voice acting games and stuff. I play JRPGs mainly and then visual novels a lot. So if you like that stuff, feel free to stick around. Otherwise, I bid you farewell or something. I know a streamer that has without love it cannot be seen tattoo. That's about to be me. That's actually about to be me. I fucking love that quote so much. Enjoyable and emotional. I imagine so. I'd better damn well be emotional if this game takes like 120 plus hours of gameplay to complete. And that's just the average for people. It fucking better well damn drive me to fucking tears. This better be as important as the Bible with the amount of time you're taking to read it. Then it evaporated like water and changed into butterflies that sparkled gold, fluttering out from beneath Cannon's foot. Maintaining this form is quite painful for me as well. I'll hide myself for a time just as you desire. My magical power will rise as surely as the moon and the tides. And eventually, a fitting time will come for my revival. I know not in the slightest whether that will be tomorrow, next year, or even 100 or 1,000 years in the future. But as long as there are those who entertain me, I will surely gain power and revive. I will disappear for a short while until that time comes. The bruise on the palm of your hand is already gone. So if you wish, tomorrow morning, You can let my existence vanish like an illusion or a dream. After all, nothing saddens me more than being forgotten. However, I will surely be revived. Be on your guard so that you will not regret that day's coming when it arrives. I will surely have my second coming and rule over everything as this island's true master. There's a revival. Is Beatrice like... Is that at some point in time, does she ever get crucified? Is she Jesus Christ? Don't answer that. That is the time when the door to the Golden Land will be opened again. The greedy dead will surely wake me. You talk too much! Disappear now, Golden Witch! I love that effect so much. Oh my god, he's so fucking funny, man. I love you, Cannon. She's just mouthing off about, I'm gonna resurrect like Jesus Christ. When the people needed him most, he appeared yet again. I will be given back my magic power. Cannon's just like, I don't give a fuck, leave! Get the fuck out of here, I hate you! Stupid witch! You have a lovely voice. Thank you guys. You're very, very sweet. Thank you. He's such a hater. I love it for him. The witch became a cloud of gold butterflies and scattered away, leaving behind a scornful laugh. The whole area sparkled like a gold blizzard in a snow globe. It was a fleeting, fantastical scene that disappeared in a heartbeat. Oh, thank you. Yes, my posture's straight. Don't worry. The witch could no longer be seen. However, Cannon felt like he could still hear that shrill, unpleasant laugh. Oh, how amusing. How truly amusing. Why is this world still so amusing after all the years I've been away? Go mad with love. Go mad with gold. Those who don't go mad from one of the two are not human. I see. So that's why the word furniture is so fitting. Furniture is created to serve humans. And I cruelly treat humans as playthings to sate my 1,000 years of boredom. What a truly amusing three-way deadlock that I cannot control furniture. Shinzo, you fool. What a truly entertaining scheme you worked out. Furniture, you fools. Just you try and see if you can fell me. Tonight, 2 seeds of love have been sown. Including the one already sown, that makes 3. 3? There's Shannon and George, Cannon and Jessica. What's that, other? Is it Kinzo? Yeah, of course it's fucking Kinzo. Beatrice! Why? Why did you leave me alone in this painful world? I hate you. I will hate you for all eternity for not even trying to answer, despite being yearned for so! Master, you gotta stop fucking drinking, man. Dr. Nanjo warned you as well, did he not? Shut the fuck up, Genji! You do not understand! You do not understand my grief and sadness! And I believed at least you, my oldest friend, would understand my pain. Why? Why can you not understand? Oh, Beatrice! Why did you leave me all alone? Kenji, oh, we got the double! It's in the Ushiromiya family to cry. It's in the Ushiromiya family bloodline to cry! What the hell do you mean, furniture? I don't get it! Oh, poor Jessica-sama. Even though the cries I hear coming from room tell me of this situation, there's nothing I can do. It's all a tragedy due to a pair who are too young getting too close. Or too young getting too close when the position of their births are too distant. I can do nothing but understand my lady's feelings, hide my footsteps and quietly walk away. Brioche is pretty good. I love when Battler cries and yells, it's my favorite. It's like him literally going mental. It's so fucking good. He literally just goes fucking mental. I adore it. New day? Where's Battler? Oh no, we're still following George and Shannon. What? What do you mean by that, George-san? Did she just get the news like, I'm not marrying you, by the way? Or something. I mean what I said. I still haven't built up my castle. Once I manage to do that, I'll finally be able to think of myself as an adult. Oh, never mind, quite the opposite, I'm sorry. When that happens, I want to marry you. That's... But my heart won't let me do that anymore. So I want to give you an engagement. Oh, I thought he was gonna deliver worse news. Like, I don't want to do that anymore. But my heart won't let me do that anymore. So I want to give you an engagement ring. So it is like a different timeline or something. Because he's giving the ring here in a completely different place. Engagement, you say? But I am furniture. No, you're not! Oh, right, that. Well, furniture. Oh, he's being freaky again. Oh god, here's fucking freaky George. Well then, furniture has to listen to what people say, right? Right now, I'm having a ring made that'll be fitting for you. Oh, so it isn't it? Okay, never mind. Sorry, forget what I just said about alternate timeline or whatever the fuck. So this is in the past. Okay. I think it'll be ready in time for me to bring it to the upcoming family conference. I'll give it to you then, so please, I want you to let me hear your answer. If you accept, then I'll proclaim our engagement right there in front of all the relatives, including grandfather. George-san. I'm sure some people won't approve of our relationship, but there's no need to look at their faces, because you only have to fill your eyes with me. I will definitely bring you happiness. That's the one thing I can promise you with certainty. No, he truly is romantic. Boom, thunder crash, glass break. What is this music? I just can't wait to see how it'll ripen. The gold butterflies do not swoop upon the juice of overripe and rotting fruit. I cannot wait for the day of harvest to come. Is the time of the banquet here yet? Oh, there's the glass break. That's what I was waiting for. We're back! We're back! We're back! Family conference day! I wonder if anything's gonna be different. They had eaten breakfast at a coffee shop in the station building. By chance, the inside of the shop had been decorated with Halloween colors since it was October. Maria had seemed to be awfully pleased with that. For quite some time, she talked loudly inside the train about wanting to have a Halloween festival, without caring that she was attracting the attention of others. Halloween is very popular in Europe and America, but people aren't that familiar with it in Japan. The shopping district was colorfully decorated with orange pumpkins, but the costume parades of children demanding sweets and saying trick-or-treat were nowhere in sight. Festival! I don't want to wear this shit. I want to look like a fucking witch, Mom! Ah! The conference isn't for playing. We're going to meet grandfathers, so you have to dress up nice. While it wasn't completely full inside the train, it was really packed, with almost all the seats occupied by passengers. Maria was making a fuss among them, stomping her feet on the seat while Rosa scowled at her. Rosa warned her many times to lower her voice, but Maria hadn't obeyed her at all. Well, once Maria got like this, no matter how much you tried to explain the situation or calm her, she wouldn't listen. Before, Rosa used to pamper Maria and give in to her at times like this. But that was probably a mistake. No discipline, no! Yeah, she doesn't have discipline, no! Surely Maria had gained the mistaken impression that throwing a tantrum long enough would make her mother give up and do what Maria said. Rosa had realized that error with the help of an educational book, and since then she'd hardened the part of her heart that wanted to pamper her beloved daughter. Her mutual understanding with Maria began to grow weaker and weaker, and she began to get discouraged by her own powerlessness more and more often. If you don't give me sweets, I'll kill you! I don't have any sweets to give you! We just ate breakfast! Give me sweets or I'll start a fucking typhoon on Rokajima and we'll be all forced to play Beatrice's game! If you don't give me sweets, I'll fucking do it, I swear to God! A stout old woman who was sitting nearby as Maria stomped her feet, picked a candy out of her handbag and held it out to Maria. I got a sweet! Yes! Look, Mom, look! Happy Halloween! My bad, y'all. Hey! What'd I say about accepting sweets from fucking strangers? What'd I just say, Maria? Give it back! Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, she's such a spirited young lady. How old is she? Maybe there was no malice in the old woman's words. However, Rosa seemed to find that remark extremely humiliating. Haven't I always told you not to accept sweets from strangers? She gave it to me! Oh god, she got that crazy ass look in her eyes. Let go of it. How many times do I have to tell you to do what Mama says? It's mine! Mine! Oh. Oh god, right in front of the grandma too. Oh shit. Shut up! I said not to go ooh ooh! Stop! Rosa reflexively hit Maria violently on her cheek. In a flash, Maria started crying loudly. Rosa immediately took the candy from Maria's hand and pushed it back towards the dumbfounded old woman sitting next to them. Please don't just give sweets to my daughter. She's apologizing because she's gonna hit me next. Breathing heavily, Rosa once again held the candy out to the old woman. After getting flustered about what she should say for a few moments, perhaps the old woman realized that her actions may have troubled this parent and child, and she accepted the candy back, apologizing. Oh, that crazy look is gone. After that, Rosa finally took notice of her surroundings. Her daughter's clothes were all messed up, but she was crying and shouting with her nose dripping, and there were many dumbfounded passengers watching them. Except for the sound of the train running, the interior was completely silent. Fortunately, that pitiful sight. Doing that in public is crazy. What the fuck? That pitiful silence didn't last more than a short while. However, it was followed by an even more painful atmosphere as everyone began to whisper. Maria shouted, cried, kicked, and stomped her feet as usual, paying no heed to the people sitting around her. Impulsively, Rosa tried to slap her again, but she noticed the cold eyes of the people in the train and couldn't. When the train stopped, Rosa forcibly pulled Maria's arm and got off, almost dragging her daughter along. Oh, we're playing Rose again? Maria didn't stop crying. Rosa took her to the end of the... Getting off in the next stop so you can abuse your child just in peace and quiet is fucking nuts. What the fuck? Again. Rosa took her to the end of the platform and hit her cheek again. At the moment she was hit, Maria stopped crying for an instant, but before long she shouted and cried even more than before. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rosa grabbed the nape of Maria's neck and dragged her, tugging at her hair. Mama, it hurts! It hurts! Didn't I tell you to shut up? Stop that stupid fucking oohing! I told you to stop! That's the reason you can't make friends in class, right? Get a hold of yourself! Why are you still a kindergartner inside your fucking head? Why can't you do what I say? Why? Why? With those severe words, Rosa hit Maria's cheek over and over again. The more Maria cried and shouted, the more Rosa hit her. The more Maria was hit, the more intensely she cried and shouted. Mama, it hurts. It hurts. Mama, save me, save me. Why can't you stop saying ooh ooh? Stop! This is exactly why you can't make friends. This is why Papa's business trip never ends. This is why I... You should probably stop hitting our kid. Excuse me, is everything okay? What do you want? I mean, do you want something? The one who timidly called her was the station attendant. Rosa glared at the attendant with a look that said, don't butt into the problems of a mother and child, stranger. No, I think it's very much his business if you're abusing the shit out of your fucking kid, methinks. Of course, the attendant surely hadn't wanted to get involved either. However, Rosa had been yelling on the platform for a much longer time than she had imagined. Her emotional scolding had led the passengers on the platform to advise the attendant to call out to her. Rosa yelled at the attendant, saying not to worry anymore, since they'd be getting at the next train. And then finally, or rather, for the second time, she noticed the passengers on the platform staring at her from a distance. Rosa sweat slightly and felt a breeze make her sweat go cold, tormenting her. Maria still kept on crying, shielding her own head. Of course, if this beating continued, she'd probably keep crying indefinitely. I did it? What do you mean I did it? Oh. I did it again. As the terrible heat in Rosa's head faded, she knew she had surrendered her soul to evil again. Oh, you poor thing. You know what, maybe Maria having that weird crash out where she had that crazed fucking look on her face was justified. Maybe that was okay for her to do now that I think about it. I think that was okay. And she should get to do that again without any repercussions from me, the chat, or otherwise. I'm sorry about that, Maria. The scene is so much worse when you know that or they are? Oh. Rosa fell to her knees and hugged Maria, whose face was all soggy with tears and mucus. Maria, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. How many times has this exact scene played out, though, in different locations? Because Rosa doesn't know how to control herself. Oh, God. Mama! Welcome back. No, not the welcome back to the mama that's nice. Oh. Finally, Maria realized that her mother was her mother again. She clung to her mother's body and cried, burying her face in her mother's chest. Forgive your bad mama. Please forgive your bad mama. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate your mother. She's gonna resent you in a decade or so. Oh, I'm just fine. I won't hate mama. Mama was only being possessed by the bad witch. No! She's coping so bad! No! No, 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 no. But you came back, so I'm just fine. Yeah, that's right. Mama was just being possessed by the evil witch again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For a long time, the two of them hugged each other, asking for and sharing words of forgiveness. After a while, they calmed down and both moved back at the same time. Maria's face and Rosa's face were both deep red after crying their eyes out. Do you want to have a Halloween festival, Maria? Yeah. I wanted to show those pumpkin marshmallows to George, Oni-chan, and Jessica One-chan. It was a candy they'd been selling near the cash register at the shop where they'd eaten breakfast. A fancy sweet that had a big orange marshmallow in the shape of a jack-o'-lantern attached to the shape of a stick, or to the tip of a stick. Maria wanted it and had insistently pestered Rosa for it. Rosa had refused, saying that there was no way she could buy sweets right after breakfast. Then, Maria, I don't know if they sell those in this town or not, but let's get off and try searching for them, okay? Yeah. No! I love you, Mama. I love you so much. Thank you. I love you too, Maria. The truth was that they didn't have time to waste waiting around at a stopover station. If they missed the airplane, they'd fall half a day behind schedule. She should have left home with more time to spare, but she'd ended up leaving late after choosing Maria's clothes. Because of that, Rosa had been a bit impatient since the morning. She looked at the clock. They had to get on the next train immediately. Oops. But her daughter firmly joined hands with her to go buy the sweet with her mother. That hand was warm. To Rosa as she was now, it was more important to renew her bonds with Maria. To her, Maria was not only a beloved daughter, she was everything Rosa had. Girl. Fortunately, they could see a big supermarket right in front of the station. You might not be able to find exactly the same sweet, but Maria would probably be happy with a similar one. Besides, Rosa couldn't show up with a face swelled from crying. She must fix her makeup. Maybe we won't find one exactly like the one before, but hopefully we can find something like it. Let's buy some and surprise all your cousins together. Yeah, as long as we buy it together, any sweet is fine. They exited through the turnstiles of the station in the sundown town. Maria walked across the pedestrian crossing together with her mother. Chuckling to herself as though she was walking in an amusement park. Both faces were still deep red, but the two of them, mother and child, smiled warmly at each other without any restraint. Ah! Oh, my neck. Oh! Wow. I should save. I really need to save, actually. I need to be more prudent about this. Actually, I haven't read this. Well, no, yeah, I have. Just kidding. Dear, what are you doing in a place like this? Oh, it's you. It's nothing. I simply find this a pleasant place to think. All of our preparations for today have been completed. Why don't we have some tea and relax while we wait? Forgive me. I'm always making you handle such troublesome matters. Please, rely on me even more. I am your wife. Naturally, I'm grateful to have you always coming to my aid. That's precisely why I'm able to devote myself to my work. I understand. I understand about your work. On the topic of father's inheritance, right? That has nothing to do with you. It's nothing more than fishing for rotten meat amongst greedy siblings. It's okay, dear. Everything will go well. Your businesses have never failed to work themselves out. Natsu softly cuddled close to Krause's shoulder. She complimented Krause on his hard work. But Natsu knew better than anyone that his work wasn't going well. Oh, lying to his face, are we? Okay. Krause's project was something like a seesaw where a large amount of money swings. Big investments can lead to massive payoffs, but like large seesaws, they tend to shake a lot while moving very slowly, instead of showing immediate results. At times, it's impossible to make further investments so that the seesaw inclines faster towards the side you want. Of course, you'd only do that if you were confident you'd be able to recover all your investments in the not-so-distant future. However, the seesaw Krause chose never turned out as he would have liked them to. Sucks to suck, Krause. Oh, good night, Bedwards. Take care. He invested in shitcoin. He probably loves NFTs and crypto. He probably loves, he probably tried to, get with, the fucking NFT monkeys or some shit. He probably tried to make that happen. He was one of the people that spent, $700 on, a stupid monkey NFT. And then invested in Dogecoin. And fucking bought a bunch of, when Hawk Tua coin came out, he was like, oh, dude, this is the future! He spent all of his money on it. He totally put all of his money on it. And then when Hawk Tua coin crashed, he just was fucking he was like the hanging Wumpus gif, man. That was him afterwards. His foresight wasn't wrong, but the times were moving sluggishly. They never managed to catch up with him. My ace joke with Krause. Instead of the fucking Ushinomiya epitaph, or the portrait epitaph, instead of the gold, it's what is it? It's the chest. Finally at the end of Umineko, after 200 hours of playing, we finally found the gold. Fucking opens it up, and it's just I own this NFT. It is my favorite NFT ape. And I was told it's worth $3 billion. It has really cool sunglasses and it's smoking a cigarette. In about 2 years or 200 years time, this will surely sell for 1,000,000 times its buying price. You will thank me later, grandchildren. And then NFTs fall off the face of the earth and everyone hates him. I think Battler should screenshot it to fuck with it. It's like this. And it's ah yes, Battler, look at my cool little monkey Battler. It is one of a kind, and it is mine! You cannot even right-click and save image as. It's impossible. Battler taking out his phone. Hold on, I'm trying to get a... What did you just do? Oh, my NFT monkey! My unique one-of-a-kind ape! Oh, Battler! My NFT monkey, what have you done? It's gonna crash in value. Beatrice does strike me as the type of person to totally like make up a fucking NFT and be like, ooh, if you make a contract with me, this NFT ape will belong to you. And it's gonna be worth millions in the future. I'm not, we would totally put it on the blockchain. Absolutely. 100%. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. What 1,000,000%. I can already see him with like a fucking t-shirt with an NFT monkey and then a hat, bright red hat that says with like golden text embroidered onto it, and it's like I love cryptocurrency or like crypto bro or some shit. Oh man. I'm not over like a battler taking a screenshot of it and I'd be like, battler, what have you done? The value of this ape has been ruined because of you. Or like, Beatrice! Why? Why did you crash the market on my NFT? Beatrice! God, I don't even remember what the fuck we were talking about. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. Oh God. We were talking, okay, business, right. Krause's businesses, right. Analogy to a seesaw. Think of a literal seesaw placed in a park. It's a really popular item, so there's always someone playing on it. You've got to wait a long time for your turn. Let's say that one day you spotted one of those seesaws that was completely unused, and you raced to grab it first and have it all to yourself. However, unless someone got on the opposite side of the seesaw, you wouldn't be able to play on it. What if lots of time passed and nobody came to the opposite end? Seesaws are popular, so if you wait long enough, a companion will surely show up. But Krause noticed something. The weather is getting worse. Nobody's gonna purchase this NFT monkey. But the NFT monkey is really popular. So someone will surely come buy it off his hands eventually for double the price. If he sold it at less than market price, it would certainly be snatched away for a steal. And once again, he'd end up longingly gazing from a distance at someone else having his precious NFT monkey. On one side of the seesaw, he waited for a buyer all alone. That was Krause's project and his current situation. Such a bad bit. This bit is so awful. If only I'd had a bit more courage and the self-confidence to believe in my own foresight, I would never have failed. Yes, that's true. Your foresight is never wrong. You're the only one who inherited Father's resourcefulness. You inherited an innate disposition that none of the other siblings did. But I could never believe in it. I always shut my own projects down like a coward. Why can't I believe in myself? Who would believe in a man who can't believe in himself? Nobody believes. I'm always sitting on the seat where the losers must sit. And my father, my mother, my siblings all sneer at me. How long is it going to take for me to be set free of this emotional complex? Just how long will it take? Mati was the only one who knew. Only she knew of Kraus's anguish. As the eldest son of the Ushiromiya family, who would soon be forced to bear an immense responsibility, he couldn't open his pained heart to anyone, and was always getting compared to his father's great enterprises. Hi Cam. The whole Ushiromiya family is susceptible to being talked into crypto. Well, I've made preparations concerning all other matters so that you'll be able to devote your attention entirely to the family conference. Everything else has been seen to. Thank you. Will there be any problems dealing with father? No. Genji and Dr. Nanjo are on our side. I'll never allow those greedy siblings to make contact. Oh! This was planned from the start? Well, I guess it's like... I want to say 80% of it is genuinely Kinzo does not want to fucking see them. And 20%, I guess the servants are in it, I suppose. Hello, Goda here. Yes, please, leave it to me. I'm anxious to put my skills to work for the big annual job. In the kitchen, multicolored ingredients were gathered, and the preliminary arrangements were promptly being started. You know, there's like... Where is it? There's only like a bundle of characters we don't really know too much about. We don't know much about Nanjo, but he might be a whole like nothing burger. But also, he is here, so I feel bad, so maybe he is important. I still can't click on Kinzo and... okay, never mind. I was about to say. Okay, now I can't click on Kinzo. Okay. Dude, what? You hear this, right? Dude, Kinzo is cursed. He hates his kids so much that he assumes me, the player, is one of his, like, granddaughters or grandsons or one of his children. It's like, no! I will not let you click on me! Maybe if I click on Beatrice first. You're not even gonna open up for Beatrice? I see through your lies. You cannot get me to open the door for you. I know it is not truly you, Beatrice. I don't even like, there's nothing important for me to see about him. I just want to look at Kinzo. I just want to look at his full body sprite is all. I don't even remember what I was talking about anymore. Fuck. Maybe it's the window. Maybe if I do this. No, that just exasperated the problem. Huh. Oh well. Oh yeah, I was about to say, right. My first thing. We know about the backgrounds for why they want money, but we don't have a lot of emotional investment yet. That was a nice look into Kraus, I suppose. I'm curious about Goda and... Kumasawa, it looks like she lets on more than she knows, it feels like. We know a lot about Kanon and Shannon now. Oh, well, not a lot, but we know a bit more about them. Rose is abusive. Rudolph is apparently a serial cheater. Ava's a misogynist. Kraus is, well, he makes bad business decisions, I suppose. I don't know if he does anything awful compared to these three. Yeah, Rosa beats her kid. Rosa's a serial cheater, Ava's a misogynist. Well, he's a crypto bro. Yeah, that is a sin of itself. He invested in smart ape NFTs, so that is his cardinal sin. That is his cardinal sin. Even though it was still morning, the ingredients for dinner were already in saucepans and steaming. Normally he had to deal with several assorted matters, but on the day of the family conference he could devote himself entirely to cooking. To Goda, who was originally a chef, this was surely the greatest gala occasion of the whole year. Calf steak! Dinner will be calf steak. A wonderful cut of meat is already anxiously waiting for tonight in the refrigerator. Excuse me, please be sure to look forward to dinner. It was rare for Goda to be in this good of a mood towards his fellow servants. Goda bragged about being the Ushinomiya family's personal chef, and knowing he was considered worthy to display his excellent cooking at the family conference was his greatest honor. Yeah, he is pretty neglectful. I mean, we saw like bits and pieces. He was vaguely interested, but also that was like, it had to do with like speech and, you know, holding up the mantle. His hair is green, I just noticed that. His hair is like a dark green. Or if I look at my other monitor, it's a bright green, so never mind. I guess the colors on my main monitor are a little less saturated, I suppose. Or more saturated. Understood. I will leave everything to you. Also, is Kumasawa there? Kumasawa-san. I happened to... Oh wait, I forgot the voice I gave him. I happened to see her earlier, but she's not here. Perhaps she went to get things ready in the guest house. Is she loafing around again? It's like a Stall green for me. Stall's hair was always an odd color. It was like a weird brown, greenish, green-brownish. I don't know. Don't even get me started on Naoi's hair. Please continue with your work. Yes. Leave everything to me, Goda. Blah, 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 blah. Genji placed the telephone back on the receiver, sighing lightly. Then he sighed once again, thinking of Kumasawa, who was probably hiding again, even though things were this busy, and the ostentatious Goda, who only felt like doing anything on a day when he could show off. Excuse me, the preparations for all the rooms in the guest house are complete. We received instructions from a lady to prepare a room for 4 people, so that the children can spend the night together. What shall we do? I hear Battler-sama will be coming for the first time in 6 years. Presumably, the lady wants to stay up late into the night with her 3 cousins. Make the preparations. Do not need to tell the madam. I see. Certainly. Oh, I've never seen this sprite of him before. Gazing wistfully off to the side, vaguely stanced up. His eyes full of longing and sadness, perhaps. So tonight we'll have the late night shift, followed immediately by the morning shift. It looks like these 2 days will be tiresome. Speaking of which, the weather forecast is saying a typhoon will strike in this area. Is everything gonna be alright? Assuming the typhoon doesn't stray too far from its course, it may affect the boat ride back for the family members. The family conference's schedule might extend until Monday or Tuesday. Our task may be a long and tiring one, but I earnestly ask that you take care not to make any blunders. Shannon, remain calm and do not panic. Canon, be sure to greet our guests in a sociable manner. Oh, I gotta remember to blink. Oh, my eyes. Yes, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. Canon has the eyes of a small and sad hamster. I'm reminded of that picture I retweeted a few days ago, and it's like the fat hamster or gerbil like tied around a noose trying to like hang itself. Today we must conduct ourselves in a manner suitable for a very important guest. See to it that you make no blunders. Yes, Dad. I fucking get it. I understand. All guests who visit here are important. Canon, in the true sense, we will be receiving a very important guest today. Make sure that you are prepared. Yes, sir. Is something the matter, Shannon? You seem to be uneasy. Do you have some prior engagement at this time? No. Huh? No, I'm just thinking about my boyfriend. La 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 la. It's nothing. My apologies. Nesan, important guests will be arriving today. Detach yourself from your private life. I don't know what you mean by private life. As Shannon blushed just a bit, she turned her gaze away from the clock. Was it about time for the airplane carrying the family to arrive at Nijima? Ooh! Dude, what's gonna be different? What's gonna be different? Ah! She tried to hide the fact that her upcoming long-awaited reunion with George was making her heart race, but Canon, who stood beside her, seemed to see right through her. Where's Battler? I miss my boy. I miss my boy. Are you practicing how to propose? You're such a dweeb. Shannon, please don't say a word and accept this. Inside a bathroom stall, George was practicing something over and over, taking out a small velvet box hidden in his pocket like a quick-draw desert gunman. That's not it. Shannon likes men who are more assertive. I've got to pump it up with more horsepower. I got a good thing you could say. Shannon, your little ring finger belongs to me. And you're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to. Shannon, your little ring finger belongs to me. And you're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to. You understand me? He's saying the same exact thing. This is pretty much verbatim that video. Shannon, put this on your ring finger. That's an order. Okay. Don't make me get freaky. If I don't say properly that it's on the left hand, maybe she'll put it on her right hand. Are you supposed to put it on your left hand when you get married? When you get married, what ring does it go on? Oh. I thought it didn't matter. I thought you just sort of chose. I thought you sort of just like chose like based on like whichever one you wanted the finger to be on. Oopsie. I don't know anything about marriage. Or rings for that matter. Unless there's some room for her to express her view, that'd be a little, I mean... Interesting noises, but you're nowhere near on Battler or Kinzo's level when it comes to going... As he crossed his arms, muttering, someone knocked on the door. George was snapped back to reality. Hey, George-kun. You okay? Got a stomachache or something? Hey, Uncle Rudolph. It's okay, I'm fine. No need to worry. Really? That's good then. But you know, you're straining way too much. Your ass will burst. Ew. Rudolph washed his hands, laughing cheerfully as he left. George, realizing that the most embarrassing part hadn't been overheard, relaxed and felt extremely relieved. Did he just come in to wash his hands? Well, no, that's not weird. That's not weird. What am I saying? This guy's taking a crazy shit. Kiria, isn't Rosa here yet? Not yet. She's pretty late. It's a good thing the weather's delaying our flight. If the schedule I'd got on normally, she would have missed the plane. What'd she plan on doing then? Rosa-san is very much an adult now. She'll manage it somehow. No matter how old they get, older brothers always treat their younger sisters like children. Yeah, bring it on, baby! It's a motherfucking Battler Shiromiya! Battler stocks are going up! Woo, 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 woo! What kind of... I don't even remember what voice I gave him. Of course, Dad's always a kid no matter how old he gets. I'll just give him the generic protagonist voice I give for every protagonist. What'd you say? If I'm a kid, that'd make you a baby! Come on, Battler-chan, up you go! He's fucking ticklish! Stop it, that tickles! Stop! You look more like two bratty friends than a father and son. Despite, you know, even if Rudolph is a shitty dad, a shitty father, or rather I should say shitty husband, maybe. I don't know about his status as being a shitty father. Even though he's a shitty husband, I think their dynamic right now is still pretty funny, all things considered. At least at a first glance. Oh, if it isn't Rosa! Maria-chan, long time no see! Long time no see! Maria? Shouldn't that be it's good to see you again? Greet Hideyoshi-san properly. And then like her eyes flicker red. She's like, Rosa, I'll fucking hit you. Again. I can see it in her eyes. I see the devil in her eyes. I will protect Maria with my life. Don't you dare fucking touch her again, Rosa. See, how hard was that? How hard was this to like properly discipline your child and be firm and not hit her? You're firm and you say exactly what you need from your kid. You don't fucking hit them, hello? What? It's good to see you again. There you go. Well said. How about some candy as a reward? What? Oh shit, where'd I put the candy? It's good to see you again, Rosa-san. It's good to see you too, Maria-chan. I can't look at her the same way. After those like several scenes of her hitting Maria, I just like... Oh gosh, I just can't look at her the same way. It's been too long, Kirie-san, Hideyoshi-san. And... oh my! Battler-kun! Look how big you've gotten! Oh, come on! It's embarrassing to hear that from everyone I meet. Hey, Rosa. You're late. If the plane was on time, you'd barely have made it. Oh, sorry. I was abusing my kid. Sorry about that. We had some trouble making our train connection. I know what you did. So, are we waiting on the weather again? Oh, don't complain. I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing about on a boat. Even if we're kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall. Is that Maria? You sure have gotten big. She's at that growing age. You haven't seen her for 6 years, right? Of course she's changed. Women are creatures who can be born again in a single day when they have a change of heart. What? Maria, noticing a big man she didn't recognize mixed in among the relatives, hid behind Rose's back and glared at Battler. Come on, Battler, say hi. Last time you met her, she was just 3, so you're practically meeting for the first time. Yeah, of course you wouldn't remember something that happened when she was 3. Hey, Maria. Long time no see. You sure have gotten big. Maria, this is Battler Oni-chan. Rudolph Nissan's son. Understand? The brother's son is... The brother is the son... Eh? Ah, my head! She was obviously on her guard. After all, it was hardly surprising that she'd be scared if a large guy like Battler suddenly started speaking frankly to her. Battler noticed that as well and thought of various ways he might approach her. Then he spotted the candy she had in her hand. Now that I think about it, this wasn't here last time, like the first time, right? In episode 1? At least I don't think so, or they didn't bring attention to it. It was the jack-o'-lantern sweet Rosa had bought for her. Ah, I see, it's October. So that must be for Halloween. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank on you, right? Normally, trying to snatch a sweet away from a small child would result in them crying and screaming. The adults seemed dubious about Battler's tactics, but Maria looked unexpectedly pleased, her face splitting into a wide grin. I also can't look at this face the same anymore. After episode 1, dog, this face scares me. His aura. Halloween! See, Mama! Battler knows about Halloween. See? Call him Battler Oni-chan. Sorry, Battler-kun. No, don't sweat it. Please, just call me Battler. Because I'll be calling you Maria. Look, Maria, it's Halloween. If you don't give me some sweets, I'll play a prank on ya. If you don't give me sweets, I'll play a prank. Yeah! From inside her purse, Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet similar to the one she had in her hand and presented it to Battler. When Battler accepted it, that seemed to be enough to confirm their friendship. The adults were amazed at how good children can be at getting along with each other. Maria had been throwing a tantrum because she wanted a Halloween festival, so Battler, who knew about trick-or-treating, must have felt like an ally. Her defensive posture from before was completely gone. Now she was all cheery as though they'd been friends for decades. Oh, that's right. Halloween's a pretty minor event in Japan. You always see people marching in costume parades on the news from overseas, but I've never seen it here. I wanted to wear a costume too. Why did you say trick or treat with all the cousins wearing costumes? She has her moments, by the way, Cole. She's gone ooh a few times, but that was, I think, prior to this meeting at the airport. I see. Next time, let's do it together. What would you like to dress up as? A witch. What? How does she know that? Wait, no. No, she's been going to these family conferences. She's been going to these family conferences consistently within like the last 3 years at least. then she knows Beatrice. I thought she just randomly knew it. Okay, no, never mind. But this is still a bit scary. Why is the screen still black? Oh, okay. Ah! Ah! Oh, milady, what are you doing in such a place? Adam was looking for you. I'm here because I don't want to be found. Anyway, I'm sure she just wants to scold me like, is your appearance alright and watch your language? Oh, without a doubt. You know, when the day of the family conference comes, I always start thinking about this witch for some reason. Oh? And why might that be? The family conference is the day when everyone related to grandfather gathers. I hear that this time even Battler is gonna be coming after 6 years. What if just like that, some relative who hasn't shown themselves for several decades suddenly shows up? That's what I'm always thinking about. Oh, could a relative like that exist? I mean Beatrice-sama. Nobody knows her background. Could she be grandfather's mistress from long ago? What if one of her descendants suddenly appears and tells us to return the gold we were given or something? Oh, you're so funny, Jessica. Well, I mean, yeah, you're very funny. You have no idea what's coming to you in like maybe an hour or so. Kraus-sama and the others will probably discuss the master's inheritance problem this year too. Once they get so fired talking about fired up talking about the witch's gold, one could hardly be surprised if that witch herself were to show up. Yes. If only you two knew. Kumasawa-san, I guess you keep quitting and getting rehired, but you've been here as long as Genji-san, right? You know more about Beatrice, don't you? Who knows? Even if I try to remember, this old woman here can't even recall what she had for breakfast this morning. You're always dodging with those excuses, but you know something, right? Sometimes you feel kind of devious, like you know something and you're laughing behind our backs. Oh, that's harsh. I don't have any secrets. That's a lie. Yes, you do. The only thing I can say is that Beatrice-sama is the Golden Witch, and that she's the other master who controls the night of this island. You're just repeating stuff grandfather has said. It must be a pain to play along with grandfather's crap even though you get paid for it. However, I can say this much. What? Why did her face like lock in suddenly? Ooh! Lore! In ancient times, Rokenjima was feared and called Azukishima, or Azuki Bean Island. The Azuki is said to be a corrupted form of Akujiki, and in fact, it was called Akujikishima, Evil Appetite Island. Evil Appetite Island? Evil Hungary. That is what it is told, or that's what is told among the fishermen. I've heard about that before. Supposedly there's lots of sunken rocks and shipwrecks around here, so the fishermen got scared and stayed away whenever they could, right? Evil spirits have settled down in Akujikishima and have continually eaten the souls of people since ancient times. Quite a few people lost their lives because of this island. And then that monk, the traveling Shugenja or whatever, built that shrine, reposed the souls and settled them there, right? Sounds pretty crazy. Hey, that's where the mirror... That Shannon broke. What do you mean, evil spirits? Eating the souls of people? Are we cooked? Chat, are we cooked? And that shrine for the repose of souls was destroyed by an eerily violet thunderbolt this summer, which tore up the darkness of the night. You really like those stories, Kumasawa? Okay, sure, it'd be pretty creepy if a thunderbolt took out a shrine, but it was all worn out from the start. Maybe it just got washed away by some big wave. Us, the viewers slash readers who know everything that's going on. The evil spirits of Akuji Kishima. I should be saying it like that. The evil spirits of Akuji Kishima woke from their slumber and summoned Beatrice-sama. If Beatrice-sama happens to pay a visit to the family conference, if she does. She fell silent for a moment. Jessica was pressing her to keep going, so the gap felt strange and eerie. When Kumasawa noticed that she had Jessica plenty scared with her silence, she grinned broadly. Oh, well, I wonder what would happen. Yeah. Evil ass old lady. Oh, that sounds great. Of course. Wouldn't you be able to do better at work if you get a chance to enrich your heart by living the good life every once in a while? Yep. Can't live right unless both your wallet and your heart are enriched, after all. Sure, I'll keep that day open. Are you guys planning a honeymoon? They are! Go ahead and make reservations. Okay. Don't even think of missing it. Yep. Counting on you. I love you, Kirie. After kissing the receiver, Rudolph hung up. Before his seat, there were several executives with their sleeves rolled up, eagerly awaiting the end of that phone call. Oh. Sorry to keep you waiting. Have we heard anything from the States yet? Yes. You have a call from Dale Watanabe, the lawyer. I'll transfer it. Oh, this must be more background on, like, the whole, like, lawsuit he's going through, I believe. On the whole, how's it going? Well, there does seem to be one unfortunate matter. It appears the other party has no intentions of withdrawing from the trial. Guess there's no fooling them. Please transfer it here. Understood. I'll do that right now. The executive ordered that the external line be transferred to the secretarial office. At once, the phone in front of Rudolph rang. Hey there. Sorry for the wait. Ushiromiya speaking. Thanks. How's it going on your end? Hello, President Ushiromiya. Oh, never mind. He just said that in English and the rest is in Japanese. Let's skip the pleasantries and jump into the main issue. Good news and bad news. Which would you like first? Start with the bad. I hate fighting when there's no dessert. That's a good saying. The bad news is that the party is getting ready to prosecute. Just a few days ago, a similar trial resulted in a decision in favor of the plaintiff. The defendant were using roughly the same argument we plan to use, but they were rejected in every case. I'm afraid to say it, but if we face the courtroom as we are now, it's extremely likely that each of our claims will get rejected. So that trial ended up being a total bust after all. And I thought that their position was even more solid than ours. That hurts. What about the good news? And what's the good news? I managed to contact the executives of the other party. I explained the situation we're in, told them we have no intention of tarnishing their brand's image, and managed to get an understanding. They'll send us their terms over the next few days, and if these are carried out, they promise to withdraw their charges. This is their proposal according to the number 2 man on their board of directors. Your impression? To be honest, I expect their terms will be extremely severe. We estimate that changing the company name and the brand name will be inevitable. I think we'll be able to earn some leeway by playing with the amount of settlement money, making a public apology in a major newspaper, and carrying all this out within a reasonable amount of time. They sure are making this complicated when they could just tell us to go broke. Oh, this is the reason why he needs money. Just elaborated on. Right on. They only recently switched to a new president, and their groundwork hasn't been completely laid yet. If we resist until the bitter end, they fear the forces opposing the current president won't hesitate to aid their enemies. Hence, their big shots want this matter settled as quickly as possible. So we might still have enough leeway to get them to mitigate their terms, if it'll lead to a quick settlement. Either way, are we still looking at a crazy sum of money? You need to be prepared for that. Even that would be much cheaper than paying punitive damages. Thank you very much, sir. Please contact me if anything new happens. We're paying you the big bucks, so no idle chit-chat.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Rudolph hung up the phone. The executives sitting in the reception seat seemed to have guessed at the content of the discussion. You guys hear that? Simply put, they'll forgive us if we can pile enough money. All we gotta do is haggle over the amount of that money. President, we're fucking broke! We don't have that much of a margin. If we'd known this would happen, we never would have started diversifying. The calculations were that we could escape a capital crisis if we managed to endure for 3 years. To think we'd be stabbed at a time like this, how bad can our luck get? I guess we fell at the step of the hop, step, and jump. Enough to make you cry. You have no choice but to draw the money from the main bank. Banks are no good. They only bet their money on winners. Oh. The economy is improving, but we can't show weakness to the banks. Do we have any access to funds that are unaccounted for? Funds we're unaware of? Quit it. Do I look like that kind of man? The contents of my wallet are totally exposed to you guys, okay? Account books over there show all our company has. Start selling Girl Scout cookies. I'll buy some from you, Rudolph. In that case, we need to raise money. We need a sponsor who can draw in several million for us as soon as possible. President! Could it be something we worked out with one of your personal connections? President! Calm down, you bastards. Don't worry about raising the money. You guys just keep the business running without making too much noise. Our accusers are saying they'll let us be if we can show them the money. We've already got thick pipelines in Asia. Things will probably be shaky, but we'll be able to maintain our current deals. Basically, if we can just bring the money together, we'll be able to solve our problems. Just watch. I'll fix all of this. I won't leave you out in the cold. Time to start getting your hopes up again. Once this is all behind us, I'll be rewarding all of you guys with a champagne tower. I promise you that. So shut up and follow me. Got it? The airplane suddenly shook, probably due to turbulence, and we're back to here. Okay, he was having a flashback or dream or something. Rudolph was jostled awake. He'd woken early that morning and ended up drifting off to sleep while resting in his seat. You okay? Are you sure you aren't still pretty sleepy? After all, it seems you've been really busy with work today. Or with work lately. Being busy with work is nothing to complain about, right? Once I've got nothing left to do, it won't be long before we're out in the cold. Good point. Now that even Battler Kun's back, we'd be looking at worse than just the two of us going around begging. Yeah. Our family's together again for the first time in 6 years. So the leader of our family's gotta give it his best if we want to spend some time alone together. When he looked out the window, he saw that the airplane had already started to drop in altitude considerably. The fishing boats, which had only looked like black grains a short while ago, were starting to become clearly recognizable. If I could prostrate myself before father and get 10 million yen every time he slugged me, I'd do it a dozen times. Maybe he could just go and die already. Hey, Rudolph! Okay, maybe he's a piece of shit son. I've always depended heavily on his financial support, and now I'm after his inheritance. Oh, he's aware of it at least. I'm headed straight to hell. I can hardly complain if father doesn't want to meet the man I've become. Well, he's self-aware, honest, at least, so I don't like fucking hate him, but I still hate him. Yeah, at least he's self-aware. I appreciate that much. Could it be that once again you don't plan on making an appearance at the family conference? Nanjo looked at Kinzo's face, sighing. His eyes remained rooted to a strange book on magic. I have no intention of joining those vultures in their debate. They can discuss how they'll suck my bones dry on their own. How utterly uncontemptible. Or how utterly contemptible. Yeah, compared to them, compared to buying NFTs and crypto, of course he's going straight to hell. But investing in Smart Ape NFTs, he's going to super hell. Sorry, Cross, you're going to super hell. My. How troublesome. Thunder shook his head slightly. To him, children and grandchildren were lovely things. He believed watching them grow was the only way to truly enjoy old age. So Kinzo's words were very saddening to Nanjo. If the time comes for me to leave this room, I will show myself. Just as she does not show herself yet. When Kinzo raised his face, his gaze pointed at the portrait of the witch which was respectfully displayed on the wall. Kinzo's mind didn't dwell for a moment on the fact that today was the family conference, where all of his beloved relatives would gather. It was filled only by the face of the witch and the oil painting, who never smiled except inside of the portrait. Everybody knew that interrupting Kinzo when he talked about Beatrice would trigger his wrath. Today I will hold a certain ceremony. Ah, and what might that be? Perhaps it is closer to a gamble than a ceremony. After all, magic without risk can never house a miracle. Nanjo had heard Kinzo say this many times before. We've heard him say this a bunch in episode 1. You might even call it a pet phrase of Kinzo's. He apparently believed that magic and miracles could occur if you gambled your own fate with a certain amount of risk and triumphed. I wonder what sort of gamble you're making. As the man who was once called the Golden Gambler, and who's now so old— that's a dope name, Golden Gambler? And he's now so old he might pass on at any time. My nickname would totally be Broke Gambler, dude. This should be well worth watching. I see. So the secret ritual I have developed after much research appears to be nothing more than a gamble to one unversed in magic such as you. Very well. I have faith or if I have faith in miracles and when, you will see clearly on this day that all my research did bear fruit, despite it seeming to be little more than a product of my eccentricity. If you win, it will all end just as you've already seen, as nothing more than the eccentricity of an old man who might leave this world at any time. What sort of gamble could you be planning to take? As your friend, that bed or ceremony as you called it. I can only pray most sincerely that you achieve victory in it. Yes, I thank you. Speaking of which, Kinzo-san, have you heard that a much longed-for guest will be present at the family conference this year? What? For once, Kinzo reacted to Nanjo's words and turned around. That's right. Battler-kun from Rudolph-san's family. I hear he'll be coming after an absence of 6 years. I'm sure he's become a splendid boy. Oh, Battler? I wouldn't call him longed for. A guest who's failed to show up for a mere 6 years. After hearing Battler's name and making a disappointed and ill-humored expression, Kinzo turned his back again. I imagine those 6 years went by in a flash for you, considering how you've immersed yourself in your research in this room. However, we might actually receive a visit from a truly longed-for guest. Everything depends on the results of the roulette. The roulette has already started to spin. Will it be rouge or noir? Tonight, let us enjoy ourselves as we see what kind of miracle the roulette will show us. The payoffs are large, and I don't intend to lose. Beatrice, accept my bet! At that time, the telephone on the table rang. The piercing sound seemed to irritate Kinzo, and he picked up the receiver to preserve the silence as much as he could. Lamp! What is it? I'm busy. Genji speaking. Everyone has arrived. What of it? Fucking serve them tea or some shit, I don't care. I thought you might care a little. Certainly. I'll do so. Kinzo hung up the phone. He does not gaff, bro. Looking at that, Nanjo sighed yet again and shifted his attention outside the window. As he is now, I doubt Kinzo would pay any heed to any sort of guest. Could any guest possibly make Kinzo come out when the time comes, as he said? Kinzo had a single person in mind, but that was a guest who certainly wouldn't appear. Nanjo stared at the witch of the portrait with her impassive expression, unable to decide whether she was smiling or sad, and then gazed up at the lead-colored sky. Oh, Beatrice! Beatrice! What? Oh, okay. I thought something just happened to Nanjo. Did he just like get teleported? So are all the pieces in place? Shall we line them up again and start a new game? Any objections from you? Who are you talking to? Oh! Battler! What's going on? Huh? Nope. None. The witch looked at him challengingly while elegantly smoking her pipe. And Battler? He just rudely shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care what she did. He didn't meet her eyes. But that didn't mean he didn't intend to challenge her, and showed his clear determination to never be taken in by this bastard's tricks. It was an expression of his determination to fight. Don't tell me you're jumping into this without a plan. I don't even know how you make your first move, so I've got no plans or anything. Go ahead and move first. Naturally I'll do so. How shall I break down your defenses? How many moves will it take to checkmate you? This is where you'll see me at my finest. Oh, chess! No matter what moves you come at me with, I won't believe in you. As long as I stand my ground on that point, I won't lose. And that means this game's built in a way that makes it impossible for you to win. Perhaps you're right. However, I'm the one who decides how many times we'll hold this game. We'll repeat it over and over again until I win and you acknowledge your defeat. See? In other words, this is torture. An eternal torture that shall continue until you surrender to me. It shall go on endlessly until you acknowledge me and the existence of witches. And I'll play your game endlessly, as many times as it takes, until you run out of patience. I've never lost in a test of stubbornness. Oh, did a certain witch plant that idea in your head? Very well. I'm tired of listening to you ramble. Come on, get this started! Then, let us begin. I already know all of your moves. A defense doesn't amount to much if the plan behind it is known. Don't think you'll be able to defy me with the same moves. Beatrice, I've got just one thing to say before we start. What is it? Go ahead and say whatever you want. However, whether I believe you is something I'll decide for myself! No matter how impressive this magic of yours is, my soul won't yield to you. You think this is torture for me? You're wrong! Then what else could it be? I don't know, maybe it's pleasurable for him. Maybe he likes this. You ever thought about you might be freakatress, but he might be like freaky battler or something. I don't know. Plus 500 aura. He's inherited the technique very well. This is torture for you. Aura! What aura? He's aura farming! Ah. This is torture for you. Someday you'll surrender to me and give up. Until then, you'll be tortured over and over again. How amusing. What an entertaining metaphor. Torture where we torment each other. Yes, truly amusing. Come, shall we begin the torture? Ah! I gotta hear that. Let me replay that at like actual volume for you guys to hear. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Ah, it's so big! It's so big! So I guess from this point forward, this is where the game starts for those two. Ah. Alright, unfortunately, as much as I'd like to keep going, it is almost 10 o'clock, so it's almost time for my family to start sleeping, which means I can't really voice at full throttle. And also, I've got to rest after like 8 hours of talking. Right after that, I think this is a pretty good place to stop anyways. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh my god. Oh, it's so peak. It's just so peak. Oh, Umineko. I wish I had the endless endurance to just keep on playing. But unfortunately, I have to rest. So, I'm not sure what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow or Saturday. Maybe Monster Hunter, but I'd like to play Metaphor if possible. But, we'll see. But otherwise, thank you guys for hanging out. I always appreciate it, as always. People happy and very, very thankful. But otherwise, see you guys tomorrow. Always love 8 hours of Umi Peak when they crash out. Let's see, let's save. Did I save yet? I already saved. Oh well. Nothing wrong with a couple more saves. Let's see. I'm a bit loath to like stop such peaceful music. No, I'm not. I just hit the exit sign with or the exit sign. I just exited the window so easily. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Bye, Hui. Bye, Chucky. Bye, Cole. Bye, Emery. Bye, everyone.